Last week I found an abandoned car as I was wrapping up a shoot for a previous video. I went home and I found the location on Google Earth, and I come to find out that this abandoned car is sitting on what used to be an old railroad. And just a stone's throw away from the car, I found quite a few abandoned structures. But I couldn't make sense as to why someone would willingly build homes, or whatever these things are, in a wash. And perhaps the biggest mystery is, what is this? Don't get me wrong, I know it's a culvert bridge, but there appears to be something either really big or a lot of something down there. Time to go in for a closer look. Access to this location wasn't exactly the easiest, so I had to be a little creative in my approach. It wasn't that far of a bike ride from where I had parked, but anytime I'm hiking or biking in new territory, I tend to be a little apprehensive. You never know what you'll run into or who you might meet along the way, and in just a few minutes here, you'll see why I was right to be cautious. And also, some people just don't take too kindly when they see an outsider wandering around their neck of the woods. Not that I was trespassing, but when people see a dude roll up on a mountain bike and a bunch of camera equipment, you never know how they're going to react. Look what we have here. It's like this is going to be an Oldsmobile. This is just one of the many things that I saw on Google Earth, but it's kind of hard to pass up abandoned cars that are sitting out in the desert. Probably a beehive in there. We won't get too close. Still got the radio and gauges. We'll walk around to the other side in just a second. Looks like we got a pack rat's nest here. Look at the front here. Still got chrome on it. Look at those bees. We're gonna keep our distance. And yeah, this used to be a part of an old railroad. They took out all the tracks, and it's kind of like an unofficial path as of right now. I didn't see any no trespassing signs, so I'm assuming we're in the clear. You guys have heard me say time and time again, but I'll say it again. Hard to believe that in another lifetime, this was somebody's baby. Somebody's pride and joy, something that somebody had to work a lot of hours for, and now look where it's sitting. Nothing worth of value in the trunk. It's always fun to find old cars in the desert. Never gets old. And make sure you check back in a couple weeks because I have another interesting car video that I'm in the process of putting together. But as I was making my way to the abandoned buildings, I became a little more apprehensive, and here's why. Generally, when I'm out exploring abandoned buildings, I like to fly my drone in and scope out the area before I make my presence known, and pay very, very close attention to the center of the screen on the next clip. I'll play this clip a few times and try to slow it down, but if you look very closely, as soon as I zoom in with my drone, somebody appears to step just out of the frame and into the shadows. I was definitely on my toes and hesitant about continuing on with the journey, but it kills me to turn around or call off the rest of the journey, especially when I've come so far. I took about a 15 to 20 minute snack break, and my plan was to still check out the buildings, but make myself known the closer I got. Knowing that there was another person out there and being this close to the Mexico-US border, my senses were extremely heightened. Check it out, everybody. We are finally here. I have no idea what this place was, and I couldn't find any information on it on Google, YouTube, TikTok, you name it. My guess is there was probably a bunch of water here or some sort of reservoir, and my guess would be this is where the workers lived to like monitor the water. That's just my guess. If you have anything better, let me know. Let's see if we can make our way up here. We made it. There is nothing but junk, 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 and more junk in here. I don't know that I want to go walking around too much in here because there could be a bunch of rattlers underneath all this stuff. You can see a table, a bed over here. This would make for a pretty cool view though when it's raining. All the water coming rushing in over here. There's just tons and tons of stuff here. It almost looks like it could have also been somebody's house, but why would you build a house right here? Kitchen sink over there, maybe? Or a workbench? Oh, look at this. That is a very, very old phone. Probably 80s or 70s. If I was out here with a few more people, I would probably dig through some of this stuff. But there's always the chance of running into a snake, scorpion, or something that bites. And I'm not too fond of getting bit in remote places such as this. Pretty astonishing if you ask me. Maybe I'll have to go back into town and ask some locals and see if they can shed some light on this place. This looks like it was probably one of the entrances. Whenever you find places like this, you always have to ask yourself how much of this stuff was originally here when this place was alive and well and how much was dumped here. A record down there. Looks like it's seen better days. And there's the record player. Maybe this was just a hippie hideout and hippies came here. Maybe it's just me, but I'm kind of getting creepy vibes being out here. It's just incredibly quiet, and there's a few structures over here that I do want to check out. One of them being a trailer. Hopefully nobody's living in there, but I don't think anybody would be because when it does rain out here, you'd be screwed. Now the fun part, trying to make it down here without cracking my skull. Well, that was fun. Now we get to go through.
While the history of this place remains a mystery for now, I did some digging on Google along with the assistance of ChatGPT, and here's the most logical explanation I have as to why somebody would build the structure right underneath the railroad. The old railroad that went through here connected Bisbee to Benson, Arizona, and was built around 1895. And the shack that you see here, which looks like something Charlie Manson probably lived in, although he didn't. He lived at Spawn Ranch northwest of Los Angeles, California, and later kicked the bucket in 2017. Anyways, this was more than likely a section house. You see, back in those days, these were common along railroads for workers who maintained small sections of the track. I found dozens of these when I googled old section houses along railroad tracks online, but I couldn't find any specific ones that were built under the railroad, especially directly above a wash. Seems like a huge hazard. Now, it would be one thing to stay here and put up with the sounds of the train going by, but what if there was a huge storm that led to flash flooding? That could be disastrous, and I'm sure they were built to withstand the elements, but what if a car or a large object came rushing through the wash in a flash flood and knocked out the columns? It could quickly turn deadly. This stretch was built in 1895 and closed in 1914 when El Paso and Southwestern Railroad opened a new connector along their Tucson extension. Most of the rails and ties were removed by the 1960s. Now here in just a minute I'm going to show you the rest of the structures that I found further down in the wash, and then we'll come back to the subject of railroads because I made a pretty off-the-wall discovery when I started to leave town.
Wonder if this wasn't the quote-unquote garage. You can see there's a ladder over there. Whole bunch of VHS tapes. I have so many questions for the people that called this place home or worked out here. My guess is it had to do something with the rainfall that would collect here. There is an abandoned trailer right over there, or a camper I should say. At least I think it's abandoned. But we're only about 40-45 miles north of the US-Mexico border. So I think I'm going to keep my distance. You never know. I am, we'll say, well prepared, but you just never know in these parts. Lincoln. There's a crock pot. Gas pump, maybe? kind of going against my own instincts here. Well, I don't think anybody's in here. Hello, hello, hello. Talking Whiz Kid. That's an old school game. Hello, if anybody's here, I'm just exploring. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that nobody lives in there. Yep, and it smells bad too. Ugh. Got an old stereo. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if homeless people or undocumented immigrants were living out here. Got a solar panel over here. These things aren't cheap either. So this is that building that I saw on my drone earlier before I came out here. We're gonna do a quick walk around the perimeter first, just to make sure there's nobody hiding out around here. Oh, yep. We're not going over there. Look at that. All those bees right inside that wall, probably a hive. There's another stereo.
At this point, I decided it would be best to start heading back to my e-bike and move closer to the road, and then send my drone back in to scope out the rest of the buildings. One of my golden rules when it comes to urban exploring is to never spend too much time in the same place for safety reasons. You never know who's watching, how long they've been watching, and what their plans are. And to be honest, I was starting to get nervous. I mean, I did have my drone, camera, gimbal, and e-bike with me, which raises the stakes. Now, I don't always stick to that rule, but it really depends on where I'm at. It's one thing if I'm exploring a place like Two Guns, Arizona, which is a pretty popular location when it comes to urban exploration, and it's right off the interstate. But considering how close we are to the border and that person that I saw earlier in the building, I mean, heck, who even knows if that was a person? It could have been a freaking skinwalker for all I know. But one thing that I do know is I saw someone or something moving in there. I mean, you guys let me know. Am I crazy? What do you think it was?
And of course, we have the trusty DJI Mini 4 Pro here. I do have my Skyrover X1, that one's in the back, but me and that drone are not on speaking terms as of right now. So we're gonna fly this guy instead.
Now, technically, the video should have ended when I left the wash with the abandoned buildings, but I figured because I already shot this footage, I may as well share with you guys what happened and what did not happen. The reason I'm out here getting video of these box cars is because maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I received an email from one of my viewers, and they had mentioned to me that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it may have been around the pandemic. But yes, I received an email from one of my viewers, and they had mentioned that there was around 300 Union Pacific locomotives just sitting out in the desert. But they weren't necessarily abandoned, they were just being stored out there temporarily. And to be super crystal clear, what I'm showing you right now, they are not locomotives, they are boxcars. But I do believe this is the location where the locomotives were once being stored. And here's a photo that I found online. According to Fox10Phoenix.com, I will link that article down in the description, it stated that it is a strategic reserve of locomotives for Union Pacific, and they were being stored out here because of the arid, dry climate, which is good for the machines, and they don't have to necessarily worry about rain and rust. Now, here is how all of this is tied together. I passed these boxcars earlier that day on the way out to those abandoned buildings, and I didn't think anything of them. But at the gas station, that's when it dawned on me that I remembered getting that email a while ago talking about a bunch of trains in the deserts near Tucson, and I thought that was them. So I told myself if I have enough time, I will go back and I will shoot some video of the locomotives. Only problem is, they are long gone, and in my opinion, I think these boxcars are being stored out here only until they are needed. The moral of the story is, sometimes things do not go as planned, and that's okay. I was going to scrap all of this footage, but at the last minute, I decided to include it. I mean, in my opinion, I think it's beautiful footage. This region received a ton of rain recently, and the green desert with the blue sky, clouds, and mountains in the background, I think it turned out great, especially with golden hour right around the corner. All the colors, tones, and elements really came together and made for some gorgeous desert scenery, and my drone did a wonderful job capturing all of it. And by the way, if you can think of any places that you would like me to check out, whether it's abandoned buildings, historical landmarks, or gorgeous desert scenery, feel free to share with me down in the comments section below. I do keep a list of all the places that my viewers have recommended to me over the years.
Welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures, everybody. Today we are in central Arizona, and we are going to be driving along the Verde River, or Verde River, if I'm going to pronounce it correctly. And I'm going to send my drone down to the canyons, up into the hills, and we're going to see if we can find any cliff dwellings, maybe spot some wildlife, and maybe, if we're lucky, we'll even find some giant skeletons. I know that might sound a little crazy, but I'll brief you in on that story in just a little bit here. But for now, let's get the drone out, and let's see what we can find.
It was a very slow day out here. I didn't see too many cars on the road or people camping. It was very calm and quiet, so I figured this would increase my chances of spotting some wildlife. And some of the wildlife that can be spotted out here include the following: javelina, jackrabbits, beavers, raccoons, river otters, black bears, bobcats, mule and white-tailed deer, bald eagles, gray fox, coyotes, and so many more. By any chance, if you happen to see something in the canyon, up in the cliffs, or in the trees that I may have missed, feel free to let me know down in the comment section. As you can see, it was a great day to catch some of those phenomenal fall colors. They won't be around too much longer, but the contrast of those dark cliffs, murky water, and those bright yellow trees is so captivating. It's one of the best places to visit in Arizona if you're looking for a fall experience. The trestle you see here is known as SOB Bridge, and it's part of the Verde Canyon Railroad. It's a spectacular sight to see whether you're camped out on the other side of the river, taking a ride on the train, and also from a drone. The bridge is 175 feet long and crosses a 150-foot deep gorge. Now, when I first heard the name SOB Bridge, I thought to myself, that's gotta be a mistake. That cannot be the name of the bridge, or maybe it was nicknamed that due to the difficulty that the workers had constructing it. But after a little bit of time on the web, I learned that it got its name from the stamp on the bridge, which means it was certified by the superintendent of bridges. Now that makes a lot more sense. The Verde Valley Railway, as it was called back then, was a 38-mile standard gauge line that went from Clarkdale to Drake, Arizona, and it was completed in 1912. But more on this subject in a future video. Now let's move on further down the road and see what else we can find.
I gotta say, this Jeep is a win-win so far. As far as if I'm renting it, or if it's mine, or if I'm keeping it, I'll let you know that a little later. Let's keep going. Thought I heard a rattle a couple seconds ago, so I had to turn around to be careful. Figured I would change up my camera's orientation a little bit. And whenever you're in the desert, you should always be watching where you're going, even if you are making a YouTube video. There is a lot of color out here today. I have never been out here before, so this is a real treat for me as much as it is for you guys. That cliff face that you see over there, that's what I saw on Google Earth, and I really want to scope that out with my drone because it reminds me of the cliff face in Camp Verde where Montezuma's castle is, and a lot of the Native Americans, they did build their cave dwellings in cliff walls like that. Look at all that color. This is as fall gets in Arizona. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's not entirely true. It really depends on where you go. There's Payson, Humphreys Peak, Flagstaff, and Oak Creek Canyon. But this is pretty cool. This is also a very isolated part of the river where a lot of people don't come out to necessarily this early in the week, but on the weekends it can get pretty busy out here. So if there's a chance that we're gonna see an otter, I think it might happen out here. All right, otters, where are you? Gonna head back to the Jeep, get the drone, see what we can uncover out here. Now, for those of you who don't know, I like to conceal my drone so that way the government can't track it and nobody else can find it, which is why I keep it tucked away underneath the hood of the Jeep. And there it is. A little bit of dust, but you'll still fly.
Ever since I started using my drone for the sport of drone exploration, I've become fascinated with the unknown, meaning not knowing what I may find. Using a drone to get into those hard to reach places up above and down below, or in certain parts where the land is extremely rugged and at times too dangerous to reach by vehicle or on foot. Using a drone allows my eyes to see places that people normally wouldn't be able to see, which in turn also brings about the opportunity to uncover things people probably never would have found. For those of you who don't know, many years ago, Arizona was once under a shallow sea of water, and central Arizona, where I am today, has many layers to it. You see, over thousands of years, soil has washed down from the mountain ranges, forming multiple bands of sandstone, shale, and limestone, which can be observed all around the Verde Valley. Within these layers, and on the surface level, many fossils have been found, including the following. In 1980, a group of students, along with their instructor, found the remains of a stegomastodon, and that actually wasn't too far away from where I am in the video. Several digs in the area have also turned up fossils belonging to primitive horses, turtles, mammoths, and of course, the stegomastodon. Every time it rains here and the water levels rise and decline, you never know what can turn up, and one of these days I hope to make a pretty cool discovery, either on foot or by drone.
In the distance, I can hear the Verde Canyon Railroad again.
I was out here a few weeks ago and got some shots of the train. I always thought trains were pretty cool, and by the time this video airs, I will have already done a tour of the Verde Canyon Railroad. And I just may include a few clips of that in an upcoming video if you guys would like to check that out. I will also post their link down in the description in case you guys would like to book a tour. And no, this is not a sponsorship. Like I said, I always thought trains were pretty cool, and this one takes you on perhaps one of the most scenic rides in Arizona.
I'm going to pick up shop and relocate because for some reason, when I was flying my drone over by that cliff face, I kept getting this warning on my drone that said something along the lines of interference due to environmental factors or something like that. And I had no idea why, but the signal kept cutting in and out. And I have like a beautiful line of sight. Like it's not that far, it's right here and there's no obstructions, and it kept cutting in and out, and I have no idea why. Although I have been told by many drone pilots that sometimes the elements and the minerals and the rocks can play tricks on your drone and the compass, and they can sometimes confuse it. So maybe that's it. I have no idea. But since it's not that far, we're gonna hop back in the Jeep, drive down there, and see if there's anything else we can find. I don't wanna wait for my life to be over. Alrighty, looks like we got some caves within these cliffs over here, so we're gonna go check them out. But here's the cliffs. I'll show you guys before I send in the drone. Straight ahead here. And like I've said in previous videos, just because we see caves like this, it doesn't automatically mean they were Native American sites, but that doesn't mean they didn't stop in there. They definitely did build shelters in little alcoves like this along rivers and close to rivers. So if we don't poke our eyes in, we're never gonna know. I just have to be really careful about where I'm flying. This area is okay, and on that side of the river, for the most part, we're okay. But further back that way, behind me where it's all red, that's either wilderness or state park area, and we can't fly there. But I checked the airspace map before I got here. As long as I stick close to the river, we'll be just fine. I know you guys really appreciate the drone tips. So here's something that I always do, which I probably don't show on camera at all. But whenever I get to a site and I'm gonna launch my drone, one thing I always do is I take about 1 minute and I do the SLL. Stop, look, and listen. I just stop, look around the area, see if there's anybody out here, wildlife, vacationers, hikers, ATVers, you name it, or power lines, because there is power lines right here, so that's something to take note of. And if there is anybody out here or any animals out here, I always just try to give them their space, you know, even if it's like people on ATVs. They probably can't hear this, but you never know what could happen. My drone could hit a bird, it could land on somebody, or it could run into a power line. There's just so many possibilities. So if I do see someone or something out here, hopefully not Bigfoot or the Nephilim, but I try to give them their space.
These alcoves appeared to have been formed naturally by erosion, and I didn't see any signs that would indicate they were dug out or inhabited by humans. They were also very small. I soon directed my attention toward the river in hopes I would spot another river otter like I did when I was out here just a few weeks ago. Or maybe I would get super lucky and spot a black bear foraging for food. But then again, I've lived in Arizona for quite some time now, and I have yet to see one. I'm starting to think that the chances of me ever spotting a black bear are the same chances that the Minnesota Vikings have at winning a Super Bowl. I'll let you do the math.
We're going to make our way over to that cone-shaped rock outcropping, if that's what you want to call it. Got a feeling we're going to find something over there. If we don't, that's okay. That will be the last stop in this area. And then once I make it back that way, I'm going to show you guys something that'll really make it worth your while. But the reason I want to head out there is because it wasn't abnormal for the Native Americans, not just in the Southwest, but all across the United States, to use, we'll say, significant land features as like trail markers or as guides. So that way, let's just say they saw that cone-shaped rock up there, they would know, okay, we're close to home, or this is the way to so-and-so and so-and-so. You get what I'm saying? There's a lot to see over there, and I'm really hoping we'll find something.
Now, I want to address a question that I brought up earlier in the video, and that is this my new Jeep? And the answer is no, which I'm sure most of you could probably tell right away due to the Utah license plates. This is only a rental. I had to rent the Jeep Wrangler because there is no way in HE double hockey sticks I would have made it out here in my little Hyundai Accent. Attempting to drive down this road in a four-door passenger vehicle is like cheating on your taxes. You can try it, but it won't end well. That being said, in a shocking turn of events, by the time this video does premiere, I may have already purchased a new vehicle. Let me know down in the comment section what you think that vehicle might be, and no, it is not a Ford. I have standards.
How gorgeous is that? It's like being in Sedona without actually... Ooh, I do see a few caves up there too. We gotta check them out. I figured before I get the drone up in the air, I'd walk around for a minute or two, take all of this in, really kind of see it for what it is. Every once in a while, you just gotta put the camera down and just really take it in with your own eyes. That is exactly what we are doing. If you look closely in the center there, let's see how far I can zoom in, you can spot a few little caves.
While most of these alcoves appeared to be empty and showed no signs of any artifacts, petroglyphs, or any sort of human involvement, they were still so much fun to check out. And as I was flying my drone around the outcropping, there was one particular boulder that caught my eye, and the way this one was formed didn't look natural. Here's what I found. Now, call me crazy, but after carefully looking at it for a few seconds, it really does look like a gigantic skull. The skull of a Viking warrior with a beard, a bunch of broken out teeth, and some sort of medieval facial armor. Here's a photo I found online to give you some perspective to what we're looking at. This caught my eye almost instantly, and the longer I stared at it, the more features I think my brain started to fill in all on its own. But as much as I wanted this to be some sort of extraordinary archaeological find, I'm afraid it's nothing more than the pareidolia effect. I mean, there's no such thing as a giant skull or giant human being, right? Well, not so fast. I'll come back to this in a second, but now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of ironic that I found this given the subject that I'm about to talk about in a few moments. But for those of you who have never heard of the term pareidolia effect, it's essentially the human tendency to see familiar patterns like faces in random or unclear images or objects. I'm sure everyone watching this video has experienced it before, whether you saw a face in a piece of toast, the clouds in the sky, or the famous Face on Mars photo taken back in 1976. And no, it's not proof of life on Mars, it's just a really incredible photo that was taken at the right time underneath all the right conditions. And ultimately, if you stare at anything for a long enough time, I'm sure your brain will begin to construct images. But for now, let's get back to the gigantic skull. The reason I said it's ironic that I found this is because I'm out here today for mainly two reasons. One is to do some drone exploring, and number two is to see if I can uncover any remnants of an ancient race of giants that once roamed the area over 1,000 years ago. You may think this sounds silly and sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, but I came across this newspaper clipping a few weeks ago that talked about massive remains being recovered on Sycamore Creek, where the grade of Verde Valley Railway passes through. Based off the research I've done, this is that supposed area. Now, the newspaper also stated that, and I quote, "The skull of a human is in the possession of Mr. Corbin, together with a portion of the frame that would indicate one who in life must have attained a height of at least 8 feet." End quote. But you might be thinking to yourself, but Jesse, that could be fake. Anybody with a pulse could create that in ChatGPT or cook it up in Adobe Photoshop. And you know what? You are absolutely right. It wouldn't be hard to create a false newspaper clipping like this. The only issue with that is this is a genuine newspaper article that can be found on the bottom left of page 5 in Weekly Journal Minor, February 12th, 1913. I will also link that down in the description so you can read it for yourself. And you might have two more questions, such as where did these giants come from and what happened to the remains that were found on Sycamore Creek? Well, according to Genesis 6:4 of the King James Bible, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. To simplify that, and I do want to say I am no expert on the subject, so I apologize if I get it wrong, and you can feel free to correct me down in the comment section, but to simplify that, it means that the sons of God, fallen angels, rebelled against God and left the heavenly domain. They came down to earth and mated with the daughters of men, creating this race of giant humans. The theory is that the descendants of this race of giants were cannibals and raided the villages of Native Americans that lived in this area. They would often kidnap them and also eat them, which is why countless Native American cultures went into hiding and stopped living on the ground and took to the remote cliff dwellings that can be found throughout various parts of Arizona, many within the wilderness area that I am at today. I covered a lot more on this subject in my previous video, and I would recommend checking that one out if you're interested on the subject. I will also link it down in the description. As far as what happened to the remains that were found that day, the only bit of insight that we have is straight from the newspaper article itself, where it talks about how some of the ornaments that they found with this skeleton were kept by the Mexican laborers. As far as what happened to the skeleton itself, I could not find an answer, although I'm sure many will say it's probably stashed away at the Smithsonian. And if you do believe that this discovery is just a one off, I would like to add that these giant skeletons have been found all over the Southwest, and that another set of giant skeletons was also found near Prescott, Arizona back in 1911. I also talked about that in my previous video and showed the original newspaper article to prove that it wasn't fake. Crazy enough, as I was flying my drone around out here, I did indeed find some cliff dwellings in the opposite distance. Here's what I saw.
That was absolutely amazing. I did not expect there to be ruins literally, I don't know, maybe a few hundred feet from the parking lot. It does look like, oops, gotta make sure there's no cars coming. It does look like it's a pretty steep hike though. And I was gonna ask you guys, do you think we should come back here and hike it sometime? But you already know the answer is going to be yes. The question is when?
The video would have originally ended here, but because I was out near another set of very familiar cliff dwellings, I figured what the heck. Why not make a stop and send the drone in and see how they're looking? Not to mention, the last time I was out here, it was fairly windy, which meant I couldn't get as close to the cliff dwellings as I'd liked. The shadows on the ground were getting longer as the sun was gradually dipping behind the mountains, but luckily for me, my drone shoots pretty good quality in low light conditions, and all the gear that I use to make these videos is linked down in the description. This is always a fascinating sight to see, and if you do want to see more fascinating desert exploration videos just like this one, click that playlist in the upper left-hand corner. I was just following this river, flying my drone into every bend, looking for anything: mines, wildlife, ruins, old buildings, you name it. And for a while, nothing. But then my drone caught a shadow in the cliff, a massive alcove tucked out of sight, and from the air it looked like someone had been there. So I did what I always do. I parked the Jeep and went to see it for myself. Because if this is what I think it is, it explains why they stayed hidden way out here. My first set of coordinates took me down a winding dirt road. I found a great spot to launch my drone from Google Earth, but I didn't expect the dramatic views of the red sandstone cliffs. It was a cool early morning in southern Utah, and the land was glowing from the fierce shine of the desert sun. Little did I know, this was just a small preview of what I was going to be seeing later on that day.
Today we are in southern Utah and we're going to be doing a lot of drone exploring along the river here. There's no doubt about it that this part of Utah is full of the most incredible red rock formations, and this river specifically here, along with many other rivers in Utah, is known for a lot of Native American settlement. So I'm kind of hoping that we'll stumble across some ruins and some alcoves, petroglyphs, any remnants of the past, maybe some old mines. The sky's the limit for today, and that's exactly where we're flying.
These red cliffs along the San Juan River didn't form overnight. Long before this canyon existed, this whole area was a totally different world. Think of it as ancient deserts and old river plains laying down layers of sand and mud. Over time, those layers hardened into rock, and the iron in them, to my understanding, basically rusted, which is why everything turns that deep red color. Then the land here slowly lifted up as part of the Colorado Plateau. Quick lesson for you if you didn't already know: the Colorado Plateau is an elevated region in the southwest, situated around the Four Corners area, and it is known for its iconic buttes, plateaus, arches, canyons, and mesas. And as I've stated before, it has some of the best scenery in the entire United States. Now, when the land rises, rivers don't stop. They dig in. The San Juan already had this winding, curvy path, so instead of changing direction, it kept the same curve and started cutting straight down, carving a canyon right into the bedrock. That's why you get this sort of giant snake-like bend with steep walls. Hard rock layers form the cliffs, and softer layers wear back into slopes. And the outside of the bend gets hit the hardest by the faster water, which is why the cliffs look so dramatic in some of these shots. As I continued to scan the land, I thought I spotted what appeared to be cliff houses underneath the overhang. I got pretty excited for a moment, but when I flew in closer, I realized they weren't cliff houses, just shallow rock shelters created by erosion. But I still had to check it out. Flying my drone around here and getting a bird's eye view of the canyon was an amazing opportunity. But, like the Arizona Cardinals' performance, the best is yet to come.
Didn't find anything too interesting out here, but I got a feeling once we drive to that bend down there and go further down the highway where there's a lot more canyons and cliffs, I got a feeling it's going to get a little more interesting. Let's keep it moving.
The next location I was going to launch my drone was a bit further down the road, and from what I saw on Google Earth, it provided the best view of the bend. And I would be lying if I said that taking my Jeep down these dirt roads wasn't fun, because I was having an absolute blast. And if it wasn't for this Jeep, I never would have been able to make this video. Shortly after launching my drone, the wind gusts appeared to be getting stronger and stronger. I was extremely cautious, which is why I tried to keep my drone below the canyon. Anytime I flew too high, I would get the wind warning on my drone remote, and I could tell it was fighting the wind pretty hard. In the end, I did my best to capture what I could and zoom in on anything that stuck out to me, like a woman wearing white gloves eating a ketchup popsicle. I scanned this cliff face to see if I could make out any potential petroglyphs. The majority of the time I found them, they were on smooth rock surfaces. Granted, this one was a little high in the air, I still felt compelled to investigate. If you don't look, you'll never find anything. One thing I love about this region in Utah are the panoramic views of the monuments, buttes, mesas, fins, and pretty much any red outcropping. It's one of those destinations where, even if you couldn't get out of the car to hike or explore, because your dad has too much pride and feels the need to be the first one at the family reunion, you can still have an amazing experience from the seat of your car, because you'll be glued to the windows for a very long time, staring out at the land in pure amazement and having a hard time grasping the fact that something like this exists in the United States. At least, that's how I feel. And what you're seeing now is what was just off the side of the road on the way to our next destination. The drive out to the river where I would eventually spot this opening in the cliff was roughly a 5-mile drive down a dirt road. It's moments like this that reassure me buying a Jeep was the right move, because there is no way in a month of Sundays I would have been able to make it out here in my Hyundai accent. No way, no how. Driving a passenger vehicle out here is like paying taxes in Minnesota. There's no point. I would say 80% of the drive was relatively smooth, but the other 20% was driving through soft, moist washes with steep banks. I didn't really engage the four-wheel drive until I approached some of the muckier conditions on the road, and it definitely made a difference. I did air down to 25 psi before I headed down the trail. Certain parts of it were still extremely bumpy, and there were a lot of jagged rocks sticking out of the ground, but I did my best to avoid them altogether. All in all, I took everything slow, and before I knew it, I finally made it to the river.
The road doesn't appear to go any further. Maybe at one point in time it did, but it's all brush and trees and rocks and piles of sticks and logs. So anyway, I'm not going to be able to get to go through that, but I think I'm going to get the drone out right here because there's an alcove over here and there's an alcove. I don't think there's anything in that alcove, but this one up here is definitely catching my eye. I'm pretty sure I found them because I saw something that looked like a rock wall. It's not that long of a hike. It might be a little steep, but it shouldn't take us that long to get there. If I'm correct, I don't want to get too close to the edge. The ruins should be right beneath me here. I think the ruins are on the other side, but this is where oh, look at this. Gotta watch out because this place is crawling with cacti. Something tells me that might be recent art because I've never seen any ancient artwork like that that is so defined. Let's get a closer look.
Upon first glance, I had a hard time believing that these were genuine handprint pictographs left behind by the ancestral Puebloans. To me, they looked too perfect and didn't look like they had been there that long. But when I researched the site when I made it back home, various websites confirmed they were authentic and could be anywhere from 700 to 1,000 years old. I also found additional handprints beneath the white ones. I almost missed them. They are hard to see, but they're there.
Here we go. It appears there would have been a stone wall
here, some interesting rocks. Sometimes what people will do when they visit these sites, if they find rocks that they think were tools, or if they find pieces of pottery that they think belong to like a bigger, a pot or a cup or something, they'll put them all in a little area like this. The thing to keep in mind is whenever you see a stone wall like this, or this, it doesn't necessarily mean that they lived here and this was a dwelling that they were in consistently. A lot of the times they were used for food storage and sometimes ceremonial and religious purposes. But something tells me these ones were used for storage. Let's see if there's anything over here. I don't think so. There is a beaten down path, so people do come out here frequently enough. Oh, there we go. All these flat rocks. And then if we go over here, we can see another stone wall. Almost kind of reminds me of the chimney place we had at my house growing up. I was looking for some ancient rock art, and while I haven't seen any other than the hands we saw when we first got here, it appears there is some in front of us, but it's not ancient. J. Smith. Very modern. This almost looks like it could have been another shelter. Here we go. We got a design here. We have another design down here. This doesn't appear to be another shelter. I probably could have came from that way. Sometimes you have to use your imagination to fill in the gaps, but it wouldn't surprise me if 700, 800, 900 years ago, this area was walled off from the edge here to the end of that overhang. It's a little hard to tell with the sun, but right where you see these grooves, right about here, there's some petroglyphs. And if you look closely right there, you can see another one. Judging by all these flat pieces of rock right in front of us, I think it would be safe to assume that these walls extended all the way out in front here. Oh, here's what we got. Check it out. We got another one. I took a screenshot, turned down the brightness, and enhanced the contrast to make it pop a little bit more. These anthropomorphs, or human-like figures, are a dime a dozen in Utah and can be found throughout hundreds of sites. Before I left and went to the next site, I did one final scan to make sure I didn't miss any more petroglyphs or pictographs. I'm sure I probably did. When the sun was beaming down on the land like it was that day, it can make it difficult to spot them, but I'm thankful I was able to see the ones that were easily visible. I definitely need to schedule another trip to come back out here sometime within the next couple months so I can do a little bit more hiking up and down this river and see what else I can find.
And real quick, guys, I do have a surprise for you. These are the stickers that I have been talking about on my Instagram page, and these ones are for sale right now. They are live at my YouTube store, and I will put a link down in the description. All of these photos were taken by me and then enhanced in Photoshop, but for example, we have Roosevelt Lake, Roosevelt Dam, Arizona. We do have Midgley Bridge in Sedona, Glen Canyon Dam, ooh, Horseshoe Bend, look at that beauty. We also have Hoover Dam. Then we have the Mogollon Rim in Payson, Arizona. We also have Waterwheel Falls in Payson, Arizona. We also have an aerial of downtown Superior, Arizona. Flagstaff, Arizona. Ooh, I'm not going to say the name of this waterfall, but this one is near Flagstaff, Arizona. You can get a sticker of me doing the chicka-chicka, and then you can put that on the back of your Jeep, your Camaro, your Mustang, anything but a BMW. We also do have Camelback Mountain in Phoenix, Arizona. This is a photo I took of Four Peaks Mountain on my way out to Payson, Arizona. And then last but not least, we have a classic Jessies Drone Adventures graphic here. These are all for sale. I'll put the link down in the description. Fun fact about these stickers is what you just saw, That was the first batch. I have over 100 different sticker designs, and what I plan on doing is once a month releasing a new batch of stickers. And like I said, I have over 100, so if you want to collect them all, go for it. If you want to help out the channel, pick out a sticker, and I would greatly appreciate it.
Once I made it back to my Jeep, I scanned the area one last time before I called it a day, and noticed a shadow in the cliff. My drone battery was almost on empty, but I was able to get just enough of a glimpse of whatever was in the cliff to know it was worth exploring. It was getting to be that time of day where I would soon be chased out by shadows, so I gotta move on.
All right, everybody, we finally made it to what looks like an ancient castle. You can see a bunch of rock art up there. We're going to go inside, take our time, look around, and I'll see if I can tell you a little bit about its history. I got to tell you, the benefits of having a Jeep. If I didn't have my Jeep, we would have only seen this with the drone and not been able to explore it. Look at all that work that went into making these walls. All the stones, rocks, mud, and they're still holding up. Look at this wall. I truly feel like I am on another planet right now. This is so fascinating. The attention to detail is mind-blowing. These don't look brittle either. These look pretty solid yet. This one and that one. I think when they built this place, they knew they were going to be here for quite some time. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have put so much effort into it. There is a couple more alcoves across the river there. I don't know if we'll be able to check those out. I might save that for another day.
As we wander through this ancient structure, you might be thinking to yourself, how old is it? Who built it? How many people lived here? And what was its purpose? I think we can agree that whoever built it lived here mainly because it provided shelter. But not every ancient structure tucked away in a cliff was for living. At times, they were built for a variety of different reasons. The structure was built by the ancestral Puebloans, the ancestors of several modern Pueblo communities. They were skilled builders using stone masonry and clay constructing rooms into the alcove in a way that made it blend in with the land itself. And this wasn't a one and done kind of build. Over time, future generations remodeled it into what you see today. But then comes the next question. How old is it? Well, it's a lot older than my in-laws, I can tell you that. I think they were around when the Dead Sea was only sick. And just like that, I'm probably not getting invited to the Memorial Day cookout. All insults aside, most of what you see today dates back to the 1200s. But what's even crazier is the fact that this place was also inhabited as far back as the early 900s. It was used for hundreds of years, with generations returning, remodeling, and leaving their mark in the same sheltered pocket of stone. Now, I couldn't get an idea of how many people lived here, but my guess would be multiple families. And going back to what I said earlier, it wasn't a place to just live and sleep. I learned that the rectangular rooms were used for living and storage. The people that lived here were also farmers and grew crops such as beans, corn, and squash down on the river floodplain. And I almost forgot to add this. The structure also has two kivas, which are typically round-shaped rooms used for religious ceremonies. But the precision they had when making this room is mind-blowing because it's almost too perfect. And let's face it, they didn't exactly have the tools and technology that Chip and Joanna Gaines use. And perhaps one of the most fascinating aspects of this river home is that it was situated in a cave so that during the winter months when the sun is lower, the sunlight would penetrate deep into the cave, warming up the walls and air. But in the summer months when the sun is higher, the sunlight wouldn't reach the back half of the cave, thus keeping it cooler. Engineering this home to coincide with the sunlight based off the seasons was absolutely genius. I mean, you had to be in order to survive the cold winters and brutally hot summers. The past couple of days, I've been scouting new locations on Google Earth, looking for abandoned buildings, old mines, caves in mountains, ghost towns, and anything out of the ordinary. And that's when I stumbled upon this butte. Now, I have no idea why, but it stuck out to me and drew me in, and what I found at the top really caught my attention. At first glance, it almost appears to be a word, like someone was trying to use rocks to spell something and get a message out. But with how straight some of these lines are and the curvature of this line, it can't be made by nature, can it? I desperately had to know what it was, so I hopped in my Jeep and set out into the desert.
Welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures, everybody. We are on our way out to that Google Earth find. It's just up the road a few miles. But along the way, there's a few other places of interest that have always caught my eye and a bunch of smaller little caves here along the river. So I figured we'd check those out, kind of make things a little more interesting as we continue on with our journey today. It's a little steeper than I thought, but that's okay. I just don't want to spend too much time down here because I got to make it out to the Google Earth find before sunset. We should have enough time. Starting to see lots of footprints, which is always a good sign. Lets you know that people have been out here recently. What an absolutely gorgeous day. I thought it was going to be a lot cooler out here, but it's actually starting to warm up quite a bit. And this is really what I wanted to come down and check out and show you guys the different layers of rock in the side of the canyon wall here. Thousands and thousands of years of history in those rocks. I'm going to walk down the riverbed a little bit further here, see if I can find anything else. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. Another reason why I keep coming out here is because not too far away from here is where, back in the early 1900s, they found that ancient burial ground of the supposed giant skeletons. And if they found those a few miles down the road, there's no telling what else you might find out here. Here we go. Fingers crossed that we'll see an otter. Sometimes if they hear something coming, they'll pop their head up real quick and then go back under. But that over there looks like it could be an otter den. As I was panning with my camera, I noticed there's this little alcove up there. I'll see if I can zoom in for you guys, but try to stay focused on the center of the screen. right there. It looks like there's a little alcove, and it looks like there's a giant rock in front of it. Whether it was put there on purpose or it happened on accident, we're gonna check it out.
I've done quite a few videos now out in this part of Arizona. Every visit seems to offer a different perspective and a fresh look at the land from above. Specifically on this trip, it didn't take long for me to spot something with my drone, such as this alcove. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of these little alcoves and caves along the river, some made by man and others made by nature. Some are completely empty inside, just like people who drive BMWs, and others offer a look into the past, which is something we will see later in the video. Even though the alcove didn't go back as far as I thought it did, I thought the rock layers were interesting. You can see the smoother layer of rock at the top, and then the jagged rough rock on the bottom half of the screen. And you tend to see a lot of this along the Verde River. Most of these little crevices that I'm showing you have been naturally formed as a result of spalling. But what is spalling? Spalling is the result of cracks forming in the rocks that are enlarged over long periods of time, usually by water until chunks of rock break off. Which totally makes sense in this area because when it rains out here, the water comes rushing down the mountains and hills and eventually pours over the edge into the river. Now imagine this happening over the course of hundreds or even thousands of years. At times, spalling can create some of the most interesting looking geological formations, and other times it just results in chunks of rock breaking off and falling down into the canyon. And we can see that clear as day in this photo, all the chunks of rock that have been broken off over God knows how long. But here's something interesting to think about. The canyon is only getting wider and wider as time goes on. Now obviously on a day-to-day basis, we don't see this. But I often think about what it will look like in 500 years, 1,000 years, and even 10,000 years. And in a different universe, it would be so much fun to go back in time and see what the region looked like 100,000 years ago. I was getting ready to bring my drone back in and wrap up operations at this site, until I spotted a cave, but this one looked a little different. If you look at the front of the cave, there appears to be a small wall of stacked rocks. At first glance, I almost wrote this off as a coincidence because it's possible that the rocks would have piled up here after falling down into the canyon. But what are the odds that the rocks didn't land on the right-hand side, which seems to be a pathway just big enough for someone to walk through? And before I show you what's inside, I have another interesting point that I want to make. About a half hour south of here, there are dozens of small caves that were carved out by the Native Americans, also known as the Sinaguan people, and the connection that I'm trying to make from that site to this one is this. Now, some of those caves higher up on the mesa have stacked rocks in front of them, which means from the ground level, the stacked rocks blend in well with the surroundings and hide the caves, so you can't see the obvious black holes. And this site that I'm exploring today is very similar, a cave with stacked rocks around the perimeter. Now, the way I see it, this was done intentionally to avoid being seen from someone or something. If you guys have seen my recent videos that I've been making out in this part of Arizona, you'll know exactly what I'm getting at. I had to be extremely careful on this flight in order to get down in there and get as close as I did. I had to turn the collision sensors off on my DJI Mini 4 Pro drone. You see, when you leave the collision sensors on, the drone will automatically stop once it gets close enough to an obstacle to prevent a collision. During this flight, I was in sport mode the entire time, which disables the sensors, but it was the only way I could get close enough to see well inside the cave. Needless to say, I was a little on edge for this flight. If I would have crashed, it would have been a long and very technical hike to get my drone back. For a moment, I thought I got skunked on this cave until I noticed what appeared to be a pottery sherd on the ground. My eyes lit up like somebody on Maury who just found out they weren't the father. Now, if you look very, very carefully at this pottery sherd, you can make out the two different colors. This is what makes me confident in saying it's a piece of pottery and not shale. Shale, if you didn't know, is a fine-grained layered sedimentary rock made of clay and silt. And on top of that, I've never seen a piece of shale with two distinct colors on it, separated by a fine line. Now, if I can find a way to cross the river without getting wet, I would love to come back here in the future and explore this cave a lot further.
Well, we may not have spotted an otter like I was hoping for, but we may have potentially found a Native American shelter. Definitely going to put that one on the list of places that I have to come back and explore. And I bet there's so many more up there. This river goes on for miles and miles. And as we make our way out to that Google Earth find, we are going to explore more canyon walls like this too. Hello, gorgeous. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this. How gorgeous is this? You have the Red Rock Canyon all around here. You got the Verde River down there. You got some amazing fall colors. Everything's coming together out here. And I even see a few caves in the distance. Man, there's a lot of bugs out here. I typically don't like to break my rule about being so far away from the edge of the cliff, but today I will make an exception. I gotta hike down there someday. In the fall, though. Any other time of year, not worth it. It's gotta be in the fall.
The main canyon out here in the wilderness area winds over 20 miles, and it's home to a wide variety of wildlife thanks to its lush riparian zones. Some of the wildlife that calls this place home are black bears, mountain lions, elk, deer, ringtail cats, rattlesnakes, javelina, skunks, lizards, an abundance of birds, and many more. This may look like a calm, peaceful part of Arizona's raw wilderness with not a whole lot going on. And it is, but the more I looked into this canyon's history, there are some stories to be told. Some that are indeed factual that might make the hair on your arms stand up and make you wonder if there isn't some sort of spiritual presence or energy out in these remote wilderness areas. And the other stories, well, let's just say there's a reason why they're called campfire stories. More than likely designed to scare the crap out of young kids so they don't wander too far away from camp. Hey, I get it. But some of these stories include the story of Jane Doe, the skeletal remains of a white female between the ages of 25 to 40 who was or at close to 9 months into a pregnancy. It was determined that she died between the summer of 1994 and February of 1995. No cause of death was ever determined. It is said that her remains were found on part of a trail that would be difficult even for the average hiker. How and why she was up there remains a mystery. There's also been stories of strange lights in the sky, supposed Bigfoot sightings, lost treasures, hidden mines, trans-dimensional beings making appearances, giant skeletons being found out here, and that one's actually a fact. I made a video on that one a couple weeks ago and showed the clippings from the original newspaper from back in the early 1900s. And finally, the story of hikers being transported into a spacecraft after shining their flashlights at a strange light in the sky. I'll let you do your own research, but deep down, I've always thought that there is something more to these wilderness areas. Sure, they are protected lands to help preserve nature, wildlife, and to prevent development, but a lot of strange things seem to go on in these designated wilderness areas, and not just in Arizona. I was pretty anxious on my way out to this butte, wondering what it was that I had found on Google Earth and why I couldn't find any information on it. I did have my suspicions on what it might be, but at the end of the day, you don't know until you know. And as I've said before, I don't know how up to date the satellite images from Google Earth are, so there is a small possibility that what I found might not even be there. The closer I was getting, the more I could feel the anticipation growing from within inside, and my heart was pounding like crazy, knowing that within a few short minutes my drone would finally reveal what's hiding at the top of this butte.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that Google Earth find is right over there. It shouldn't take us that long to fly over there. I am going to try to keep it quick so I don't disturb the other hikers and campers here, but once we get the drone over there, we'll take our time checking it out.
It turns out these were exactly what I had suspected they were from the very beginning, Native American ruins. But here's the interesting thing about this site. Out of all the Native American sites that I visited, whether it be on foot or by drone, they were all documented in one way or another, meaning I found them online and in books that I've read about the cultures. This one I found purely by chance after spending an afternoon doing some searching on Google. Even after finding these and doing extensive research, I still have yet to find any documentation on them. Now, do I believe I'm the first person to uncover them? Absolutely not. Ruins on top of mesas, buttes, and on cliffs can be found in many parts of Arizona, usually along rivers. I believe these ruins to be the work of the Sinaguan civilization. They are known to be one of the best cliff-dwelling tribes in Arizona and created some of the most well-known ruins. What really interests me about this site is how well intact some of these walls are. I don't believe too many people have ever been up here, and on top of that, even if you wanted to hike up here, you would have one heck of a time. If you look at the butte from afar, you can see how steep it is. And still, even if you took the challenge to climb up here, you would be hiking up loose, fragile rock. This wouldn't be an easy climb even for an avid hiker. Like most ruins that are high up on mesas or hidden within steep canyon walls, I believe this was a defensive ruin. This one shares the same characteristics like many others I've recently explored, such as being right next to a regular water supply, the ability to see in almost all directions, and of course being at the top of a vantage point. If the Sanaguan were hiding from enemies, such as the red-haired giants, and by the way, this area here is where a road crew uncovered an ancient burial ground of giant skeletons back in the early 1900s. But if they were hiding from such an enemy, they could see them coming from a long distance and alert the other cliff dwellers of incoming danger. The only caveat to being stationed up here is that you wouldn't have anywhere to go. But at the same time, if an unwelcome guest tried to climb up this steep butte, one would think they might tire quickly and also be deterred by the abundance of rocks being tossed down from above. I still can't get over this curved stone wall. It stuns me so much, and out of all the rooms here, why did this one have the curve? What was so special about it? Another fascinating feature about this set of ruins is that they face east, and what's east of here about 1.5 miles? Another set of ruins tucked into an alcove. Now if you ask me, I think this butte was the first line of defense. If they saw danger coming, they could alert the other site in the nearby alcove, and they could, one by one, alert other dwellers further down in the canyon via smoke signals. And by the way, there are dozens of ruins out here, and I would guess there's probably many more that have yet to be discovered. And what I'm going to attempt next is to hike out to the ruins before sunset. Here we go.
We're just hiking into the canyon now. Time is definitely not on our side on this one, but I scoped out the area with my drone, and I think if I walk a little faster, and once I get down to the bottom, if I even run, I should have enough time to hike up there and check out the ruins. We didn't come all this way just to look at them again. Well, we're a little bit closer. It's probably a 200-foot climb in elevation, but I have my hiking shoes on and I just had a Red Bull, so bring it on. So the ruins are right up there, but now I have to find a way to get over to them. I almost called it quits because it didn't look like there is a trail that leads up to these ruins, and I really don't think there is one. I am just about out of breath, but we made it to the top. As long as I follow along this little alcove here, we should be there within a matter of, I don't know, 2-3 minutes. All right, the ruins are right over there. As long as I can climb up there, that should be okay. But this is really loose stuff, but as long as I take it one. Oops. That was not easy. If only you guys could see the crap I had to go through to get up here. Whew. But it will all be worth it. Finally made it to the Sanaguan ruins. This is amazing. Got about 20 minutes till sunsets, and then I'm really screwed. But there are other people out here just in case I get into a jam. Check that out. Yeah, there is tons of footprints in here. What do we have here? Pieces of pottery, I thought, but it looks like it could be shale. Look how big some of these rocks were. I'm not going to touch them, but they definitely had to have a lot of grit to haul these rocks from wherever they did to bring them here. After I show you guys this, I should really probably get going because the sun, about 15 minutes yet. Here's another stone wall, or part of it. You can see how these ones probably went all the way to the back of the cave there, or alcove. And it wouldn't surprise me if they had them lined all the way out to this little ledge here. Now, I do not fancy myself an expert when it comes to interior design in the field of Native American archaeology. However, I would say this was the doorway right here, and there was probably a frame, and then this extended all the way to the edge of the cave here, but, you know, this probably happened as a result of Mother Nature or jerks. I'd say probably a little bit of both. A lot of Native American sites that I've explored, the door is generally about, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet high, and they have a branch or a board that goes straight across, so that way they can build on top of it.
There's always something very humbling about walking through a site like this. It makes you instantly feel very grateful for what you have. For example, if you think you have it bad because you couldn't pay the light bill, you couldn't wash your clothes, or you're sleeping on a foam pad that you found in a dumpster, living off of the food that the customers left on their plates at the local restaurant, just remember, the Native Americans lived in these structures with no heat, no AC, and they lived among the wildlife. And this was back when Arizona had grizzly bears. That's right, Arizona once had frickin' grizzly bears, but they were all wiped out by the mid-1930s. And you think you have it bad? Not to mention there's always the constant threat of rattlesnakes and the Native Americans potentially being hunted by these so-called 8 to 9 foot tall red-haired giants. In my opinion, they weren't necessarily living, but surviving.
The sun is just about ready to dip behind the mountains. It's not going to be completely dark, but it's definitely going to make things a little more challenging on the way back to my vehicle. As much fun as this has been, and I wish I could stay a lot longer, maybe we'll come back another time. You guys let me know if you want me to come back here a little earlier in the day, but we got to start heading back because I'd rather not hike down this wash when there's no sunlight. I mean, I'll make it. I'll be just fine, but when there is no sunlight, you are out of your element. And this stuff isn't exactly a paved trail to the top. There's a lot of scrambling, a lot of loose rock. So we'll take our time and get back in one piece. And if you guys do want to know the name of this hiking area, I would recommend going on Google and doing your homework, because I'm not sharing. This is where I'm going to have to be really careful, because if I slip, I'm going down there. And I don't feel like slipping and falling into some prickly pear cactus. Now we are hiking down the loose stuff here. I'll show you. This was not easy hiking up, and it's not easy hiking down either, but the sun just dipped behind the mountains, so that means we gotta hustle without getting hurt. Look how beautiful that is, though. The sun glaring off the vistas there. All right, keep it pushing. All right, I think I found the makeshift path. I think hiking down this is a lot harder than hiking up, but as long as I stick to the bigger rocks, I should be okay. This definitely is no cakewalk by any means, But hey, if the Native Americans can make it up and down this, no problem, I'd like to think I can too. Good news, we finally made it back to the trailhead, and I got worked in that brush. My arms and legs are all cut up. My shorts and shirt are pretty well torn too. But all we have to do is hike back up to the canyon, make it to the Jeep, and we are home free. Ugh. As long as we don't trip first. Whew. Last step. Whew. We made it. We made it down and up the canyon. My legs and arms are totally tore up. Welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures, everybody. We are back in central Arizona, and we are going to be doing some cave exploring today up at the Cave 8s here at the top of this mesa. I was up here a couple weeks ago, and I did explore a handful of caves, but today we are back, and we are going to be exploring a lot more. Part of the reason that I'm back is I pulled this place up on Google Earth, and I discovered that there are some ruins or stacked stones on the very top of this mesa. And I have a pretty good idea of where they're at. But first, we got to make it up here.
This location is slowly becoming one of my favorite places to explore because, unlike most of my travel videos where it's all about the views from above, this one is all about the views from ground level, and most importantly, what's on the ground.
These are the caves up here that we'll be doing a little exploring in. I did check these ones out a couple weeks ago, but we'll still pop in and take a look. And the ones that I'm really after are over here, and over here is where those ruins are. But first, we have to make it up there. I just want to say real quick that this is a brand new camera that I've been testing out, so I apologize if the quality is a little wishy-washy, but you know what, the best way to figure out if it works or not is to test it in the wild. So let me know if you like it, and I will tell you the name of the camera at the end of the video. We are getting to that point in the hike already where you can find crap loads of pottery here. Here's some, well, shards of pottery, I should say. Here's a little piece. Really smooth on one side, rough on the other. Oops. I saw some photos online of some hikers that came out here, I think within the last few years, and they took a lot of pictures of pottery that actually had paint on it yet. So that is my goal today, to try to find some pottery with some markings, painting, some symbols on it. Can't really tell if this is sandstone or if it's pottery, but actually now that I've had a chance to view it, I think it's probably just sandstone. Check this one out. Ooh, this is a really good one. Look how smooth that is. Nice and orange on this side and rough on the other side. Fascinating. Before I came out here today, I watched a few YouTube videos on this place, and a couple that was out here, I think sometime within the last maybe 6 months or so, they had mentioned that some of the best pottery is down in these little drainage washes. Like when it rains out here and all the water comes flowing down, you can find the best ones in these washes. So I figured we'd poke around here a little bit before we make our way up the rest of the mesa here. And they were not wrong. Look at this piece right here. Let's see. It's nice and smooth. Oops. Sorry about the camera. Like I said, I'm still kind of getting used to this. That is so fascinating. Put that back.
one can't help but wonder why there are hundreds or maybe even thousands of pieces of pottery all over the place. Is it simply an accident, the result of clumsy people making their way up and down the mesa? Or was this no accident at all and maybe they were destroyed? I'll shed some light on that a little bit later in the video, but before I do, I want to show you the caves and the rest of the surroundings, because on this particular adventure, it wasn't just pottery that I found.
Ah, here we have a cave-ate, folks. Spank my ass and call me Harold. We gotta go in. We're just gonna have to be extremely cautious when we go in because although it's early November and it's starting to cool off, rattlesnakes can still be found lurking around, especially in caves like this. So we're gonna be extremely careful and watch where we put our hands and feet. All right, here we go. No turning back now. We start hearing rattles. I'm probably gonna jump, hit my head, and then get knocked out. Wow, it is easily like 5 degrees cooler in here. This one doesn't reek of rodent feces like the other cave-8s did. Maybe if I take my backpack off, I can probably squeeze through here a little bit more. There's a little cubby over there. Go away, bugs. You can definitely see how that was carved out because it looks a little bit different from the rest of the cave. And you can see how black the ceiling is here. Probably had countless fires in here to keep warm during the cooler months. And back there, it looks like they probably had, well, it looks like straw to me. I'm not sure if that was from, you know, squirrels or mice making nests. I doubt it's been here that long. The thing about coming in these caves is you want to keep your impact on the caves as minimal as possible. Not to mention every little step you kick up dust and that gets in your nose. Ugh. If I lived here over 1,000 years ago, this view would never get old. You have the mountains, you can't see the river, but you can see all the cottonwood trees and they're turning yellow. It is absolutely gorgeous. Kind of don't want to leave here, but we do have a lot more to see. This is just one of many caves that we are going to be going into today. I thought I did see another cave-8 over here when I flew my drone up here. Oh, there is. This is so much fun. Here's some more pieces of pottery. Wow. This one, I don't think I'll have to crouch too low to get in. You can see the footprints of other hikers that have been up here, probably fairly recently. I didn't even notice this, but it looks like there is another entrance over there. This is so cool. If you would have told me yesterday that I would have been crawling through caves today, I probably would have believed you, but I really didn't have any plans on coming up here because I had another video that I wanted to do, but I still can't go there as of just yet. So this was my backup plan. So this is our plan for the rest of the video. There's a bunch more cave-8s over here, and those ruins are up there. That's not gonna be an easy hike, but we're gonna do it. But before we go up there, we are gonna go check out this cave-8 that you see right in the center there, because that one looks so perfect, like very symmetrical. And I bet if we go in there, we might find something cool. We also might not, but that one sticks out to me compared to the other ones. Oofta. Here's a quick look at this cave-8. I don't believe I made it up to this one last time I was here because I don't think I had enough time. Look how far back they go. Like from down below, you think it's just like one single cave, but once you get up here and you really start peeking in, there's just room after room after room.
For those of you that watch my channel on the regular, you'll know what these are, who made them, and roughly how old they are. But for anyone who might be tuning in for the first time, I'll give you a quick briefing on what these are. And if you do want to see a more in-depth video on their history, I'll link one of my previous videos down in the description. These are known as cave-8s. Not caves, although I repeatedly call them caves in the video. It's just a habit. They are called caveates because it's a combination of the word cave and excavate. The term was coined by a 19th century explorer named John Wesley Powell to differentiate this type of dwelling from the common cliff dwelling, which were constructed in naturally forming alcoves, like that of Montezuma's castle not that far from here. The caveates were dug out by hand, digging sticks, and sharpened stones, and there are literally hundreds of these along the Verde River. And, in my opinion, I would argue that there might even be thousands. Many of them can be seen from the highway and river, but there are also many more that you cannot see until you get up there. The caveates were created by the Sanaguan people, and they began building them around the year 1050. They began settling in the Verde Valley around the year 650, and before residing in cave dwellings high up on the cliffs and hills, they lived in pit houses. They made these by digging partially into the ground and inserting logs and covering them with a variety of different plant material, similar to what you see in the photo here.
Just took a 15 to 20 minute rest break, had some snacks, had some water, and we're only about, I'd say, 2 minutes away from that really well-defined caveate that I wanted to check out. And here's another one. Some of these you can't even see from the road. It just looks like one giant mountain with no depth to it. But once you get in here, you see there is a lot more than meets the eye. And I bet every single room here served a purpose. Oh, what's this? That looks like a corn cob without the corn. And I bet this one's been here probably since, I forget when the Sinagua left the area. I think it was around the year 13 or 1400. If I'm mistaken, I'll put a caption down below, but I bet this was a cob from way back when, or it could have been from as recent as the 1800s, because I did read on a website that long after the Sinagua left, nomadic people in the area still called these caveates home. So I'm going to say 1400s or 1800s. You guys let me know. I'm going to put this down because there's no telling where this has been. Right where we found it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When you're exploring these caveates, you never know what you're going to find. And I haven't even begun to tell you about the red-haired giants yet, but I'll talk about that in a little bit. Here's another example of the things you don't see from the road. Got another caveate here kind of tucked down. But it wouldn't surprise me if some of these were, naturally formed alcoves and not caveates. This one, compared to the other ones, just looks so well formed. And it looks like we can even make it up there too. Might be a little bit of a technical climb, but I think we can make it. Wow. We made it. Look how round that is. Sometimes when you're out in nature and you just take the time to look around, you'll see shapes in nature that sometimes almost look too perfect to be naturally formed. And sometimes they are, and other times they are formed by man and women. The cool thing about exploring caves, especially on a day like today where the sun's beaming down on us, if you're getting too hot, a little exhausted, a little warm, you can just pop into these caves and it's easily like 10, 15 degrees cooler. This feels so good. Can you imagine waking up to this view every morning? Especially during the fall when the cottonwoods are nice and yellow. Some of those trees are turning orange. You got the mountains there. Clear blue sky. This is absolutely amazing. Ooh, wow. Let's go in here and get out of the sun. That way you can actually see it. I've been looking for pictographs or petroglyphs ever since I started coming in these things, and so far I haven't found any. Lots of shoe prints, though. Lots of other people have definitely been in here. Wonder if this wasn't the kids' room right here. Prints here. Some smaller rooms. And I do believe there's another cavate, another larger one over here. I thought they were connected, but it doesn't look like they were. 1, 2, 3 little cubbies. I always forget the name of these. What are they called? Grinding holes. They use this to pound corn. I would imagine that all of these cavates weren't occupied on the regular, and they all served different purposes for rituals, sleeping, you're just, recreational, just hangout areas. I am 5'10" without the shoes, and with the shoes, I think it's safe to say I'm roughly 5'11", and I am standing in the middle of this cavate, and I am about 2 inches from my head touching the ceiling. Makes you almost wonder, like most of these cavates, I imagine, and this is just my opinion, I would imagine the Sinagwan people probably weren't big people, and I don't mean that in a condescending manner, but my research led me to believe that they more so lived off the land in terms of crops, corn, anything else that they grew and they could make, and they weren't big on the protein. Again, this is just based off of my research. So because they weren't big on the protein, they were kind of, small and leaner individuals, which would make sense why most of these cavates you have to crouch down when you're walking in because you cannot stand straight up.
Fun fact, I actually ran out of water on this hike and I still had to make it all the way to the top of the mesa and check out the ruins. What you didn't see was me hiking all the way back down to the bottom, driving down the street to the nearest convenience store, and loading up on water. I also bought a Diet Coke. Here come the health experts. Realistically, it wasn't that long of a hike back down and up, but I underestimated the technicality of hiking along the edges of the mesa and crawling through the cavates with the sun beaming down on me. After I stocked up on supplies, I ran my happy ass all the way back up there and continued on.
I am getting wrecked today. I'm pretty close to the top, but I saw this other cavate here, and it really stuck out to me. So I wanted to pop my head in for a few seconds here and take a quick look. The distinct feature about this one here is this little doorway to this little cubby. I'm guessing that was probably a granary as well. I'm starting to lose my voice, but I would guess that's a granary. And I was trying to look around here for any other artifacts, maybe even petroglyphs, but I am not seeing anything. Pretty cool stuff, but we got to make it to the top because I think we only have about another hour and a half of sunlight left. And while it's not going to take us that long to get to the top, it's not going to be easy either. So we got to keep it pushing.
I was pretty exhausted once I had made it to the top. This time around, I was not only hiking with a couple bottles of water, my drone, and my camera, but now I had more bottles of water, a Diet Coke, and a couple more snacks. But nonetheless, it felt pretty good to be at the top. And this is where things got even more interesting.
Now, the main ruins are on the other side of this mound here, but just by taking a look at it, I'm sure this was part of it, because all of these rocks are arranged in somewhat of a pattern here. Check these ones out. I bet this was a little living quarters, because you can see they kind of dug into the ground and they have those stones arranged in a very organized manner over there. The things I would give to be able to travel back in time to see what this looked like.
This part of the mesa was very unique because, unlike the cavates, it looked like they partially dug into the ground and then stacked rocks around the outer perimeter. I had to chuckle at this a little bit because when I was a kid, during the winter months, we used to make snow forts like this on the playground at school during recess. Now, I'll talk more about this next subject in a minute, but my assessment of the site is it was definitely built as a defensive fortress. Like I said, you can barely see some of these caves from the road, and the site that I'm in right now would have provided panoramic views, so if you saw danger coming, such as unwelcome guests, you could quickly alert everyone by running from cave to cave, spreading the word.
All right, I think. Now, back to what I was saying earlier, if there really were such thing as these 8, 9, 10-foot tall giants that roamed the area and wreaked havoc on the Native Americans, this would be the best shelter you could ask for. You can see for miles in every direction, and if I was, well, I'm 5'10", but if I saw an 8, 9, 10-foot tall person walking somewhere out there, they would definitely stick out like a sore thumb. You would definitely see movement in the desert. Granted, back then, it was a wetter climate and it was more forested out here, a lot more trees, so the climate's changed over the years. But still, if you saw an 8, 9, 10-foot tall creature walking through here, you would definitely pick them out.
The topic of ancient giants roaming the land and wreaking havoc on the Native Americans has always been a subject that's been of huge interest to me, and it all started when one of my viewers told me to look into it. As he stated, a lot of Native Americans in the Southwest went into hiding and started building these elusive defensive fortresses in order to stay hidden from these 8 to 10 foot tall red-haired giants that were supposedly cannibals and not friendly. I used to think this was all hogwash until I learned about the incident in Lovelock Cave, Nevada, where multiple groups of Native Americans, primarily the Paiutes, were fed up with these red-haired giants wreaking havoc on their villages, destroying, kidnapping, and eventually eating them. The Paiutes rounded everyone up that they could and cornered these so-called giants into a cave and told them to surrender, and when they did not, a fire was set at the entrance of the cave. A few of these giants that did come out were killed instantly, and the ones that stayed inside were asphyxiated. This story was talked about in a book called Life Among the Paiutes, written by Sarah Winnemucca, daughter of Paiute chief Winnemucca, and supposedly the story has been passed down for 5 generations. According to newspaper articles in the early 1900s, the cave was eventually excavated and they found 45 abnormally large skeletons, measuring anywhere from 7 to 8 feet. Now, I don't have time to go into full detail on the story in the interest of time, but I will talk about this in one of my next videos. I just wanted you to have a basic understanding of what happened and how these next details of what I'm going to tell you may tie everything together. Just pay close attention to the details and similarities. One thing that's always tickled my brain and led me down multiple rabbit holes and kept me up late at night is wondering why they felt the need to go from living in pit houses on ground level to digging out these caves high up on the hills and cliffs. And in fact, there are multiple cultures that went from living in the valleys along the rivers and creeks to literally heading for the hills and cliffs. I visited many of these ancient sites over the past year, many within an hour or 2 drive of Phoenix. Some of them are massive and hundreds of feet up on mesas, others are hidden and tucked away into large alcoves, some only a couple hundred feet at the top of hills, and others hidden in steep remote canyons that would be a tough trek even for today's most avid hikers. But what they all have in common is they all went from living in the valley lowlands to heading toward higher ground. Archaeologists have made many speculations over the years as to why, but at the end of the day, nobody knows for sure. I'll give you guys my opinion in just a moment, but here's a few striking similarities. These ruins are just outside of Phoenix, Arizona, and it's a fun hike to them if you ever make it out there. But on a nearby interpretive sign, it says the following. For 1,000 years, the Hohokam lived as farmers, craftsmen, and traders throughout southern Arizona. But for some unknown reason around AD 1050, 974 years ago, many of them felt the need to build defensive forts. Now check this out. According to nps.gov, and I'll link this down in the description, the Sinagua were the group of people who lived in the dwellings at Montezuma's Castle and Tuzagut National Monument. Montezuma's Castle is only a few miles away from here, and Tuzagut is about 20 miles away. Although people were living in the area much earlier, the Sinagua began building permanent living structures, the dwellings that you see at the monument, around 1050 CE. The caveates we are exploring today were also built around the same time period. And on that same website, to sum it up, it says there are many possible reasons the Sinagua chose to build their homes in cliffs, whether it be to keep warm in the winter or keep cool in the summer, to be protected from flood damage, or the dwellings may have also been built high up for protection to help the Sinaguan view approaching travelers. But then again, no one knows 100% as to why. We also see the same pattern with the Salado people that lived in Tonto Basin, Arizona, along the Salt River. According to www.ajpl.org, the Salado people who migrated into the Tonto Basin area established settlements at regular intervals along Tonto Creek and Salt River. The Salado lived comfortably in the Tonto Basin Valley along the Salt River for several centuries, irrigating about 2,000 acres of crop fields and supplementing their diet by hunting and gathering native wildlife and plants. Something changed, and for unknown reasons, the Salado went to great lengths to move their settlements away from their only water source and crop fields. Archaeologists are not sure what forced the Salado to move. Perhaps it was for protection from the environment, population growth, or possibly defensive position. Even though there is no archaeological evidence that warfare existed among these cliff dwellers, they moved to higher ground in the natural caves located in the nearby Superstition Mountains and built their magnificent cliff dwellings that remain today. The cliff dwellings that this article referred to are the well-preserved cliff dwellings at Tonto National Monument. The Salado culture lived in Tonto Basin between 1250 CE and 1450 CE. The dwellings were constructed around 1300 CE. Once again, we see the similar pattern of living on the ground near the river to heading to the cliffs and constructing dwellings. Now, granted that this happened in this culture a little later than the previous two, it's still close enough in the time frame. And just like the previous two cultures, no one knows 100% as to why, but there are so many similarities amongst these cultures. I'll give you my 2 cents on this a little later in the video, but let's get back to the hike.
Here's a look at some of the pottery on the ground here. More and more of it. This one is extremely smooth and well defined. There was a really large, yeah, here it is. This is a pretty large piece here. Look how big that is. Judging by the shape, I would say this is the outside, and this is the inside.
It goes without saying, I found dozens of pottery shards on this trek, from the bottom and all the way to the top. But that still begs the question, why are there so many? I doubt it was the result of people being clumsy, because that behavior would have been corrected promptly. But a theory I found online was that after a piece of pottery served its purpose, or when they decided to move on and abandon their homes, they would destroy them and leave the pieces on the ground, as a way of returning it back to the earth where it all originally came from. I could get behind that theory. It also wouldn't surprise me if this was the result of vandals, looters, and explorers that started coming into the region once they left. I also wouldn't be surprised if it was partially the result of these so-called ancient giants. As I've said before, they were not friendly people, and they loved to kill, eat, and destroy. There is also one giant detail, no pun intended, that ties all of this together and supports my theory of these ancient giants being active in the area. And that's probably why the Native Americans seeked refuge in the cliffs, canyons, and at the top of mesas. We will revisit this topic in just a second, but if you do have any idea as to why there would be this many pottery shards left behind, please let me know down in the comment section. I would love to read them.
Now those ruins that I saw on my drone, I do believe are right over there. Here we go. Now we're talking. Well, we finally made it to the stone ruins here. That looks like it was definitely dug in a little bit, maybe a couple feet. I might have to get my drone out because I feel like the drone would give you a better perspective of what I'm standing in.
As I was getting a better view of these ruins with my drone, I noticed some more just beneath the ledge I was standing on. And these ones were so unique because if you look at them carefully, you can see that there were more cavates underneath the ledge, and the rocks were stacked around the perimeter of the cavates, almost as if to put up a barrier between any unwelcome visitors and the entrance to the cavates. This was definitely done with design in mind. Now, I didn't have enough time to go in them and see what's inside because the sun was setting pretty fast, and I wanted to be able to hike back down with a little light left, but I am definitely coming back again and going inside.
While I was flying my drone around, I noticed another little cavate there that was just barely visible, and it looked like there were a bunch of rocks put around it to sort of hide it. So we're gonna check that one out. Just when you think you've seen it all, you haven't seen Jack. Here we go. Yeah, this is the one. This is definitely what I was looking for. If you were really trying to evade 8-9 foot tall giants that were cannibals, I mean, this would be a great place to do it. You can see in almost every direction, and when they're coming up here, if they did, they wouldn't be able to see this. You can't see these smaller cavates from the road. You can only see them from a drone or from, if you're lucky enough, Google Earth. But obviously, they didn't have Google Earth or drones back then. But yeah, you would be able to see some of the bigger ones on the top, but these ones that kind of go like in, like at an angle, there is no way you'd be able to tell they were there. And for those of you that don't know, many of the national monuments in Arizona, and I'm assuming in Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico, a lot of them have been rehabilitated so that way, you know, they can kind of show people what they looked like or what they think they looked like back in the day. And they've done that to help preserve them and make them last longer. Some people like it, some people think it's cool, some people don't because they think they should be left in, you know, their original state as much as they can be. I have mixed views on it. I mean, you know, if you don't do maintenance, they're just going to get worse, worse, and worse. And then over time, people aren't even going to know what they were. So I'm for it a little bit. But I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I can see both sides, is what I'm saying. This is probably going to be the last cavate of the day that we're going to fully explore. So I figure, why not go all out? And actually, check this out. This is so cool. We have I don't know if you can see it the well with that light, but we have a piece of cob here. It's probably been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. I'm gonna see if I can sneak in this cave a little bit and get a better look. How cool is this? We are in it now. This is something. And this is one of the less smellier caveates that I've been in. This one doesn't smell like rodent feces at all. There's another room over there. And there's some other little cubbies over here that were dug out. Look how symmetrical this one is. I mean, they did this over 1,000 years ago with their hands, rocks, sticks, whatever they could use to dig these out. And some of those are almost perfect. It's almost like they had advanced tools to do this, but that might be a little bit of a stretch. But who knows? I'm trying to find more pieces of cob, but I'm not seeing anything. No Clovis points, no tools, no grinding holes. Every once in a while when you're in these things and you start to have a realization that they could collapse at any moment, that would suck. But it does give you a really good appreciation for being able to come in here and see how the ancients lived hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I think we'll be okay. As long as we don't damage it. Look at that. Piece of cob from probably 7, 8, 900 years ago, maybe even before that. I don't think it's that old. But then again, your guess is as good as mine. And like I said before, there were nomadic people living in these caveates around the 17 and 1800s. So they might just be only a couple hundred years old. But the fact that they've lasted this long is pretty impressive. We're going to put it right back where we got it. The more I think about the red-haired giants theory, and then coming out here and seeing all this, the more I start to believe it, because these caveates, at least on this side, they have these stone walls that surround them. So if I was trying to get up here and wreak havoc, before I could get into the caveates, I would have to get over the stone walls. In a lot of places that I visited, a lot of archaeologists had said that, these stone walls might only be 2, 3, 4 feet high, but back in the day, they were probably a lot higher. So if someone was trying to come up this mesa to do terrible things, well, for one, you could throw stones at them, and there's like unlimited ammo up here. But even if they made it up here, they would have to hop over the walls to get into the caveates. So my opinion is this is definitely a defense ruin. My opinion, but I hold to it.
A few minutes ago, I had mentioned that there was one giant detail that ties everything together. And before I reveal that, I want to hear from you. Do you think it's possible that there was a race of giants that inhabited the Southwest hundreds of years ago? I mean, what are the odds that all of these civilizations share similar events, such as living on the ground and then residing in the walls of cliffs, canyons, and on top of mesas? Is this all just a coincidence? And on top of that, all of this happened roughly around the same time period. Why did they all feel the need to head to higher ground? And if they were being preyed upon by a race of giants, why isn't this bigger news? Well, that one I can't answer, but what I can tell you is this. I did find an old... Oh, and by the way, real quick, the new camera that I'm using on this channel is the DJI Osmo Pocket 3, and I will link that camera along with all the other gear that I use, including drones, down in the description. Now here's what ties things together. This is a newspaper clipping that I found online that talks about a rancher named Peter Marks who uncovered a skeleton of monstrous size on his ranch near Prescott, Arizona. Now I know what you're thinking. This newspaper article could be fake and it could have been created by anybody with a half a brain that knows how to use ChatGPT, which is true. So I dug a little deeper and I found the original newspaper, which is from the Arizona Republican, Monday morning, July 24th, 1911. And if you still have any doubts, the Arizona Republican began publishing in 1890, according to azcentral.com. And I will link that newspaper article down in the description. But it goes on to say that the rancher found these skeletons of monstrous size by accident when floodwaters passing through his farm ended up cutting a ditch and exposing several bones. In the newspaper, he stated the following: "The skull is of such abnormal size that if the average man of this day places it over his head, he still could find room to move it backwards and forwards or up and down with ease." The next quote: "From measurements taken of this skull, a number 10 hat would be required to fit it. To give you some perspective on a number 10 hat, according to Google, it is an exceptionally large size. The average male head around is 23.3 inches, and a number 10 hat would fit the head of a person measuring 31.5 inches around. That would be freaking huge. The teeth, several of which are still embedded in the jawbone, substantiate the immense size of the head. They are fully 1/3 larger than those of men today and present more the appearance of tusks than of molars of the human family. The thigh and lower limbs also indicate at least twice the size of the average man today. Now, this giant skeleton was found near the town of Prescott, Arizona, some 40 miles away from where I am in this video. But I did find another newspaper article that talked about skeletons of giant race being found near Sycamore Creek. Now, I will be 100% honest with you. I am still trying to track down the origins of this newspaper clipping so I can verify its authenticity. But if this is true, which I believe it to be, here is two really important details. Number 1, Sycamore Creek is only 27 miles away from where I am in this video. And number 2, the article said that these were found on Sycamore Creek, where the grade of the Verde Railway passes through, which is in an area that I may have already visited, and I might be making a video on that in the very near future. Now, to add to that, about 5 miles away from where those skeletons were found, there are even more cliff dwellings, which I featured in a recent video. Now, you can call me crazy if you want, but I hypothesize that both of these cultures were trying to settle along the Verde River, and the Sinagwan people took to the hills, cliffs, and canyon walls to avoid this chaotic group of giants that wreaked havoc on them. But what do you guys think? Do you think there was once a race of giants that roamed the Southwest and were feeding on the natives? And let me know down in the comments if you want me to cover more on this subject.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures. Got a real special episode for you today because today we are going to be visiting Brooks Falls and Katmai National Park, and it is super famous for its density of grizzly bears catching wild salmon. But it is going to take us a few minutes to get there, so stay along for the ride, and we'll be there shortly.
In the interest of this video, I figured a lot of people might inquire about this tour and have many questions, such as, where is it? How much is it? How long is it? And most importantly, what does it entail? Well, on the way out to Brooks Falls, I'll answer as many of these questions as I can, and if you can think of anything else in the meantime, feel free to ask me down in the comments section. The day of the tour, I knew right from the start it was going to be a great day. The weather was amazing, everything was going according to schedule, and the tour company that took us out there made it as seamless as possible, and they were extremely clear about what to expect along the way. We arrived at Katmai Air Service in Anchorage, Alaska, one of 2 flights that would eventually take us to our destination. Everyone on the tour was expected to be at the airport about 45 minutes early to ensure everyone was there by the time we took off. They did have bathrooms, drinks, well, the non-alcoholic ones, and they did have a live viewing of Brooks Falls in the waiting area. We even saw one grizzly bear on the screen, and for some reason we decided to call him Gary, but we'll meet up with him later. After a short briefing from our pilot, it was time to board the plane. I was really looking forward to this experience, and I about lost my SHIT in a good way when they said one of us could ride up front. Now, I've flown in planes dozens of times, but I've never sat shotgun in a single-engine plane before, so I was really looking forward to this.
Need a co-pilot if you want to sit up front.
Oh, I'm a drone pilot if that helps. I can look at like sectional charts and airspace.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you serious?
Yeah, sure.
Don't.
Within minutes of taking off, we were already thousands of feet in the air, and like I said earlier, I've never been in a plane this small or sat in the front before. It was a unique perspective, and compared to a regular airliner with a dinky little window seat, I got to see a much broader view of planet Earth and a first-hand view of the cockpit. I'm sure our pilot knew exactly what every little knob, monitor, dial, and button do, but I felt overwhelmed just looking at them. Our flight consisted of taking off in Anchorage, Alaska, and it was a little over an hour flight to King Salmon, which is where we would eventually hop on our final flight to Brooks Falls at Katmai National Park and Preserve. That being said, as soon as it seemed like we just hopped on the plane and got up in the air, it was time to make our descend and hop on the next flight. Our pilot and staff at the terminal made sure we were taken care of, told us where to go, where to wait, and handled our luggage with care. We did have about a 15-minute wait in King Salmon before we were shuttled to our float plane, and I'm not gonna lie, this terminal kinda looked like the waiting room for urgent care on the wrong side of town. But after another short wait, we hopped on a bus and made our way out to the plane. This was the waiting area that we chilled at before boarding the float plane. They had another live viewing of Brooks Falls, along with bathrooms, merch, drinks, and the most adorable dog that came to see what all the commotion was.
Hey, buddy. Hi. A little shy? Oh, that's a sick plane.
Shortly after landing, all visitors of the park were required to take a mandatory bear safety class, so you don't get mauled to death by a grizzly. After we completed that, we received our pin showing we completed bear school, and after a brief check-in at the visitor center, it was time to make our way to Brooks Falls. The Brooks Falls viewing platforms are about a mile from the visitor center, but this isn't no ordinary walk in the park, and this is why bear school was mandatory as soon as we got there. Was this an easy hike? Absolutely, but the thing you have to keep in mind is, grizzly bears could be just about anywhere at any given time. They could be walking behind you, coming around the corner ahead of you, or laying in the weeds a few feet off the trail sleeping off a juicy buffet of salmon. Their soft footpads allow them to move very quietly, so it's important to be alert at all times. Prior to making this video and coming out here, I watched countless videos on YouTube of people having to move off the trail in order to let the grizzlies pass, and we even spoke to a few people that saw them as they were coming and going. Unfortunately, the only signs of grizzlies that we saw as we were making our way out to the viewing platforms was bear poop, and a lot of it. Thankfully, we made it to the viewing platforms without any unpleasant interactions, and this is what we saw next. Compared to the other videos I've seen of Brooks Falls in the past, this was a very slow day for both grizzlies and salmon. According to NPS.gov, during the peak season it's possible to see more than 25 bears at once from the platform, usually large dominant males. A park ranger also stated that due to the abundant supply of salmon, grizzly bears will, in a sense, put their differences aside during this huge salmon buffet. Being that the food supply out here is obviously not scarce around this time of year, there's very little threat of one's catch being stolen or one's prey getting away. They basically come together for the feeding, munch out till they pass out, and go their separate ways. And we'll come back to this subject a little later in the video. You can make it, you can make it! Aside from the grizzly bears, I was able to snap some video of the other wildlife in the area. This day specifically, the salmon weren't too active trying to jump up the falls, and after spending a few minutes out here, the plan was to head back to the viewing bridge by the visitor center and see if there was any bear activity going on out there. Looking for a snack?
Get him, bud, get him.
We'll come back and check on the grizzly bears in a second here, but for anyone that watches this video and finds yourself planning a trip out here, aside from the viewing platforms, you are free to walk around and check out the other parts. They also have a lodge, cafeteria, gift shop, cabins in case you plan on spending a few nights out here, and I would definitely recommend taking a walk along the beach. It is incredibly serene, and the views of the mountains in the distance were absolutely amazing. Something else I think a whole lot of people didn't know about was the cultural site that was a short walk away from the visitor center. It's a reconstructed prehistoric house that dates back around 650 years. According to one of the interpretive signs there, archaeologists have discovered more than 900 dwelling sites, and people have been camping and living here for more than 4,000 years. This was something I wasn't expecting to come across, but I'm glad I did. Another interesting fact I learned when I arrived back home, and when I say home, I mean Phoenix, Arizona, also referred to as the Gates of Hades and the Devil's Fart. You get the idea. I learned that Lake Brooks and Lake Naknek used to be one thousands of years ago, and as time went on, people began building houses in the area, but by 3,500 years ago, the water had lowered so much that Brooks River Falls was created. There's the thing you know. We had just enough time to visit the falls one more time before we had to be back at the visitor center in order to make our flights back to Anchorage. Now, I specifically chose this tour company because out of all the tour groups that I found that offered trips out here, AlaskaTours.com offered the longest day trip. It is a 10 to 12 hour day, and that includes flight time there and back. Now, I'll be the first to tell you that it is a premium experience with a premium price, but you know what? It was worth every penny. I'll be sure to put a link down in the description for the tour that I booked out here, and no, this is not a sponsored link. Now let's go see what the grizzly bears are up to. According to WildGrizzlyBear.com, adult male grizzlies are typically larger than females. Males can weigh between 600 to 1,200 pounds, or even more, while female grizzlies generally weigh between 200 to 600 pounds. Standing on their hind legs, grizzlies can reach a height of up to 8 feet or more. Now, Alaska has over 98% of the United States population of brown bears, and according to AlaskaBearViewing.com, the Alaska grizzly bear population is estimated at about 30,000, and about 3,000 grizzly bears reside in Katmai National Park. Now, this is what I call the money shot, the shot that I had been waiting to take ever since we arrived at Katmai. The only thing I was waiting for now was to get that $1 million shot of a grizzly catching a salmon leaping out of the water, just like the one you see in the photo here. However, this is not my photo, it's one that I found on Google just to kind of give you guys an idea. When we first arrived, there were plenty of grizzlies in the area, but none of them were perched on top of the waterfall like you see here. I figured if I was patient enough and waited it out, I may be lucky enough to see that one salmon leap out of the water and inadvertently land right into the grizzly's mouth. Nothing would satisfy me more. But unfortunately, the entire time I was here, I think I saw 3 salmon in total that made the attempt to jump up the falls, and when they did, there were no grizzlies around. At the end of the day, I may not have snapped that award-winning photo like I'd like to, but I'm pretty proud of the one that I did take. This one will be hitting the printer shortly, and soon it will be framed and on the wall in my studio. And while we're at it, here's a few photos my buddy snapped of a grizzly rubbing its back against a tree while at the same time taking a leak. Talk about multitasking. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Jesse, as you were walking around the park, didn't you have to worry about grizzly bears attacking you and ripping out your organs as you let out agonizing screams? No, not at all. Was I a little apprehensive? Of course, they're frickin' grizzly bears. They are designed to kill. However, humans aren't necessarily on their menu. You see, out at Katmai National Park, grizzly bears generally don't attack humans because they are well accustomed to their presence, and are more tolerant of them. especially in areas where food sources like salmon are abundant. Now, in the event you did find yourself in the wrong part of Alaska where grizzlies rarely see humans, and you were equipped with no form of self-defense, and you just happened to come across a grizzly that hasn't eaten in a very long time, I would start rubbing that lucky rabbit's foot and praying to Jesus. Like I said earlier, Bear School covered all the what to do and what not to do's, so you're well equipped to handle any situation. Park rangers do walk around frequently with bear spray in the event they have to intervene for any unfortunate instances. Now, as we were leaving, I did strike up a conversation with the worker who was shuttling us back to the plane. And this was a question that I had purposely waited until the end of the trip to ask in order to avoid painting a negative picture in people's minds and possibly changing their outlook before we even got there. But my question to the gentleman was, have any humans that have come out here to visit ever succumbed to natural selection due to their careless behaviors around the grizzly bears? And his answer was yes. He gave me a brief overview of the story, being that we had limited time in the shuttle. Between what he told me and what I researched, the story goes like this. The only documented case of humans being killed by grizzly bears at Katmai National Park happened back in early October of 2003, and this was in a completely different area of the park on the other side of a mountain well over 50 miles away from where we were in the video. It's a huge park, by the way, that encompasses over 4 million acres. A gentleman by the name of Timothy Treadwell and his girlfriend Amy were killed by a grizzly bear. Their remains were later found when they were scheduled to be picked up at their campsite. Their air taxi flew out, but they never made an appearance. Something looked very off to the pilot, so he contacted park rangers, and when they came back, they quickly found the couple's mangled remains. Now, let it be said that this wasn't just a random bear attack because they got too close and the bear felt threatened. No. This bear was hungry and he was going to eat Timothy and his girlfriend. You see, they were camping in an area where they shouldn't have been, near a lake at a location where salmon congregate. This was also just before winter when the food supply for bears starts to run thin and bears become more aggressive. From what I researched, his girlfriend never felt comfortable around the bears, and if you don't already know who this gentleman was, he had a tendency to break the rules at Katmai National Park, and the rangers were not a fan of his. He would get extremely close to the bears, not respect their space, carry food with him, and he never brought bear spray or any other kind of bear deterrent with him. He truly believed that he had a special bond with the bears, and in a way was part of their society. He was cited, warned, and broke the rules so many times that eventually authorities named a rule after him called the Treadwell Rule, which of course he did not follow. Now, I could probably do a full-length video on this topic later in the future, but let me know down in the comments if you'd like to see that video. An article that I later found online as I was compiling research for this video stated that his death is widely viewed as tragic and to many, sadly predictable. Now, I shot this next clip here on my drone south of Anchorage, a couple days after visiting Katmai National Park. It was way too cool not to include in the video, but it's of a surfer riding the boar tide early in the morning. What is the boar tide, you may ask? It's a large wave caused by a powerful incoming tide rushing into the narrow and shallow Turnagain Arm. This was shot about 33 miles south of Anchorage on the Turnagain Arm just before the turnoff to Girdwood. I followed the boar tide with my drone for quite a while, and as you can see, the further the tide went, the more power it lost. Still a pretty cool thing to see though if you find yourself in the Anchorage area. I'll even link the boar tide schedule down in the description.
So this is what 10:30 p.m. in Alaska looks like, specifically south of Anchorage, Alaska, by about 30 miles in late June. Take a look.
Due to the Earth's tilt on its axis and its orbit around the sun, in Alaska during the summertime, the sun sets pretty darn late. On the summer solstice around June 21st, Anchorage can experience up to 19 hours of daylight, with the sun setting around 11:43 p.m. Even after sunset, there's still plenty of daylight due to civil twilight, which can last all night. Now, I've been to Alaska a couple of times in the past, but never in June, and I think any future trips that I make out here will also be done in June. You just get more bang for your buck, being that you can be outside a lot longer and fit in more activities like hikes, bike rides, scenic drives, boat tours, wildlife viewing, you name it. Lake Superior is the largest lake in North America. It holds 10% of the world's fresh water, which is 3 quadrillion gallons. That's a lot of water. The lake stretches roughly 350 miles from west to east and about 160 miles from north to south. The lake also has 2,800 miles of shoreline, which is more than 3 times that of California's shoreline, but it's California, so no one really cares. Lake Superior has an average depth of 483 feet and a maximum depth of 1,332 feet. The graphic you're seeing here shows how deep Lake Superior is in comparison to the rest of the Great Lakes. And according to NorthShoreVisitor.com, experts estimate that about 350 shipwrecks have occurred in Lake Superior, and only half of them have been located. And since I was in the area, I decided to roam the beaches and cruise the coastline to see what I could find. Duluth is one of the most visited cities in the state of Minnesota. It's known for its natural beauty, history, attractions, and those calming ocean vibes without actually going to the ocean. But perhaps the most recognizable attraction in Duluth is the aerial lift bridge. People come from all over the United States, primarily during the summer season, to catch a glimpse of these massive ships passing underneath the aerial lift bridge. As a Minnesota native myself, I can recall many trips to Duluth as a kid and seeing these massive vessels making their way into port and blaring their horns, scaring the crap out of everybody that wasn't paying attention. Now, I did know a little bit about the aerial lift bridge prior to my trip here, but for the video, I wanted to do a deeper dive and learn a little bit more about its history. That being said, let's take a trip back in time. Back in time to a place way before the internet, social media, cell phones, and the Kardashians. Here's a map of Minnesota Point. Minnesota Point is a 7-mile-long sandbar, and right about here is where the aerial lift bridge and the canal is today. However, prior to 1871, the bridge and canal did not exist, and the sandbar was fully connected to the rest of Duluth, and we'll come back to this in just a minute. Now, before the canal and bridge were built, ships had to go all the way down to the east end of the sandbar in order to gain access to the boat docks. The problem with this was it was a very shallow passage, often foggy, and caused many ships to bottom out. This led to local businessmen to get creative and come up with a more efficient way to access the boat docks. Finally, in 1871, a canal was cut through the Minnesota Point sandbar, allowing ships a more direct route to the docks. Even though this may have created a solution for ships seeking a better access point, it now made Minnesota Point sandbar an island, cutting off access to the residents and to the very popular summer recreation area. The first bridge, we'll call it version 1 bridge, wasn't built until 1905, so in the meantime, residents and vacation goers relied on going back and forth from the sandbar to the mainland using either ferries or rowboats. Many years later, a seasonal suspension bridge was installed, offering locals a more consistent means of traveling back and forth. It consisted of 2 60-foot wooden towers and steel cables that supported a 6-foot wide wooden deck. According to StarTribune.com/Duluth Aerial Lift Bridge, many stories of the hair-breadth escapes from a plunge into the canal are told by those who took this perilous trip of 250 feet from tower to tower, while the bridge, like a carpet, was flapped in the wind. Now, I couldn't find any old photos of this bridge, but one thing I don't think got talked about nearly enough was how freaking cold it would have been to walk across that bridge in the dead of winter. Being from southern Minnesota, I know how intense those winters can be, and I know a few people that live in the Duluth area, and they have repeatedly said that winters in southern Minnesota are nothing compared to the winters along Lake Superior. Duluth is known for its winters being very long, snowy, and undeniably cold. Maximum temperatures remain below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, an average of 106 days a year, and I bet that wooden bridge did not provide any sort of cover at all. Back in those days, walking across that bridge in the middle of winter with wind coming off of the lake probably felt the exact same as those helicopter pilots in the movie The Day After Tomorrow. If you haven't seen it, it's a really good movie, but back to the story. The bridge lasted from 1879 all the way to 1902, and by that point, the residents of Minnesota Point were fed up and desperately needed something more permanent. I was going to finish off this paragraph by saying, Those winters must have been hell, but then again, the residents might have actually preferred hell over those intense winters. I've been told it's warm down there. In 1905, a bridge was completed connecting Minnesota Point to the mainland, becoming America's first transporter bridge. But let's slow things down here, because it wasn't quite the aerial lift bridge that we see today. The version 1 bridge, if you will, consisted of large steel towers situated on both sides of the canal, and were connected by a steel truss that stood over Lake Superior at a height of 135 feet. A gondola hung from the truss and went back and forth shuttling people and cars at a whopping rate of 4 miles per hour. Now, it may not have been the quickest way, but compared to the previous alternatives, the gondola was by far more consistent, reliable, and could withstand some pretty extreme weather. According to Canalscape.net, the aerial lift bridge's gondola had a capacity of 60 short tons and could carry 350 people, plus wagons and automobiles. Now, the gondola definitely made things easier for the residents and vacation goers, and was a great solution at the time. But by the mid-1920s, as the automobiles became more popular, the gondola just couldn't keep up with the demand of transporting vehicles and people back and forth. It also encountered frequent breakdowns, so once again, it was back to the drawing board. The original idea for an aerial lift bridge was proposed back in 1891, but was rejected. According to the StarTribune.com/Duluth aerial lift bridge, in the mid-1920s, the island's residents hired a Chicago firm familiar with the lift bridge style to design a new bridge, using as much of the original structure as possible. Swapping out the old for the new meant expanding the sides of the bridge by 41 feet and reinstalling the truss to the new height. A small house was added to the center of the structure where a human could operate the bridge's movements. A system of counterweights allowed the deck to rise and lower depending on traffic on land and water. The gondola crossed the canal for the last time on July 1st, 1929, and according to Destination Duluth, the new bridge first lifted for a vessel on March 29th, 1930. According to visitduluth.com, at 138 feet tall and 390 feet wide, the steel bridge spans the Duluth Shipping Canal, connecting the sandbar of Park Point with the rest of Duluth. The bridge operates 24/7 and can be raised to its full height of 135 feet in about 1 minute. The bridge is also raised approximately 5,000 times per year, and if you've never been here, I would recommend putting it on your bucket list. The best time to visit is any time during the summer and fall. Now, we're going to keep the adventure going and do a little more exploring around the area, but if anyone watching has ever been to Duluth, feel free to share a memory with us down in the comments section down below. I'd love to read them. Duluth is one of those old school towns that you just can't help but fall in love with from the moment you arrive. One thing that I love is to roam around downtown and check out all the little shops, art displays, get a bite to eat at a restaurant, and grab a beer, or 7 at a local pub. There's also the Haunted Ship, Great Lakes Aquarium, the Lake Walk, and a tour of the famous Murder Mansion. Just kidding. I mean, the famous Glen Sheen Mansion. It's a gorgeous place to visit, and it's also home to one of Minnesota's most notorious murders. I think I might just have to put this one on my list for future videos, because I would love to tell that story. Not too far from the aerial lift bridge sits a unique abandoned structure that's always fascinated me ever since I was a kid. And it wasn't until I spawned the idea of this video that I started looking into its history to finally put an end to the mystery that's occupied my mind for the past 20-some-odd years. I always thought this was part of an abandoned shipwreck due to Lake Superior's history of, well, many shipwrecks, including that of the famous Edmund Fitzgerald, which sank back in 1975. I later found out that the Edmund Fitzgerald sank on the completely opposite side of the lake. Let me show you. So here is Duluth, and the location of the sunken Edmund Fitzgerald is located right here, 17 miles north of Whitefish Point. There's the thing you know. Now, back to the abandoned structure. The structure that you see here has gone by many different nicknames over the years, but based off the research that I did, the most recognized name is called Uncle Harvey's Mausoleum. The structure is the foundation of an unloading dock built in 1919 by local businessman Harvey Whitney. According to DestinationDuluth.com, his company was called Whitney Brothers of Superior, and what they did was collect sand and gravel from the Apostle Islands, located some 70 miles east of Duluth. Now, the plan was to load it into barges and carry it to the shores of Duluth. Most boats typically had to wait to pass through the busy canal, the one that I showed you earlier, before they could make it to the docks and unload. Boat traffic through the canal back then was pretty busy, and Mr. Harvey's plan was quite simple. Avoid going through the busy canal and dump the product into a hopper and let a conveyor belt take it the rest of the way. Easy enough, right? Well, not so fast. Mr. Harvey's idea was predicated on the city building an outer harbor to lessen the effects of Lake Superior's violent storms, but this never happened. As a result, boats quite often couldn't get close enough to unload product into the hopper, not to mention the damage that the structure sustained from repeated beating of the waves. All in all, it was a valiant effort, but by 1922, the project was abandoned. For just over a century, this structure has been sitting about 30 feet off the shores of Duluth. It's mostly home to the birds now, but it's a pretty popular place to swim to in the summer season. That is, if you can stomach the swim. Even in mid-July, the water is still pretty cold. The last time I checked, the water temperature in mid-July is typically around mid-50s to low 60s in Fahrenheit. Not my scene, but hey, if that tickles your fancy, then go for it. This was a very last-minute trip to Minnesota, and you can't always expect the weather to live up to your expectations on such short notice. But being that I had a few hours of sunlight left, I decided to Vin Diesel my way further up the coast to check out a really cool geological feature known as Palisade Head. Let's go.
A new place, a new home, for a while, let me feel alive. Nothing to hold me back, take my time, just enjoy the ride. A new man passing by, life is good, best I've ever felt. Get me up, somewhere new, somewhere I can find myself. Oh, I feel so alive. As I reach out.
To anyone who might be checking out my channel for the first time and curious about the drone that I use, all the drone shots in this video were captured on the DJI Mini 4 Pro. It's an incredibly small but mighty drone and delivers nothing but premium results. The further north I went, I could feel the wind pushing against my car, and when I got out of my car to fly my drone, it still held up like a champ. I'll link the DJI Mini 4 Pro drone down in the description, along with all the other video camera equipment that I use, just in case you guys want to check it out.
I was in the dark against it all, but made it through the day, cause I found my way. I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay, cause I found my way. Cause I found my way. Cause I found my way. My way, my way, my way, my way.
After about 2 cups of coffee, a Slim Jim, and a 45-minute Theo Von podcast, I finally made it to Palisade Head. Oh yeah, public service announcement to anyone that sees this video and makes the trip up here. Be sure to go slow on this road. It's barely wide enough for one car, and there's pretty big dips if you go off the side of the road, so don't fuck up your car. I wasn't able to fly my drone here because it is part of a state park, but nonetheless, it was a fun experience to be able to stand at the top of these cliffs and stare out at the lake. It was still pretty windy, so I kept a good distance between me and the edge of the cliff. That way I didn't end up like Macaulay Culkin's character in the movie Good Son. I couldn't resist. There was a sign posted in the parking lot that mentioned eruptions of molten lava over 1 billion years ago, followed by eons of weathering and glacier scouring, created this spectacular North Shore landmark. This trip was very last minute, but if you guys are interested, I think it would be pretty cool to do another video starting in Duluth and driving all the way back out to Palisade Head. But I would do it next fall and stop at all the little attractions along the way. Welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures, everyone. Today we are touring one of the most popular scenic drives in the state of Utah. It's one of those drives that gets better the further you go, not knowing what's right around the corner. Not to mention all the little hidden gems that can be found along this road. And for those of you that might not be familiar with this road or the area, let me get you some perspective. Here we have the glorious state of Utah, which became a state in 1896, and Potash Road is on the eastern side of the state. It's a 17-mile-long road that winds through the canyon following the Colorado River. It was my first time on this road, and I knew what to expect based off the pictures that I've seen online, but I wasn't ready for the views that I was about to see next. As I've always said, it's one thing to see pictures of a certain place online, but it's another to see them in person. The section of road that we're approaching now is called Wall Street. But hold up, stop, wait, I know what you're thinking. This isn't the typical Wall Street that you're thinking of with cigar-toting businessmen in sharp suits yelling at people on the phones, saying things like, "You gotta pump those numbers up."
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
It's called Wall Street because you can often find people rock climbing these towering sandstone walls, and I was hoping to get some shots of the rock climbers in action, but I started shooting this video just minutes after it stopped raining, and at this point all of the climbers had already come down. I assumed they were going to wait until things dried up a little bit before they started climbing again, which was no problem for me, but since I already had my drone up in the air, I decided to check out some of the canyons and caves up on the rocks. In many of my previous videos, I've explored multiple canyons, caves, and hard-to-reach places with my drone, in the hopes of making a discovery, whether it be ruins, old buildings, or relics of any kind. And being that there are countless Anasazi ruins in the Four Corners region, I figured it couldn't hurt to take a look. The petroglyphs you see here are literally right off the side of the road, and according to the interpretive sign located just a few steps away, archaeologists believe that most of the rock art here was created during the Archaic and Fremont time periods. Unfortunately, my video camera's focus was not playing ball with me that day, which is why I had to only take pictures, but I think the pictures turned out better than what the video would have showed. The petroglyphs display a wide variety of images, from animals, weapons, abstract objects, and many different symbols and patterns. But whenever I see petroglyphs like this, it always makes me wonder, were they trying to tell a story, leave their mark behind, or was this simply just for fun and maybe it's nothing more than ancient doodling? I'll let you guys decide. Officially known as State Route 279, but locally known as Potash Road, it was constructed between 1962 and 1963 to service the potash mine further down the road. Its secondary purpose was to be a connecting road for a planned highway to Dead Horse Point State Park on the other side of the canyon, which would have been called Highway 278. However, it was never constructed. Highway 313 was built instead in 1975. Now, if you're like me and you're wondering what potash is, it's actually a chemical extracted from old rocks, and when it's mixed with top secret chemicals, it creates night vision. Just kidding, it's not that interesting. Well, to some it might be, but according to earthobservatory.nasa.gov, potash is a potassium-containing salt which is used widely by farmers in fertilizer. There's a thing you know. Over the last 7 years of living in the Southwest, I've taken countless scenic drives from Mount Carmel Highway near Zion National Park, the Apache Trail, the Salt River Canyon, Oak Creek Canyon, and just recently the Moki Dugway. But I have to say, Potash Road is definitely in my top 5. Now, if this is your first time hearing about Potash Road and you're thinking about making the trip out here to gaze at the wonderful creation Mother Nature has sculpted over millions of years, here's a few pieces of good to know info. Number 1, there are dozens of trails out here to go hiking on. I would say it's just a matter of picking one that you find the most interesting. And hold that thought because we'll come back to this a little later in the video, and I will not only recommend, but I will show you a trail that I think you'll find worth hiking. Trust me. Or not, it's your life. Number 2, at most of these trailheads, you will find bathrooms. So if nature calls and you gotta paint the town brown or pay the water bill, you will not have to go all the way back into town. Number 3, there are multiple campgrounds out here, so if you're looking to immerse yourself in nature and be one with Earth, plenty of places to do that. Although if you're coming out here during the summer, I would plan accordingly because it gets packed. Number 4, like most people that come out here for the first time, there's a high probability you're going to want to stop every 5 seconds and take photos of the canyon walls. And you should, they're freaking gorgeous. That being said, there are multiple pullout areas where you can safely pull over and snap your selfies for the gram, Snapchat, Twitter, or whatever the frick they're calling it these days. X, that's it. Just be careful when you do pull over because like I said, it can get really busy here in the summertime. Semis still use this road and people can get easily distracted when they're driving out here for the first time. And you do not want to end up like Regina George from Mean Girls.
You can take that fake apology and shove it right up your hairy...
Call me crazy, but she kind of had that coming. Lastly, I will link some trails, campgrounds, and things you must see down in the description below.
Every once in a while, it's always important to get out of the car and take everything in. Feels like I'm in an old Western movie out here.
The building you see here on the right is the Intrepid Potash Mine Processing Facility. For some reason, and I have no idea why, I did not get any photo or video of it with my drone. But here's a photo that I found from lookphotos.com. As the drive continued on, I became more anxious as to what else the scenic road might have in store for me. In the few short moments that I did get some signal on my phone and from the looks of Google Maps, the road appeared to climb up into the canyon, but unfortunately, I could not. I haven't been this bummed out since Gwen died in The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Stay with me, stay with me. You stay with me.
Okay, actually, you know what? It could be worse. Even though this put a major damper on my plans, the show wasn't over. I got another surprise for you guys. The next attraction that we're currently on our way to was the highlight of my journey through Potash Road. Don't get me wrong, it's been quite the enthralling experience, but some things tend to stick out a little more than others. But on the way there, I wanted to share a little something with you guys, because I get questions about this in most of my videos when my drone is following behind me in my car, and usually the question is, how are you able to get your drone to follow behind you while you're driving? Truth be told, the drone is doing most of the work. I have the DJI Mini 4 Pro, and it comes equipped with a feature called Active Track, or more popularly known as Follow Me Mode. And what you didn't see in the beginning was me getting my drone up in the air and positioning it behind my car. At that point, I highlighted a little square around my car, letting my drone know what to focus on, and it will stay locked onto that subject while it moves until I instruct otherwise. It also has 360-degree obstacle avoidance, which helps prevent the drone from coming into contact with any trees, posts, or signs, but it's not perfect, so you always have to remain cautious. And even though it may look like I'm cruising at a pretty good speed here, I'm only going about 20 miles per hour, and I'll link that drone along with all the other gear that I use to make my videos down in the description. Ladies and gentlemen, the arch you see here is called Corona Arch. It's one of several thousands of arches around Moab, Utah. And in fact, Arches National Park, which isn't too far away, has the densest concentration of natural stone arches in the world. I was tempted to fly closer and get more shots, but I wanted to respect people's experience. I was able to make it out there the very next day and hike to it, and here's some photos that I took along the way. The reason I didn't shoot any video is because it was scheduled to downpour that day, and I didn't want to put my camera and gimbal at risk of being damaged. And wouldn't you know it, as soon as I got to the trailhead, it started to sprinkle. I kicked things into a higher gear and trekked to the arch as quick as I could. It is an easy hike, but there are a few areas that you want to be cautious around as you're hiking up the rocks. About a half hour later, I did make it to the arch and got the money shot that I was looking for. As amazing of an experience as it was to see something that Mother Nature has created over millions of years, it's also very bittersweet. This arch, along with the thousands of other arches in the surrounding area, are made up of Entrada sandstone, which can easily be eroded. Not to say that these arches are going to crumble today, tomorrow, next year, or even 10 years from now, but they are fragile, and as time goes on, day by day, month by month, and year by year, they are slowly eroding, and eventually there will come a time when tourists will say, "I'm so glad I got to see it before it collapsed." And as Vision from the Avengers said, "A thing isn't beautiful because it lasts."
But a thing isn't beautiful because it lasts.
Thank you all for tuning into this week's video. The day started off like most. It was an early afternoon in the Arizona desert. Armed with a drone, my Jeep, and a curious mind, I parked my vehicle and started heading up the trail. I found a great vantage point that overlooked the canyons and gave me a spectacular view of the surrounding vistas. I couldn't wait to see what I would uncover with my drone on today's journey. and after hiking up the hill, I spotted a few interesting rock formations in the distance, and quite possibly a couple fairly deep caves. But there's only one way to find out what's in them. The reason I chose this location is because it's fairly close to what's known as Skull Cave. Not much of a cave and more so an alcove, but it's where over 70 Yavapai adults and children were massacred by the US Army during the Yavapai Wars in the early 1870s. Long story short, military orders were to subdue and confine all hostile tribes onto reservations, but a group of Yavapai resisted and took refuge in a cave along the Salt River. Their hideout was eventually discovered by the US Army, but the Yavapai refused to surrender. They were eventually fired upon and even had large boulders dropped down on them from above. It's estimated that about 75 Indians died that day and the rest were captured. The remains of the Yavapai laid in the cave for decades unbothered, but as its location became known, that's when the looting started to happen. The connection I'm trying to make between this story and why I'm out here is this. There are thousands of little caves along the Salt River, and many of them near where I am today. Being that we are so close to Skull Cave, it wouldn't surprise me if some of these other smaller caves were inhabited by them and other tribes over the years. And that's part of the reason why I love using my drone to peek into some of these remote, inaccessible caves. You never know what you're gonna find, and if they were occupied by the Yavapai many moons ago, there's no telling what they may have left behind. My first discovery came within a small alcove hidden in this outcropping. Call me crazy, but if I pause the video right here, doesn't it kind of resemble a Native American woman with long dark hair, wearing a shawl and perhaps laying a hand on the side of her face? What do you guys see? Now, of course, when we move in for a closer look, we see it's nothing more than different layers of rock being exposed by hundreds of years of erosion. This is another fine example of the pareidolia effect. My next discovery came when I was panning around a vista. I saw the most perfect little alcove, and hey, if I was on the run from Johnny Law, this would be the perfect spot to hide in. The steep and rough terrain would make it difficult for anybody to access on foot. A drone discovery like this always excites me, and I couldn't wait to see what was inside. The presence of birds instantly made me nervous. All it takes is the slightest tap to send my drone spinning out of control and crashing into the rocks. If that were to happen, there's a high probability I would not be getting it back. Upon first glance, there didn't appear to be anything of significance in this alcove, such as tools, bones, stacked rocks, or artifacts of any kind. I soon directed my attention toward the wall and ceiling, in the off chance I might spot some petroglyphs or maybe even a fossil embedded into the side. Now, the camera on my drone is a pretty sophisticated camera, but without actually being there, sometimes it's hard to differentiate what might be ancient rock art and what might be our eyes and mind playing tricks on us. Even though I wasn't in there, the views overlooking the canyon were absolutely breathtaking. This next alcove I desperately wanted to take a closer look at, but unfortunately, if I would have lowered my drone any further, it would have lost transmission signal with my remote. Now, I wouldn't have lost it completely, but when it does lose signal, it automatically returns to home while avoiding any obstacles. This one isn't too far from the road either, and if I can find a decent way down, I may come back and hike to it in the future. Being that it is situated lower to the ground, I would say there's a good chance of finding something inside. Before heading out to the next location, I spotted what I thought might be another very shallow alcove. And like I've said before, shadows can play tricks on the rocks sometimes and make them look deeper than what they actually are. But this time, I was in for a surprise. Needless to say, looks can be deceiving, and this was an incredible find. This erosion cave looked so perfect, so peaceful, and very uncorrupted by human presence. Now, do I believe this could have been a shelter for the Native Americans? Not really. I mean, it's always a possibility, but due to how inaccessible it is, it would be a huge drain of time and energy trying to get in and out. But it very well could have been utilized as a temporary shelter or watchtower. It astonishes me as to how something so perfect like this can be created by the hand of Mother Nature. In layman's terms, this was created by erosion, but if you want a more technical explanation, I'll say this. First of all, I am no expert in geology, but from what I know about Arizona's history, it probably went something like this. Millions of years ago, a large portion of the state of Arizona was underwater, but as time went on, water levels receded, geological uplift occurred, causing rivers to flow faster, thus creating new directions for water to flow. Over time, the water levels fluctuated, and factors such as monsoons, flash floods, and high river flows caused the water to rush along these cliff faces. In doing so, the water would often carry sand and grit, which acted like sandpaper when flowing through here. I would also hypothesize that when the water levels were higher, back then, the water would be forced through this little cavity, swirling around inside of it until it consumed the cave. Now, if you imagine this happening over hundreds of thousands of years, this would eventually eat away at the sides and the ceiling, and the long-term impacts of water rushing through here would soften the rock, eventually causing it to break off, and we can see evidence of this on the floor of the cave. I would like to come back out here sometime and do a more thorough examination of the cave, and even check out this one right here that I missed. But when I started seeing more birds flying around here, I knew it wouldn't be a good idea to stay too long. Even if that cave was the height of what I was going to see that day, I would have been okay with it. It often leaves me with more questions than answers, but hey, the mysteries are what keep me going. This canyon is located right off the side of the highway, and I don't think a whole lot of people know about it. But then again, it is extremely steep, narrow, and not the type of place that you want to be when there's rain in the forecast.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the canyon. I've done a little bit of drone exploring down here before, but not quite as much as I'm going to be doing today, because usually I've parked alongside of the road and I've tried to get my drone down here, but what happens is I end up losing transmission signal. So up until today, I've never been able to do a thorough scan of the canyon.
The raw views of this canyon were incredibly stunning. It instantly reminded me of the Narrows in Zion National Park. If you've been there before, you'll know exactly what I mean. Now, if this drone didn't have collision sensors, there is no way I would even think about flying down here. I did have a handful of close calls with Ocotillo cacti, but thankfully my drone detected them and effortlessly veered around them. Maybe next time I'm out here, if you guys are interested, I will do a screen record on my remote so you can get a better idea of how the collision sensors function. Now you may be wondering, but Jesse, weren't you scared or worried about standing so close to the edge of the canyon? And no, I wasn't. Mainly for two reasons. Number one, I went to public school in Minnesota, and number two, when I was a kid, my dad made me go with him to happy hour at a biker bar. I usually stayed in the corner and played skee ball for hours, but I saw a lot of things go down. Time was ticking, and I still had another canyon that I wanted to check out. Now, we may not have found a body, car, lost treasure, or the Detroit Lions Super Bowl trophy. Oh, wait, there isn't one. But it was still a captivating view that I don't think a lot of people get to see. I did eventually make it to the mouth of the canyon, and I remembered what I discovered over a year ago about another mile down the road. It was a car full of bullet holes. Now, your guess as to how and why it got down there is as good as mine, but if I had to guess, I would say insurance fraud. But if you think you know better, let me know down in the comments section.
But this next site that we are going to, I got a feeling it's going to be a little more promising, given the history that I know about the place. I think we'll find something. In order to get a view of the canyon, we gotta hike up this hill, then I'll send the drone down there and see what we can find.
If you keep your eyes peeled while driving out on the Apache Trail, these smaller canyons just off of the road can be full of surprises. This one in particular always stuck out to me, and my curiosity only grew with every time I would drive by. This erosion cave kind of looks very similar to the one that we saw earlier in the video. After a few minutes of scanning the canyon, a very brightly colored object caught my eye. Here's what I saw. My initial plan was to pan around the vehicles and take some photos, but I had a better idea.
I am really gonna try to hustle and make it down to those car wrecks so I can check out that bus or van, whatever it was, because I thought that looks pretty interesting. We do have about a solid 45-minute to 1 hour window of direct sunlight left, and then after that, it's twilight, and that's not gonna do us any good. Well, what do you know? I just found it. It's right down there. You can see the orange, then you can see the silver and the rust from the other cars. But the only issue is I have to hike up here first, and then hopefully I can find a way down and around over there. I should be able to. The way down should go pretty quick, and the way back up I can take my time.
The hike down into the canyon was by no means easy. It was extremely technical, straight up bushwhacking and constantly trying to not lose my balance on the loose rocks. And at the same time, keeping my eyes peeled for rattlesnakes. Although the chances of seeing one in mid-December are extremely low, but never zero.
As we get closer and closer to this car wreck, starting to see a bunch of plastic sheet metal. There's some car seats right there. Right here we have the battery. I'm not sure which vehicle it belonged to, and I'm probably not going to go poking underneath the hoods. Neat little find though. At last, ladies and gentlemen, we finally made it down to the van. I would sure love to know its story, because I bet this thing has been to some pretty cool places. And honestly, when I look at it, I automatically get Partridge Family vibes. A lot of bullet holes in this guy. These ones over here are way too mangled to tell what they are. Well, this silver one here looks like some sort of muscle car. What muscle car? I couldn't tell you. And that one, who knows? You can see the steering wheel though. Everything's been gutted. Keystone Light can, come on. Whoever was drinking that, you could do better. If you guys have any idea what this car was, let me know down in the comments section. No engine? I bet that was the first thing to go. Sunlight's not in our favor, but I think we'll have just a few minutes to check out this van. Then we'll have to kick rocks. Volkswagen, maybe? Hello? Anybody home? I'm sure over the years, as people drive out here, check out the canyons, check out the scenery, check out the cactus, I'm sure people do poke their heads down in the canyons every once in a while, and if they see a car wreck like this that still has something valuable inside, I'm sure they take what they can. Here's a different angle of the other vehicle, the one that's all rusted out. This thing just got so mangled on the way down here. Who knows what it was? No badge of any kind that I can see. I think the only real helpful hint here are the taillights. So if you guys think you know what kind of car this is based off the taillights, let me know down in the comments section.
If you know where to look on the Apache Trail, it seems like there are endless cars deep in these canyons. I've uncovered dozens over the years, and I only know of one of their backstories. This road continues to consume cars to this very day, and don't get me wrong, it is a very safe and well-maintained road, but back in the day, if a car went over the edge, they would inspect them to make sure no one was inside, and then they would just leave them there. Nowadays, they do a pretty good job of removing vehicles that occasionally go over the edge. I'm always discovering new things out here, and as time goes on, I'm sure I'll find many more.
Welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures, everybody. Today we are out in the desert and we are going to be looking for a mysterious black triangle that happens to be a cave, and supposedly it's located somewhere up in these vistas. Not only are we going to be looking for that, but I am going to be showing you some really cool stuff along the way, starting with this giant puddle that we're going to run through. Hold on. Wow.
This is my first video featuring my all-new Jeep Wrangler. Well, it's not brand new, but it's new to me. I have not retired my Hyundai Accent with over 205,000 miles on it. I do plan on holding on to that one yet because it still runs great, but having the Jeep will allow me to blaze new trails and get access to those roads that I normally wouldn't be able to drive on, such as the famous Fish Creek Hill on the Apache Trail. If you've been down that road before, you know exactly what it's all about. And if you haven't, you'll be in for a surprise in a few moments, and I'll tell you a little bit about its history. But before we do, let's go check out some alcoves.
And we'll be heading down that route here in just a few minutes. But before we do, I'm going to get my drone out. I'm going to show you guys the scenery here. And then I'm going to show you a whole bunch of caves in the surrounding area. Some of them I've seen before and others I just discovered. And the reason for that is sometimes when you're out here, the sun can play tricks on you with the shadows. Sometimes you'll see something that might be there when it's really not. And other times shadows might be, hiding caves that are really there that you can't see throughout certain points of the day. So let's get it out.
There is so many mysteries and secrets hidden deep within these golden canyons. The desert is always changing, moving things around and covering things up. Even though I've scoped out these alcoves before a time or two, you never know what the desert will be willing to reveal to you the next time you come around. Perhaps a piece of pottery that got washed down from above, or even a revolver from the old Wild West days that finally surfaced after years and years of erosion. This is also why I like to get out into the desert after a major monsoon or torrential downpour. The landscape can change within an instant due to a rock slide or flash flood, and although they can be deadly and destructive, in my opinion, they are also very precious moments, because you can't excavate or dig huge holes in national forests. It's illegal. But when these natural events happen, they allow us the opportunity to see beneath the surface and uncover things such as bones, fossils, artifacts, and maybe even a dead body. I know that might sound a little crazy, but people go missing all the time in the deserts, whether they were swept away in a flash flood, taking a wrong step while hiking and falling deep down into a slot canyon, or they get whacked by mobsters and tossed out here. It happens. We may not have uncovered the remains of D.B. Cooper, the Lost Dutchman's gold, or the Epstein files, but if I keep coming out here and do what I'm doing, I'm convinced that one day I'll make a significant discovery. But let's keep moving down the road and see if we can find that mysterious black triangle that's high in the sky. That is, if we can even make it down this road. I've been told that it got pretty tore up ever since the storms in late September. This is the famous Fish Creek Hill on the Apache Trail. This small stretch of historic road, formerly known as State Route 88, is about 1.5 miles long with a 1,500-foot drop in elevation. It can be a very rough road with sheer drop-offs, tight curves, and there isn't much to prevent you from going over the edge, except for a flimsy guide rail and a small dirt barrier. Some say it is a cheek-clenching, heart-pounding drive, while others say it's a piece of cake and there's nothing to worry about. I think whether or not it's a scary drive is predicated upon what you're driving, how bad your fear of heights are, and if you have your wife in the passenger seat shouting things like, "I done told you we should have went the other way, but no, you always have to be right." For those of you that are not familiar with this road, you may find yourself asking, why would somebody build a road like this that climbs up the steep side of a canyon, one with barely enough room for 2 vehicles? Seems kinda crazy, right? Well, the Apache Trail was built in the early 1900s as a supply road to haul tools, machinery, and equipment out to the site where they would eventually build Roosevelt Dam. Over the years, it's become known as this iconic scenic drive that brings in people from all over the globe just to get the chance to experience this memorable drive. I also did do a video on the Apache Trail that goes more in-depth on the history from start to finish. If you would like to check that video out, I will link it down in the description so that way you can watch it directly after this video.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we are heading to next. This is absolutely majestic. I was out here a couple days ago, and there was a big family of bighorn sheep up there. I was hoping they would make an appearance today, but maybe not. I've lived in Arizona for about 6-7 years, and this is the first time I've been down here when there's been waterfalls. I was out here a couple days ago with some family, and that was flowing a lot heavier, so I'm pretty thankful that I got to see it again today and capture it on video. Locked up the Jeep, got the bear spray, just in case. There was a video somebody uploaded about 2 years ago. I think it was when the Apache Trail was closed off because of the flood damage, and they caught a few seconds of video of, I think it was a young black bear, about halfway up Fish Creek Hill. If I can find that video, I will link it down in the description. But we're gonna go check out this alcove and see what's inside. It is a little slick out today, and I'm not wearing my hiking shoes because they are damaged. My Adidas should hold up here. You can see all the char on the ceiling there. I don't think we'll have to worry about rattlesnakes this time of year. It's getting to be that time where they all start to go into hibernation. Or should I say, brumation.
Fun fact, rattlesnakes do not hibernate, they brumate. According to CritterControl.com, the main difference between hibernation and brumation is that when a mammal nears its time to hibernate, it eats more to gain enough fat to sustain it through its winter sleep. Snakes nearing brumation eat less because they do not want food in their system during brumation. During a snake's brumation period, they are lethargic, but not totally asleep. From time to time, they may even come out of brumation to go and get water. There's a thing you know.
It's a little bit of a hike to get over there. But look how beautiful this canyon is. Absolutely amazing. A little technical, but I think just about anybody could do this. All right, we're just about there. Just about in. I would love to come camping out here one day. Stay for a couple nights. No bears, or mountain lions, or bighorn sheep. I made a lot of noise coming in here. Not that they were in here to begin with. Gotta play it safe. I've done a lot of research on this alcove here at Fish Creek, and I could never find any literature that dictates if there is proof of Native American settlement here, which I would assume there would be because this was their travel route to the highlands in the summer. But I haven't found anything that states they found pottery, relics, tools, or any, grinding stones, anything like that. But when you see how black this ceiling is, one would think this took decades and decades, and maybe even hundreds of years for that to happen. This place is probably in the top 5 of one of my favorite places to visit in Arizona. Because even if you didn't get out of your car and you drove straight through the Apache Trail, just cinematic views all around. We still got to find that black triangle. And I think I have a pretty good idea of where it's at. It's either in one of 2 places. I don't want to give away its exact location, but you'll know it when we see it. Let's see if I can zoom in on this thing. Come on, get it together, Jesse. The shadows kind of distort the image a little bit, but it looks like there's a black triangle over there. And another little cave up there, too. I think we're gonna have to get the drone out, just to be on the safe side.
Based off of the picture that one of my viewers showed me about this black triangle up in the sky, I kind of knew this wasn't it. But nonetheless, it was a cave on the side of the cliff, and I couldn't pass it up. And not too far away from here were a couple more canyon secrets. After buying my Jeep and seeing this one in the condition that it's in, way down there, it put things into perspective for me and made me realize how quickly things can go to well, you get the idea. It definitely humbled me and made me even further grateful for the opportunity I have to be able to own a vehicle like this and have it take me where I need to go. And every time I get the urge to hot dog it out on the road and do something stupid, this red Jeep will serve as a reminder as to what happens when you act like a dumbass. Well said, Red. Well said. Just as I was bringing my drone back in, I spotted yet another alcove halfway up the canyon. It wouldn't surprise me if this was a naturally formed alcove, but the small cave in the center almost looks too perfect to have been created by nature, and it looks very similar to the cavates that I've been exploring in central Arizona. Being that the Apache Trail was also an annual travel route by the Native Americans, I don't think it would be a huge stretch to postulate that this alcove could have been used as a temporary shelter. One of these days, I will come back and hike up here and see if I can find any pieces of pottery or any sort of evidence that would suggest that it was occupied by the Native Americans.
This is one of my favorite places to just get out and stare at the landscape. How gorgeous are these vistas? And just think, about 45 minutes ago, we were at the tippy top there. Now we're at the very bottom. If you can see it, I'll see if I can zoom in. If you look in the center there, I don't know how well that is lit up because the sun's facing me, but there are a few little alcoves over there. But the road is pretty much like, I don't know, a couple hundred feet to the right of the road is pretty much the cutoff to where the wilderness area is, and that's where I can't fly my drone. Pretty much anywhere on the left side of the road, we're good. On the right side, no can do. Just pulled over to take a quick glance and see if we can find that black triangle. It might be further down yet, but I mean, since we're going out to the lake anyway, I wanted to stop and make sure that we didn't pass it. But I am not seeing any well-defined triangles. Is that it? I think that's it. Let me pull over here and look at the picture. I think I found it. Let me show you guys. Absolutely gorgeous day out today. I pulled up the one in my picture. I don't know if you can see it though because of the contrast here in the photo. Let me go ahead and grab my other camera real quick. All right, everybody, bear with me a couple moments here. I haven't used this camera in a minute, but focus on the center, and that is the black triangle that one of my viewers messaged me about. And in fact, I'll put the photo up on the screen right now. That is a direct match. Only problem is, that is one hell of a distance to cover, but I think there is a road down there somewhere, so hopefully I can take that road and get a little closer so I don't have to fly my drone that far.
A few moments later.
Ironically enough, I bought this book off Amazon a few months ago, and it was about the Superstition Mountains. And there's a chapter in there where it talks about all the old folklore and the tales and the legends. And it also talked about how the Native Americans talked about portals to different worlds or different dimensions in the Superstition Mountains. So it would be extremely crazy if I flew my drone up there and all of a sudden it disappeared. I mean, that would suck a little bit because those are expensive, but where would it go?
As my drone was exiting the cave, I happened to notice some impressions on the lower right side. I can't say for certain if they were from animals, Bigfoot, or human, but either way, something's been crawling around in here. And just when I thought I had seen it all, there were more. Upon first glance, I assumed that these might be naturally formed caves, but after carefully examining them and given the direction that they face, I don't think these are natural at all, at least not completely. And in fact, they share many similarities to the cave-8s that I've recently showcased on my channel. The cave-8s that I've explored in central Arizona usually have one or two big rooms with a few smaller rooms, just like the ones here. Now this is all conjecture, but one key detail about these caves are that they face east, just like another set of very popular cliff dwellings about a 45-minute drive up the road at Tonto National Monument. Ultimately, my belief is that these caves could have been occupied by the Salado people, and they would strategically build them up into alcoves and on the sides of cliffs facing east. That way, the sun would wake them in the morning, and after high noon, the shadows from the mountains would provide them cover from the intense sun. But given that these are much smaller than some of the more well-known cliff dwellings in the area, I don't believe that they were permanent living structures. And because they are extremely high, my belief is that they were lookouts. The Salado people who settled here more than 700 years ago were also known for using smoke and fire signals to communicate long distances, and maybe these caves that I'm showing you were for doing just that. Whatever it was they were signaling, it must have been of great importance considering they had to climb hundreds of feet in the sky just to get to them. Perhaps they would signal to others closer to the ground of the nearby presence of bighorn sheep, deer, or maybe they would use the smoke and fire signals to alert others in the distance of incoming danger, whatever that may be. I think it's pretty cool to see that someone else has been up here and checked out the cave, even if it was all the way back in 1986. I don't think we'll ever get to find out who the initials RP and TS belong to, but if I did, I would love to hear their story. There are many legends, myths, tales, folklore, you name it, surrounding the Superstition Mountains. I've even read a few books and online articles that talk about curses, UFO sightings, lizard people that live in the mountains, and supposed portals to otherworldly dimensions. Another popular tale that I've read about regards a spiral staircase hidden within the mountains that leads into the deep bowels of the earth. Now, I will be the first to confess, I don't know that I believe any of this, but I once had this teacher in college say something along the lines of this: many times science fiction stems from some sort of truth or real-life experience. At the end of the day, who really knows where these stories originated from? But given everything that I've read and heard about the Superstition Mountains, and then on top of that, somebody sends me a photo of a black triangle several hundred feet up in the air, you can best bet I'm gonna go investigate. I followed an old wagon route in Arizona, and it led me to something I have never seen before. But what exactly are these things? I started my journey in Kelvin, Arizona, an area I wasn't too familiar with, but the Florence-Kelvin Highway is a road full of history that I couldn't wait to explore, and it didn't take long for things to get interesting. I found an abandoned house right at the start, and while I had to keep things moving, I couldn't go on without taking a quick peek. My guess would be this was probably an old miner's house, given the town's history. But when I see a defunct house like this, my mind gets flooded with thoughts such as, who lived here? How old is the house? And why did they leave? I took a quick peek inside, and it looked exactly like what you would expect an abandoned house that's been sitting out in the desert for decades to look like. For a moment, I almost expected Walter White to walk out in a hazmat suit. I also caught a couple locomotives passing through on the Copper Basin Railway. It's a short line railroad that operates from a connection with the Union Pacific Railroad at Magma to Winkleman, and according to Asarco.com, this line was constructed by the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway, subsidiary Phoenix and Eastern Railroad between 1902 and 1904. There's a thing you know. As I was bringing my drone back in, ready to continue on with the journey, I spotted another interesting eyesore. This wouldn't be the first time I found a random boat in the desert. It happens more than you think. But being that this was found right along the Gila River, you might think that it was accidentally left here as a result of a boating accident, but more than likely it was dumped here. I was able to get close enough to see the registration sticker. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's been sitting here since 2015, but for all we know, it could have been sitting in storage for years before some dude finally decided that he wanted to get rid of it. But hey, your guess is as good as mine. It's definitely been stripped, but I bet it would still float. Let me know down in the comments section how you think it got here. The Florence-Kelvin Highway is roughly 32 miles long, and as you can tell by the name of the highway, it connects Florence to Kelvin, Arizona. Florence was also the name of the maid in the popular 1970 sitcom, The Jeffersons. If you're like me, I love a good drive through the desert and seeing what we can find along the way. Half of this highway is paved and the other half is dirt, but as the old saying goes, where the pavement ends, that's where the adventure begins. Prior to coming out here, I knew the highway was dirt, and that can sometimes be a gamble. Depending on how often the highway is maintained, that could mean it's in great shape and you're in for a smooth ride, or it could mean bumps and ruts and having to get your suspension replaced. Luckily for me, it was a smooth ride. Well, I'd better not speak too soon.
Well, what in the Mrs. Claus do we have here? Can I make it in there? Of course we can, I have a Jeep. Oh, these are bees. I was wondering what all these white boxes were, but if you look, they are for bees. I'm not going to get any closer because I've seen how that one kid died in the movie My Girl, and I am not ending up like him. Yeah, dozens and dozens of bees. I thought they were totes or crates or some sort of storage bins. Forget what the actual term is for them, but yeah, there are a bunch of bees over here. There's a couple already around my Jeep. I do find bees fascinating, but not this close. Look at this guy. He's trying to get in. He's like, let me in. I can smell your Monster Energy drink. I must have it. Trust me, you don't want it. You'll probably have a heart attack.
The temperature in the valley has been quickly catching up to 3-digit temps, about as quick as the T-1000 catching up to John Connor in Terminator 2. But as warm as it was still a beautiful day to be outside and see all the beautiful saguaro cacti. I just found a pretty good area to launch my drone, so I'm going to get it up in the air, fly it over there by the river, and see if what I saw on Google Earth is still there. One of the first things I came out here looking for was located along a railroad. Now at this particular spot, I didn't get the best service, therefore I couldn't see how far away it was, but I knew if I followed the railroad, it would eventually come into view. And a few seconds later, I had proven myself right. This is a very old and weathered bridge that crosses the Gila River. It's been on my long list of places to check out, like we're talking longer than a CVS receipt. On Google Maps, this is called the Rivas Family Bridge, and I have no idea why. I couldn't find any supporting information online. But according to Google, it's just called the Historic Railroad Bridge. Simple enough. Something about old weathered bridges like this have always pulled me in. This was part of the old Phoenix and Eastern Railroad Company, which is now the Copper Basin Railway. The reason I've always been drawn to them, hear me out, is because it is well over 100 years old. Just think about all the people, places, and things that have come and gone in that time frame. But here it stands and here it stays, still in use to this very day. One thing's for sure, if this bridge could talk, I bet it could tell us some pretty interesting stories. And fun fact, if you do not have a drone, you can also hike a 3-mile trail out to this bridge. To be clear, that is 3 miles each way. Just don't do it when it's extremely hot out, otherwise you might die. I'm not kidding. If you're not from the area or familiar with the history, you might think this is just another desert road connecting one town to another, passing by saguaro after saguaro, kicking up dust as you head down the road, and seeing the occasional road runner dart across the road like its life depended on it. But way before the Florence-Kelvin Highway existed, there was another route that connected Florence to eastern mining towns, and in fact, that's exactly why it was created. Let's take a trip back in time. The white line denotes the highway we are currently on, and the blue line depicts the old wagon road that was constructed in the late 1870s. According to azbackcountry.com, and I quote, "In the late 1870s, a wagon road was constructed to connect Florence to Globe. Before the building of the new road from Florence, access to Globe was over a road that originated in Wilcox. Businessmen in southern Arizona wanted a more direct route." End quote. Back then, the first segment of the journey going from Florence to Globe was a 30-mile trip to the stage station in Riverside, Arizona, close to Kelvin, which is where we started the video, but on the south side of the Gila River. Now, the website didn't say, but from there I'm assuming they took what is now Highway 177 to Winkleman, and then took what is now Highway 77 to Globe. Before most of these roads became official highways, they were either wagon roads or railroad corridor access roads built in the early 1900s. It wasn't until 1918 when the new road was completed, replacing the old wagon road.
The road behind me here is the old wagon route that connected Florence to Kelvin, Arizona, and we actually have to go down part of this road in order to make it to the next interesting structure that I'm going to show you guys next. I was a little concerned about making this video today, but there's two cell towers. Actually, I don't know that that's a cell tower, but that definitely is. So as long as I have cell service, I'm not too worried about it. And I have a lot of water as well, so we came prepared. My plan was to utilize follow mode on my drone so I could give you guys an aerial view on the way out to where we're heading next. But due to all these power lines here, I mean, it actually looks like these power lines do follow the wagon route the majority of the way. To be on the safe side and not risk a crash and potentially cause a fire, I think we're just going to utilize the action cam and my Osmo Pocket the rest of the way.
After passing over the cattle guard and checking my phone, I saw I was only 5 miles away from this odd-looking structure. I spent a fair amount of time in the days leading up to this video figuring out which path was best to take, and I landed on this one, but in the next few minutes, I had a hard reality check on the way out there. First of all, I was fine and my Jeep was fine, but I looked at my phone and I saw that in 45 minutes, I had only gone 2 miles. The road was extremely bumpy. I knew my Jeep could handle it, but at the rate I was going, it was going to take a while to get there. At times, I had to carefully maneuver up and down some steep slopes, veer around some sharp rocks, and I ended up putting it in four-wheel drive to make it easier crawling over some rocks. And that was only in the first 2 miles. I still had 3 to go. Not knowing what the conditions looked like moving forward, and on top of that, it was 93 degrees. Maybe I was just overthinking it, or maybe I was making a rational decision. You let me know. In a nutshell, due to the isolation, heat, chances of car trouble, not having a backup vehicle with me, and not knowing the conditions of the road moving forward, I decided to turn back and try another route. And I am so glad I did, because after I made it back to the main highway and tried another path, I made it out there in only 20 minutes. The lesson learned is, when in doubt, try another route. Chicka-chicka. As soon as I got out of my Jeep, I spotted a partial structure and something pretty big across the river. We'll come back to these in just a moment, but since I had already burned a lot of time on the previous trail, I got my drone up in the air pretty quick, and this is what I came out here to see. Some say they look like giant beehives. I think they look like something out of a Star Wars movie, and from the graphic in the thumbnail, you might even thought they were Native American structures. However, none of those would be true. The stone structures are called the Gila coke ovens. No correlation to the drink or the white powdery stuff that 80s rock stars abused in their dressing rooms after playing sold-out arena. You get the point. But what are they? They're basically giant industrial furnaces. First of all, they were built in the 1870s by the Pinal Consolidated Mining Company. What they did here was turn wood into something called coke. which to my knowledge is like a super concentrated form of carbon fuel, and that fuel was critical for smelting, especially silver and copper from the nearby mines. And if you don't know what smelting is, the simplest way I can think of to explain it is by saying it's the art of extracting metal from stone by applying extreme heat. And if you think you have a better way to explain it, please share with us down in the comments. Now, the wood from the surrounding area, such as mesquite and desert timber, it was packed into these ovens, lit on fire, and then slowly burned with very little oxygen. After a few days, what you're left with is coke, a hotter, cleaner burning fuel that made mining operations possible. Now, you probably wouldn't think anything of it, but this remote area used to be busy. We're talking workers, wagons, and smoke pouring out of these ovens nonstop. A full-on industrial operation out in the middle of nowhere. And the crazy part is, it didn't last long. The operations only lasted a few years until they were abandoned, essentially the result of a brief mining boom. Now, some of you may be thinking to yourselves, are these on private property? Well, that's an excellent question, and I'm not sure because it really depends on which website that you're reading from. Some say they are, and some say they aren't. And some of the websites that I found that say they are, they said you could access them, but you need a permit to drive your vehicle out there, so who knows? There is a road on the other side of the river that appears to take you directly out to them from Highway 177. But I've also read that that road is washed out, and you need a really beefy, rugged off-road vehicle to access it, along with a spotter. So again, who knows? I didn't need to see them up close, and I thought that the views from my drone were sufficient enough. And on top of that, not walking in and around them kept our impact on the area to a minimum. And as you can see, it's probably a good thing that they're not easily accessible. One of them has collapsed, and an article that I found said that over the years, the rubble from that collapse is getting smaller and smaller because people like to take pieces of it back home with them. Shame, shame. The Gila coke ovens are on the National Register of Historic Places, so if you do get caught taking a piece of the ovens, that could land you in the slammer for a very long time. And that's not a place you want to be. Now let's go back across the river and check out some of those things that I found a little earlier.
There's an old stone structure over here. I did a lot of research on this place before I came out here, but I didn't see or hear anything about, oh my goodness. I didn't hear or see anything about an old stone building. We just have to keep our eyes out for rattlers because it is that season. I've seen plenty of stone houses all around Arizona, but none with rocks this big. I mean, can you imagine the labor and man hours that went into gathering these rocks and stacking them ever so neatly? Well, as neatly as you could. I might have to come back out here again because I would love to do some drone exploring around these buttes. I think I even read somewhere that there are petroglyphs out here. I have no idea where, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. When I go back home and start throwing this video together, I'll see if I can find any images from when this place wasn't a complete wreck.
While I couldn't find any old photos of what this place used to look like, the only information I was able to dig up is that this could have potentially been an old stage stop.
I can't even begin to tell you guys how excited I am to be out here because I've wanted to come out here ever since probably 2020 when I first created this channel. But back in those days, I never had a 4x4 high clearance vehicle to make it out here. I remember seeing a video on YouTube of a couple that came out here and just explored the area, and it really inspired me to want to come out here. But of course, I never could. I bet that bridge has seen some pretty incredible things. Ah, bummer. I thought we'd be able to cross, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to. But what is that, though? Is that an old rail car? All right, enough messing around. Let's go back to the Jeep, get the drone, and see what else this place is hiding.
My first order of business was to check out that massive object on the side of the railroad, and I decided to get creative and take the fun way over the bridge. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing this because I did have to turn off the collision sensors in order to fly through here. And yes, it was fun and the shot turned out great, but one wrong move and my drone could have ended up at the bottom of the Gila River. No bueno. There's no doubt that it's a rail car, but how it got here is another story. I'm sure it was used in the mining operations for hauling ore or other materials, and I was quick to think that maybe there was an accident that caused it to tip over. But then again, based off of where it's sitting, I think it could have also been placed there on purpose to help prevent erosion. What do you guys think? This railroad bridge is connected to the same bridge that we explored earlier in the video. Built sometime between 1903 and 1906, and this one looks virtually identical to the other one. Definitely looks like the type of bridge that's been sitting in the desert for well over 100 years. I was really hoping I'd be lucky enough to catch a train going over the bridge and through the tunnel for this episode, and even after I wrapped up shooting out here, I believe I waited around for another 45 minutes, just in the off chance that I'd catch one coming through. But just like waiting for the Detroit Lions to win a Super Bowl, it didn't happen. I flew my drone over the butte just to see if there was anything interesting on the other side, and after a moment I did notice a small alcove right by the tracks. My first thought was, ooh, maybe it's an ancient Native American dwelling, but more than likely it's just an ordinary alcove, nothing special. Or it could have been used to store dynamite when they were blasting through the tunnel. I wanted to do a stylish return to home and fly my drone through the bridge one more time before I called it a day. I mean, it was a lot of fun, and sure, I do bear the risk of crashing my drone, but I was confident enough in my abilities that it wouldn't happen. However, after my drone made it out the other side, I spotted yet another rail car, and because this time it was on my side of the river, I figured, heck, let's go check it out on foot.
Full disclosure, you should never walk on or along railroad tracks, but do as I say, not as I do. It'd be nice if I could find a spike that got left behind. I'd say the chances are pretty slim that we're gonna find one. Oh, what do we got here? Is it hot? No, it's not too, it's a little warm. Oh, I know what this is. This is a J for Jessies Drone Adventures. Just kidding. I know that was kind of corny. Well, what do we got here? I thought this was a fence at first when I saw it with my drone. It's like we got wheels. Here's what I came here for. Look how big this thing is. From the air, I thought it was a bus. This thing is huge. Bullet holes everywhere. Let's go around it and see if we can get a better look. Wow, that thing is humongous. Wouldn't that be something? I knock on it and it just falls apart. From the perspective of my drone, I thought these were fences, and maybe they are makeshift fences, because when you look at this, it kind of looks like there's a trail here, and I bet people would drive through here over the railroad to get over there. This was probably some extra rail line that they had that they wanted to repurpose and use it as a fence to keep people from driving up here and over the rail line and potentially damaging it. And I wonder if people... Ooh, I found one. Look at that. I finally found one. Perfect. The question is, am I keeping it? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. Oh, I think we have another one. Or a partial. Oh, we have two. Oh my God, there's another. 3 railroad spikes. All right, I'm not gonna keep these because they are not mine. So I'm going to put these over here. Someone's probably gonna come out and steal them once I make this video, but I am going to leave those railroad ties right there and they can stay with their family.
I came out here expecting an easy drive, but this road had other plans. It got sketchy really fast, and somehow they used to take wagons down it. Schneebly Hill Road starts just off of Interstate 17, and at first it doesn't look like anything special, but it's kind of like walking down the Las Vegas Strip. The further you go, the more interesting things become, only there is no gambling, prostitutes, and homeless people here. At least, I don't think so.
Been on Schneebly Hill Road for a couple minutes now, and it's a little bumpy here and there. There's other parts where it's extremely smooth. I don't know how rough the actual road is. Sometimes those signs can be a little misleading, but I've heard that the rough part isn't until you actually get on the hill, and now that I'm talking, it's getting a little bumpy. Stand by.
I really enjoy drives like this because, as you will soon see, there are many different elements to it. But driving through the woods being surrounded by tall pines is one of my favorite feelings, because as much as I love Arizona, being in the high country feels like a much needed escape from the desert. And just for a brief moment, it makes me feel like I'm back in Colorado, or even Alaska. It wasn't too long into the drive before I came to a clearing. It was one of those sites that was begging me to get out and take it all in. In doing so, I spotted something that warranted a closer look.
Look at how beautiful this is. This is almost like something out of a movie. I was gonna get my drone up in the air, but it looks like there's a bunch of ducks over there. I still might get it up in the air, but I might stick to this side of the road. I don't want to bother them. They look like they're having the time of their life over there, just sitting on the grass by the pond, enjoying this absolutely gorgeous day.
This was the perfect spring day to be up here. The temperature was in the mid-70s, mostly clear blue skies aside from a few feather-like clouds scattered across the sky. And then there was that thick fresh pine scent just hanging in the air, and I mean thick like Magnum P.I.'s mustache thick.
Thought we might get lucky, we might see some turtles or some fish, but I haven't seen anything move. Let's go check out that dam. This thing looks like it's been here probably for about a century. Well, would you look at that? I'd say it's probably, maybe 5-6 feet thick over there. Let's get a better look. How cool is this? I think I came on this road once back in 2019. I don't think I made it that far, but if I did, I definitely do not recall this. This thing looks like it was built in the early 1900s. I'll have to do some research when I get back home or later when I take my lunch break and see if I can find out when this dam was built. They just grabbed all the rocks they could, cemented them together, and voila, a dam.
After doing a little digging online, I come to find out I wasn't too far off. You see, Foxborough Dam was built back in the 1920s to create an artificial lake for cattle, but was later abandoned during the Second World War. As you can see, time has definitely taken a toll on the dam, and it wouldn't surprise me if the gap in the middle gets a little bit bigger in the summer when monsoons come, causing a surge of water to gush over and around the dam. I bet this was a huge milestone when it was built, and very beneficial for ranchers in the area, along with locals and tourists seeking a little recreation. But above everything else, I would say the wildlife appreciates it more than anything. I bet all sorts of critters come out of the woodwork to quench their thirst and to cool off in the summer on those hot days.
I suppose we should probably get back on the road. I've been told that Tuesdays are the slowest day out here on Schneebly Hill Road during the season, but in the afternoons, it can pick up.
After leaving Foxborough Dam, I was pretty stoked to be back on the road and looking forward to the next leg of the journey. But what you're about to hear made me rethink my actions. I swear there were more bumps on this road than there were on the mirror in Motley Crue's dressing room, so I pulled over and did this.
I figured we would start off by airing down to 25 PSI and see how that rides. And if it rides fine, then we'll just keep it at that. But I got a feeling once we get further down the road, from what I've read online, we're probably gonna have to air down even further. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Call me crazy, but I think it's riding a little bit smoother. I mean, no matter what you air down to, the road's gonna be bumpy either way, but it's not so ka-dunk, ka-dunk, ka-dunk. We'll try this out for a while and see how she handles.
As soon as I made it out of the forest, I could see the red rock in the distance that surrounds Sedona, one of the most popular places in Arizona, with an interesting backstory. Now I'll get to that in a moment, but I've always said that there's something very hypnotic about that red rock. Once your eyes see it, you can't stop looking, which probably isn't the best when you're driving, but sometimes you can't help it. It pulls your eyes in every direction.
Just made it to one of a few stops that we'll be making on our way down Schneebly Hill Road. And I do believe this is called Schneebly Hill Overlook, or Schneebly Hill Vista, as the sign says over there. I love making these driving videos. They're absolutely fun. But one thing I've realized is you gotta break it up, stop every so often, take in the sights and take in that fresh air. Feels so amazing up here. Here's a little preview of what's to come. Man, it is windier than Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton and Twister.
Cow.
So the little road that you see here carved in the side of the hill, that's the road that we'll be going down in a few minutes. And from what I've been told, that's the part, well, this part right there is where it starts to get really, really rocky.
One of the advantages of having a drone is being able to use it to its full potential. The day was young and I had nothing but time. Therefore, I flew in closer to the road ahead of me to try to get a feel for what's to come. From what I could see through the lens of my drone, it looked like a smooth road that I could glide down seamlessly. Boy, was I wrong. After coming around the curve, this is where things started to get real for me. And I'll be honest, I'm a newbie at this. It was 100% uncharted territory for me, but with the research I had done prior to coming out here and having my trusty drone as my spotter, I felt confident moving forward. I knew it was going to take some time, but hey, to make an omelet, you gotta crack some eggs.
That was some pretty bumpy stuff. I don't know that I've ever gone over anything that technical before, and I didn't hear any pops, so I think we're okay.
Coming down a road like this on the side of a hill, you tend to start asking yourself questions, such as, how old is this road? Who had the bright idea to build it? And most importantly, why? I can only assume that, to go through all the trouble of constructing a road like this, through the rugged and unpredictable terrain, someone must have had a really good reason for doing so, and it probably served a greater purpose other than catering to Jeep tours and off-road vehicles. But before I fill you in on the details, I need to make a quick pit stop and make sure everything with the Jeep is looking good.
According to the sign behind me, we have officially made it to Kastner Canyon. We made it down, for the most part, just fine. I did hear a few clanks and clunks on the way down, so I figured I would just get out and do a quick overview.
take a look underneath the Jeep, make sure nothing's snapped, broken, or leaking. I don't think anything is, but I'm still kind of new at this, if I'm going to be honest. I got a feeling the rough stuff that we just went through, that's not going to be the last we see of it. So I think I'm going to air down to probably 20 PSI and see how that handles.
When I first heard about Schneebly Hill Road, I assumed that it was a trail carved out of the rocky hillside for the pure enjoyment of people looking to do some weekend off-roading. But just like Bill Clinton saying he didn't have any relations with a certain woman, that couldn't be further from the truth, and the road's origins begin more than 100 years ago. This is a look at Schneebly Hill Road today, roughly 12 miles long with a drop in elevation of 2,700 feet, or 822 meters. It connects the very edge of the pine-covered Mogollon Rim to the beautiful town of Sedona. Toward the end of the 1800s, and prior to the road's existence, settlers in Sedona looking to reach Flagstaff had to travel 11 miles south, then travel east several miles across rugged terrain, then proceed north up a very rough road which would run parallel to today's Interstate 17. All of this was required just to go from Sedona to Flagstaff, and each way the journey took 4 days. Early Sedona residents were in much need of a quicker route. Before it became known as Schneebly Hill Road, it started out as the Munns Wagon Trail. The trail was blazed by a rancher named Jim Munns in the late 1800s, allowing him to move cattle between the Verde Valley and the higher elevations. It wasn't perfect and still nowhere near what it is today, but nonetheless, it was a shorter route. Early into the 1900s, it became very clear that improvements were desperately needed, and in 1902, the Coconino Board of Supervisors awarded a $600 contract to a Civil War veteran by the name of J.J. Thompson to perform the improvements. He, along with his workers, used picks and shovels to work on the road, and 6 months later, it was complete. At this time, the road was improved well enough for wagons to pass through regularly, and reduced travel time from Sedona to Flagstaff from 4 days down to 2. But as time carried on, automobiles were becoming more and more common. Things started changing. It wasn't just a wagon road anymore, and as the 1920s and 1930s started approaching, it had been reworked into a functional mountain road.
This part wasn't too bad compared to the initial hill that we came down, and I did scope out the rest of it, or as much as I could, with my drone, and it looks pretty mellow. There is a very, very narrow part coming up. Pretty sure I'm going to get that on drone because that's going to look really, really cool. But I hope the rest of it is smooth sailing from here.
But this still leaves us with a question unanswered, and that question is, where does the name Schneebly come from? Well, it all started in 1901 when a young couple named Sedona and T.C. Schneebly, the T.C. stands for Theodore Carlton, moved to Oak Creek Canyon from the east and established a farm. In the early days, T.C. frequented the Munns Wagon Trail, transporting lumber from Flagstaff to build his 2-story, 11-room home, which was used to accommodate visitors. He also used the road to transport produce and supplies to his small general store. Over the next 20 years, he truly helped shape and develop this road in order to facilitate travel and commerce. Sedona and T.C.'s home was eventually converted to an inn, and with frequent travelers coming up and down the mountain to the Verde Valley, they would often stop in at the Schneebly home. With frequent stops here from visitors, the road became synonymous with their home and eventually assumed its name. Now here's a few interesting fun facts for you. The town of Sedona was named after T.C.'s wife, and here's how that came about. Not too long after moving to the area, T.C. applied to open up a post office. The year was 1902. The names he submitted for the post office were Oak Creek Crossing and Schneebly Station, but they were both rejected because they were too long to fit on a cancellation stamp. T.C.'s brother then suggested, why not name the town after Dona? Donna was a shortened version of her name, which TC often called her. And just like that, that was the birth of the name for the town of Sedona. Sedona was given that name at birth by her mom, Amanda Miller, and despite what a lot of people think, the name has nothing to do with the area, no connection to the Red Rock, Native American history, and it's not a Spanish name. Her mom named her Sedona simply because she thought it sounded pretty. How sweet is that? And finally, according to DesertUSA.com, the two-story Schneebly home is now the site of the Los Abrigados Resort, which is situated at the tail end of Schneebly Hill Road. For many years to come, Schneebly Hill Road was the main route connecting Sedona to the outside world. Only until a new easier route was built through Oak Creek Canyon in 1938, what we now know today as Highway 89A. Now back to what I said a few seconds ago, we still have about 6 miles to go, and the road wasn't getting any better. It kept going back and forth between being smooth and extremely bumpy, and at times I had to drive very close to the edge to avoid the rock gardens. In the end, it made things easier and saved me a little bit of time. If there is one lesson this road has taught me, it's do not get too comfortable and do not lose focus. Swerving around rocks and dips in the road became a frequent maneuver early on, and I could see how someone could forget that they're driving on the edge of a hill with exposed edges. It's easy to let momentum take control, but not paying attention and swerving around a big rock at the wrong time could send you hundreds of feet down into the canyon, and that's a place I did not want to be.
I don't know how I didn't notice this parking lot, but when I was flying my drone, I noticed this trail, and it looks like it leads all the way to the top of this outcropping. I figured since we were getting close to the tail end here, why not stop, do a quick hike, and show you guys what it looks like from the top.
I can never pass up a hike in Sedona, and I've been told this trail only gets busier as the warmer months approach. Since I was the only one out here, I wanted to make the most of it. And it's extremely hard to pass up views like this. I still had a little bit of a climb before I made it to the top, and Mother Nature wasn't making it easy for me.
If you look very closely down there, you can see Sedona's pink Jeep tours coming up the hill.
The wind seemed to be getting worse with every step I took, and climbing up something as steep and slick as this probably wasn't the best idea. But then again, I've been through worse.
Should I be hiking up here when it's this windy? Probably not, but there's a lot of things that I'm not supposed to do that I do anyway. This is gonna be a little slick, but this side isn't so steep compared to the other side. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to get to the top. Definitely not on this side. One thing I always judge a hike on, or something to climb like this, is if I fall, how far will I fall? And if I fall over there, I'm going all the way down. I wouldn't mind hiking to the top right here, but we'll see.
This next part was extremely nerve-wracking. After carefully surveying my surroundings, I did find a rather narrow ledge that looked like it could bring me around and then to the top. It was extremely risky, so I took my time. I probably should have set my camera down, but I'll be honest, I don't use my brain at times. Just look at the girl I married in Reno on my 21st birthday. Yikes. My mind does have a tendency to get the best of me at times, and I just couldn't let this one go. I was so close to the top, and I didn't hike this far just to turn around now.
It's a little bit of a slick climb, but I think we can do it. We finally made it to the top, and it is unbelievably windy up here. I mean, it died down a little bit as soon as I hit record, but I got a feeling it's gonna pick up again. But here's the view.
The views from the top were absolutely breathtaking. I've done numerous hikes in Sedona over the years, but this one was a new one for me. There was only a few miles left of Schneebly Hill Road, but I would argue this is the best part. The closer you get to the end, the more you find yourself immersed in the gorgeous red rock. All you see around you are these towering cliffs extending hundreds of feet into the air, almost as if they were nature's antennas. The road wasn't nearly as bumpy as it was in the first half, but it still required an immense amount of focus and caution. As far as the technical rating, the majority of the websites I looked at said it was easy/moderate. This was my first time doing it, and I didn't think it was difficult. Maybe challenging at certain times, but not difficult. And be brutally honest with me, and on a scale of 1 to 10, let me know how you think I did down in the comments section. As we continued descending, the air was getting warmer, the wind was calming down, and it seemed like the road had more twists and turns than before. But around every turn was a different perspective. The thick scent of fresh pine was slowly diminishing, but you could definitely get a whiff of that warm sandstone baking in the sun, and almost that sweet smell of juniper drifting through the canyon. It's crazy to think that over 100 years ago, this was just a rugged wagon trail carved into the rocky hillside with the intent to move cattle from the top of the rim down into the valley. But soon after its inception, it became the most reliable and efficient travel route going from Sedona to Flagstaff, allowing locals to transport goods, travel at a quicker pace, and conduct business. But as time carried on, other highways were constructed, and Schneebly Hill Road started to see less and less traffic. It wasn't until, I want to say, the 70s and 80s when the road grew in popularity as a premier scenic route and tourist attraction for viewing Sedona's iconic Red Rock. And just like that, we have finally made it to the end. I've never driven this road before, and this is not what I was expecting. This is Rim Road on the Mogollon Rim. A road that I've barely scratched the surface on, and in the 6-7 years I've lived in Arizona, this is my first time attempting to drive the entire 45-mile stretch. I've always wanted to do it, but up until the last few months, I was driving a reverse chick magnet, aka a Hyundai Accent, and I've always been advised that taking a passenger vehicle down this road is like buttering a piece of toast with a steak knife. It will work, but there's better ways to do it. After making the turnoff from Highway 87, I was taken back by the towering ponderosa pine trees. They make you feel small, but as soon as you enter the trees, you get hit with the whiff of the freshest mountain forest air. In the past, I've often said, as soon as I come up here, I feel like I can breathe. Aside from a few small bumps on the road and dodging some squirrels, it was relatively smooth, but then again, we were just getting started. The road came to a clearing, and I couldn't wait to get out.
I don't think I could have asked for a more perfect day to be driving on the Mogollon Rim. I would argue this is probably the best day that I've ever been up here. Look how beautiful this is. There is a somewhat strong breeze up here, but that's okay. A few clouds in the sky. It's still pretty bright. It's about 75 degrees right now. This is just too perfect.
I drove up the road a few hundred feet and found the perfect place to launch my drone. Here's what I saw. This was a side of the Mogollon Rim that I had never seen before, and my initial reaction was pure astonishment. There was so much all in one place: the sky, the trees, the valley, exposed cliff edges, and the rugged, chaotic terrain transitioning from the top of the rim down to the valley floor. At this moment, I knew this was only a small glimpse of what Mother Nature had in store for me. Driving down the road, I couldn't help but think to myself, how old is Rim Road? What's its backstory? Where did it get its name? And how does something like the Mogollon Rim even exist in Arizona? When most people think of Arizona, they probably think of endless, arid desert filled with towering cacti, rattlesnakes, and snowbirds flocking in from the Midwest and crowding all the 55-plus communities. These are just a handful of topics that I'll fill you in on throughout the journey. On Google Maps, Rim Road shows that it's 43.5 miles, from Highway 87 to Highway 260. That's 70 meters for my homies on the metric system. When I first moved to Arizona and sampled Rim Road from the east side, my initial thought was, I bet this road was constructed to serve the locals and people coming up from Phoenix, to give them an easier access route to the heart of the Rim and enjoy outdoor recreation, such as hiking, mountain biking, camping, fishing, kayaking, off-roading, overlanding, hunting, and swimming. Yes, people do go swimming up here. There are multiple lakes and creeks to cool off in. However, that was not the original intent of this road, and its origins date back to more than 150 years ago. Let's take a trip in time as we continue on and see how things got started. In the early 1870s, a man by the name General George Crook came to Arizona as the commander of the Department of Arizona. His duty was to subdue Indians in the region and relocate them onto reservations. In order to do this, he knew he had to be able to move between military posts and travel through their territory ever so carefully and remain undetected. So in 1871, he, along with his troops, set out to create a supply road from Fort Apache, which is about 80 miles southeast of Payson, to Fort Whipple in Prescott, Arizona. The entire route was roughly 200 miles. As General Crook and his troops moved across the Mogollon Rim, actually it was referred to Black Mesa back in those days, but as they traversed the land, they knew they had to stay close to the edge, because if they went north, they would encounter very rough terrain, which wouldn't be optimal for a future travel route. They eventually reached Fort Whipple in Prescott, Arizona in September of 1871. Construction of a road started in 1872, and by 1873, supplies were being transported via pack trains, and by 1874, the trail had become wide enough for wagons. Over the course of the next 20 years, Crook Road was used frequently by troops patrolling the area and the northern boundary of the Apache Reservation. It would continually be used for 30-plus years until Rim Road was built in 1928. Just to clarify so there is no confusion, Rim Road, aka Forest Road 300, is not the original General Crook Trail. Remember, General Crook Trail was roughly 200 miles long that went from Fort Whipple in Prescott, Arizona to Fort Apache. However, a large stretch of General Crook Trail does go over the Mogollon Rim, and not only does it closely follow Rim Road, but it was a huge influence for it to be built. The name Mogollon comes from Juan Ignacio Flores Mogollon, a Spanish governor in the early 1700s. Spanish explorers and map makers named the region after him, and later on, English speakers added the word rim to describe the massive cliff-like edge running across Arizona. There's a thing you know. And by the way, everybody seems to pronounce it differently. Some say Mogollon, some say Mogollon, and others say Mogollon. Let me know how you pronounce it down in the comments, and we'll see what the majority of people say. And don't even get me started on the Prescott-Prescott debate.
Here's the scoop. About a half a mile back there, I pulled over on the side of the rim and I was flying my drone around getting some shots, and I was getting some great shots. And I happened to spot this alcove tucked about halfway up the rim here. Only problem was, even though I wasn't that far away, I think there was too much blockage, too many trees, and I was losing signal. So I figured I'd drive down the road here a little bit, make sure I'm close enough to it where I can see my drone, and also I can take a peek and see what's in that alcove. I'm gonna see if I can hike down to that little outcropping right there. And once I get there, I should be able to fly it directly down into that alcove.
A few moments later.
It is a little too windy for my liking, but we just hiked down here and this alcove is just right down there. I think the Mini 4 Pro can handle it. I think it's just windy because we're at the very top, but once it's already trying to fly. But once I fly it down into this little ravine here, I think the wind will die down pretty good.
There's no telling what was in this alcove. It could be absolutely nothing. Or it could be the shelter of the Native Americans that settled here centuries ago. If I spot it, it's worth flying in for a closer look. After carefully reviewing this footage, I didn't see anything of importance. I was just about to fly back when I spotted yet another one on the other side, and for a moment I thought we had something. This almost looked like a doorway to a hidden room, but unfortunately it's just a bunch of broken rock. Now at this point I couldn't resist walking over to the edge and glancing down the rim. It probably wasn't the best idea to do on a windy day, but I have been known to have a little bit of an adrenaline junkie in me, and I'd rather be an adrenaline junkie than an actual one, like Robert Downey Jr. But then again, he did make a comeback.
The wind is picking up pretty strong here. Usually when that happens, I take that as a sign that the universe is telling us, you're done here, keep moving on. There's nothing else to see, and the longer you stay here, the more you increase your chances of falling off the edge.
Something that you should have noticed ever since we hopped on Rim Road is the abundance of ponderosa pine trees being shown throughout the video. And that leads us to our fun fact. Did you know the Mogollon Rim in Arizona is home to the largest continuous stand of ponderosa pine trees on the entire planet? This massive belt of evergreens stretches nearly 200 miles from the border of New Mexico all the way to the south rim of the Grand Canyon. The road so far has been pretty smooth, and I've been traveling at a reasonable pace, considering it's hard to drive while constantly glancing over the edge. I did see a few passenger vehicles in passing, and if the rest of the road is anything like what I've driven on so far, it should be a piece of cake. But you do get pretty close to the edge at times, so maintaining focus is a key element if you don't want to fall off and die.
This is a side of the Mogollon Rim that I haven't been able to see until now. And the reason for that being is I got my Jeep back in November and Rim Road is closed throughout the winter. Now I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard that you do need a 4x4 high clearance vehicle to do Rim Road, and I've also heard that you do not, but you just have to be very, very careful. I would say that in my experience so far, I probably don't need 4x4, but high clearance definitely makes things a lot easier. Oh, we definitely have to walk out there. The problem with me is that I'm one of those people where I love the drive and I love seeing everything and I love to keep it moving. But about every 5 minutes, I keep finding another place to stop, a different view, a different perspective, and something else that I want to check out along the way. At this rate, we're never going to finish the video.
I didn't have any hikes planned for this video, but once I saw this ridge jutting out of the rim, I thought to myself, this kind of looks like Angel's Landing in Zion National Park. And 2, I gotta hike this. Now the hike down was pretty steep, but all things considered, I couldn't wait to get to the top. Everything was going fine until I ran into this.
All right, I wanted to give you guys some perspective. So we have about, I don't know, a 10-foot drop right here. Nothing too crazy. And I'm going to attempt to climb up this, do a quick hike to the end of that ridge, and then come back on the road. I really don't want to spend too much time over here, but this reminds me of Angel's Landing in Zion National Park, and I can't pass it up.
I knew I was going to have to hike down before I could hike up, and with the wind being as strong as it wasn't going to be easy. Someone once said every great journey starts with a single step. I don't know who said that, but they weren't wrong. Every step here required a calculated decision, especially with a drone remote in one hand. And just when it seemed like a straight shot the rest of the way, I was then presented with another challenge.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be a straight drop down.
What you didn't see were the many, many times I had to put my camera and drone remote down to avoid becoming a victim of natural selection. After a swift, slightly nerve-wracking, and very technical hike, I had finally made it to the edge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially made it to the end of the ridge.
I felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment just by hiking to the end of this ridge. Now, some people might think, well, it wasn't that long or difficult of a hike and it's nothing to brag about. Perhaps. But as an avid hiker, when I see a mountain, peak, ridge, or waterfall in the distance, sometimes this sensation comes over me that tells me, you must hike it, you must see what is at the top. And if I don't, I start to feel this void in my gut. Anybody else feel this way? I once read that this feeling is a mix of primal instinct, psychological desire for achievement, and a craving for perspective. Whatever it is, it's a very rewarding feeling when you get to the top and close that curiosity gap that your mind has created. Not only that, but when you see the world from a vantage point like this, it brings you an immense amount of peace, mental clarity, and often makes personal problems feel a lot smaller. But what do I know?
But we better keep things moving because we still have a good chunk of road left, and who knows what else we might see.
It was a pretty slow day on Rim Road, and because of that, I thought for sure we would run into some wildlife. Not in the literal sense, though, because that wouldn't be good. You know what I mean. Common animals that call the Mogollon Rim home include elk, mule deer, black bears, mountain lions, javelinas, and coyotes. While doing research for this video, I learned that wild horses are present in the region. I've never seen them, but it doesn't surprise me. Now keep an open mind for this next part, but supposedly, Arizona's Bigfoot, known as the Mogollon Monster, also lives in the region. Very legendary, yet unproven. Although I like to keep an open mind, and if there was such a creature roaming around the Mogollon Rim, it would be the perfect place. Lots of tree cover, water, plenty of food sources, and countless caves, crevices, and passageways to disappear into. Let me know in the comments if you believe in the Mogollon Monster, and if you have ever had an experience with the monster or know someone who has, please share that with us as well. When you compare the Mogollon Rim to Phoenix, it feels like a different world. The air is cool, the trees are closing in on you, and not a saguaro in sight. To your left, nothing but forest, and to your right, an edge that seems to fall forever. Every turn pulls you deeper along this massive cliff carved over millions of years ago, almost like a line drawn between two completely different worlds. And on top of that, it's very quiet up here, and at times almost too quiet. And as the road winds on, you almost feel like you're driving deeper and deeper into isolation. If you've ever looked up the Mogollon Rim before, you've probably heard it described as the southern edge of the Colorado Plateau, stretching some 200 miles from the White Mountains in eastern Arizona all the way to just southwest of Flagstaff. But what is the Colorado Plateau and why should you care? Well, the truth is, you don't need to care, but I'm still going to tell you about it. The simplest way I can explain it is, the Colorado Plateau is an elevated region situated around the Four Corners area of the United States, and it contains some of the most breathtaking scenery such as arches, red rock, canyons, cliffs, buttes, mesas, and layer after layer of rock stacked like a giant wedding cake. And you know what they say, the bigger the wedding cake, the greater the chance of divorce. Just kidding, just kidding. Mostly. You see, hundreds of millions of years ago, the desert was buried under ancient seas. But around 70 million years ago, something huge happened, known as uplift. The entire region slowly lifted upwards thousands of feet into the air, and once it was lifted, wind and water took over. Streams and rivers, especially the Colorado River, started cutting down through those layers. Over millions of years, they carved out deep canyons, cliffs, and valleys, exposing Earth's history one layer at a time. The Mogollon Rim, as we know it today, sometimes referred to as the transition zone, is the result of uplift and erosion over millions of years, and in some areas there's 2,000-foot drop-offs. That's 609 meters for my homies on the metric system. This is what separates the higher elevations of the Colorado Plateau from the desert lowlands. Everything about the Mogollon Rim is visually inviting, with a new perspective around every turn. And just when you think it can't get any better, it does. It was getting to be that time of day. However, at this point, I still had 15 miles to go until I would eventually meet up with Highway 260, which would eventually take me back into Payson, where I would hop on Highway 87 and take that all the way home. But within a matter of a few minutes, we went from dirt road to pavement, and it was extremely refreshing to be on a paved road. I could roll my windows down and take in that fresh forest air without having to worry about a vehicle coming down the road and kicking up dust, which would then cause me to cough uncontrollably like a young adult smoking their first cigarette. You know what I mean. But just when all seemed silent, the sun was getting low, the Earth's eyelids were getting heavy, and shadows started consuming the road. In the human world, this is generally a sign to start winding down the day. You know, put the kids to bed, crack a Budweiser, then turn on the news and yell at them like they can actually hear you. At least, that's what my dad did. Anyways, dusk was rapidly approaching, and as silent as it was in the forest, it wasn't empty. Here's what I saw. Now at this point, I was genuinely trying to leave, but the elk just kept coming out of nowhere like timeshare salesmen at a Las Vegas casino, which forced me to slow down because I didn't want to hit one. Then the coyotes would get it and rip it limb from limb while the rest of the elk family watched from a distance behind the trees. And I didn't want to be responsible for that. Man, those elk were something else. But hey, at least we got to see some wildlife before arriving at Highway 260. I never would have found this if it wasn't for my drone. From the ground, it appears to be just rock, but from the air, I noticed openings in the cliff that shouldn't be this easy to miss. And then I saw another and another. The reason I'm exploring this part of Arizona today is because it has deep history when it comes to marine fossils, Native American settlement, and ancient lakes. Whether you're up above, down below, or climbing up these mesas, you never know what you're going to find. Over thousands of years, soil from various mountain ranges was deposited, forming the different layers of sandstone, shale, and limestone you see all throughout the Verde Valley. And as the ancient lakes dried up, there's no telling what fossils you might find beneath the surface from the marine life that didn't make it out, or better yet, what fossils might be exposed on the many hills in the Verde Valley when the seasonal rains make an appearance. Throughout today's exploration, keep your eyes on the rock faces. If you spot anything I miss, feel free to call it out down in the comment section and let me know exactly where you saw it. Now, the reason I chose this stretch of the Verde Valley is because it sits close to a very specific set of caves carved out by the Native Americans. Those particular caves are further down the river and much lower to the ground, but where I'm flying right now is in higher elevation, and every time I've driven down this road, it's eaten at me not knowing what might be up on these hills or what might be hidden inside the layers of rock. And this is where things get wild, because this whole valley used to be underwater. Geologists believe that millions of years ago, a shallow lake covered much of what's now the Camp Verde area. Picture that for a second, a lake spread across the desert, right here where everything feels dry and sun-baked today. But back then, the landscape and climate were totally different. Quick disclaimer, there are a few competing theories on exactly how the lake was formed, so take the details with a grain of salt. But the big idea is solid. There really was a lake here, often referred to as Lake Verde, sometimes even nicknamed as Ancient Inland Sea. One leading explanation is that between roughly 8 and 10 million years ago, volcanic activity here, often tied to the Hackberry Mountain area, helped create a natural dam. Water pooled behind it, and over long stretches of time, the lake grew and shrank as conditions changed. And you can actually see that story in the cliffs. Now, the stacked layers of white limestone and reddish mudstone are like a timeline. They are evidence of fluctuating water levels, shifting shorelines, and long, slow changes that built this valley one layer at a time. Early on, the climate was a lot warmer and relatively dry, which led to massive salt deposits in parts of the Verde Valley. Some of that is still visible today, like at Camp Verde Salt Mine. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to grab any footage of it this time, but that's officially going on the list for a return trip. Then, as the climate cooled and the ice age approached, the lake expanded across more of the valley. Cooler conditions also helped preserve traces of what lived here. Fossils and even tracks left behind by ancient animals that walked these shores when this place looked nothing like it does today. But unfortunately for the lake, that is the end of its story. Around 2 million years ago, a natural dam at the southern end of the valley failed and collapsed. And when it did, the water drained and the Verde Valley was able to cut through again and flow freely, carving, shaping, and exposing the layers we are staring at today. So while we're flying today, that's what I want you to keep in mind. We're not just looking for caves or openings in the cliff, we're looking at a landscape that used to be at the bottom of a lake, layered, ancient, and full of secrets. For a moment, I thought this might have been a cave dug out by the Native Americans due to some slight similarities with the caves further down the river. But I ended up ruling that out because to me, it didn't make sense that there would be just one and not a few others nearby. But it's always worth taking a look. Now, just before I wrapped up my flight at this location, I noticed a couple of small pockets consisting of alcoves and smaller crevices. These particular ones I'm showing you right now, I had to take a careful look at on my big screen when I made it back home, because my eyes were pulling me in all different directions. Sometimes I thought I spotted something, but upon careful review it appeared to be nothing more than the shadows and colors of the rocks playing tricks on me. However, I was able to find a dirt road on Google Maps that should take me all the way up here, so next time, I'm exploring it on foot. Unless I get the right angle or risk a crash, it would be nearly impossible to spot a fossil with my drone, which is the DJI Mini 4 Pro in case you're wondering. But I am looking at a better model that would hopefully allow me to zoom in without compromising quality. It wouldn't surprise me if some of these birds would peck away at the rock to make more room for their nests. After packing up and getting ready to head to another very interesting site, I saw a few people pointing up in the trees. Curious as to what they were looking at, I turned around and this is what I saw. Thinking back on it now, I'm glad I landed my drone when I did. I don't like to disturb wildlife, and of course I did not want that eagle thinking that my drone was a snack. But it was a cool experience to see this beautiful bird gazing down at the land below, stretching its wings, and quite possibly planning out its next meal. Up ahead is a spot that's been bugging me for months, because from the road, it looks like nothing, and I'm not going to say what I think it is yet, but the drone should answer that question in the next few minutes. And hey, I'm not sure if anyone watching does what I do, but where I'm going to take you next is a perfect example of why you should never write anything off when you're out hiking, exploring, or traveling. And if you do get the inkling to go explore something, do it. Because if you do decide to write it off because of second thoughts, or you think there might not be anything there worth exploring, well, I'll let this next part of the video speak for itself. Because what I'm going to show you next is a site that I've been brushing off for way too long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a little bit of a walk until we get to the river over there. You can see that cliff, and I think I might be able to spot one or two really small alcoves. But given the Native American history that surrounds this river and all the erosion that's gone on over thousands of years, I'm really hoping we'll be able to find something out here. We're gonna keep our eyes peeled on the ground, look for any pottery sherds, fossils, and hopefully not rattlesnakes. I'm hoping we'll find some unique looking rocks as we go along here. Got a little gate to go through here. Where was it? I just saw a rock that caught my eye. Oh, here it is. I don't think it's a pottery sherd by any means, but anytime I see a rock that has this much color to it, it's always fun to look at. If you look into Arizona history deep enough, you'll be surprised by how many incidents you can find where they were doing some blasting, digging, excavating, doing road construction, you name it, or in the event a catastrophic flash flood comes through and it reveals something in the hills, in the mountains, in the washes. So that's why when I'm out in areas like this, especially next to a river, got to keep my eyes peeled. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally made it to the Better Day River. Look how cool this is. It almost looks like a castle. Hint, hint, wink, wink. We just got to be careful walking along the river here because this is rattlesnake territory. And I've ran into 2 rattlesnakes along the river. Not that we're going to run into one today because it is the cooler season, but you never know. We'll take a look at another rock here. No fossils. Now I just have to find a nice place to launch and land my drone. Ta-da! Got the DJI Mini 4 Pro and the remotes.
This was the area that I have been wanting to explore for quite some time, especially with knowing what lies just up the river from here, and we'll touch base on that later. But I was sure that if I took my time out here and carefully canvassed the area, I would eventually stumble upon something that would make my day. And I have no idea why, but the hole at the top of this cliff here was creeping me out. It felt like an eye in the sky that was watching my every move. I was going to fly around the river a little bit more, but something about that eye in the sky kept grabbing my attention. I don't know what it was, but I couldn't let it go. Therefore, I flew in for a closer look. I think this is the perfect time to say there was definitely more to it than meets the eye. And wouldn't you know it, there were 2 small alcoves just beneath the eye. And I would bet anything that that hole at the top of the cliff was to keep a lookout for any incoming travelers or people going door to door selling solar systems. Just kidding. Now, these caves would have been dug out by the Sanaguan civilization, which started building permanent living structures along the Verde River from about AD 1125 to 1425, and you may get a glimpse of this later in the video. They dug out caves like these for a variety of reasons, mainly to live in and for religious ceremonies, but smaller ones such as these here were more than likely used for food storage. And if you look very, very closely, you can see small pottery sherds on the ground. These caves were an incredible discovery, and what makes finding them so special is that I found them completely on accident. But it didn't stop there. I continued scanning the canyon with my drone, and I found not 1, but 2 more caves. Being that they were so close by, I figured, heck, let's put the drone down and go check them out on foot.
Welcome to Bummertown. Population, me. I could take my shoes and socks off and walk through it. Maybe it's shallow enough over here to where I could jump across. Damn it. I'm so close. I took off my shoes, found a little hiking stick as well. I'm gonna try to walk across. Well, I'm going to. It's not that deep. It's probably gonna be freezing for a few seconds. Just as I was putting my shoes on, I thought this was a fossil. I forget the term for this type of rock, but it caught my eye. It looks like there's even a little footpath up here. There's the alcove straight ahead that had that rope tied onto a little anchor point. And there's the alcove that I found on my drone. Is that a pottery sherd? I think so. I'm sure we'll see more of those as we get to the top. Ooh, that looks like a big piece. It's one of the bigger ones I've found so far. Smooth on this side, so that was the outside. Rough on the inside. Beautiful find. We're gonna put that back right where we found it. Oh, here's another piece. About the same size. Smooth on this side. Rough on the other side. Absolutely amazing. I want to get up into the cave 8 first before we start looking at more pottery sherds. And of course, just as I get done saying that, look at this. Holy Hannah, I don't want to break it. Look at the size of that one. Humongous. This is probably the biggest one I've ever found. Check out the size of that. Now, don't hate me for what I'm about to do next, but that was directly on the trail. I'm gonna set this one right over here, so that way people don't walk on it and damage it, and everybody else can enjoy it. I am really glad I took the extra 2 seconds to scan the area with my drone. Of course, it looks like people tried to carve their initials in on the ceiling. Jerks. I've always wondered if all these smaller individual holes here were dug out by the Sanaguan, or if those were just naturally formed. Ooh. Here's some tools that they probably used for mashing corn. Here's the bigger hole off to the left-hand side. If I had more people with me, I would go in there, but I'm not gonna do it solo. Knowing my luck, the ground would collapse, and then nobody would ever find me. And then you guys wouldn't be able to see this video. Gotta know your limits. And like most of the other cave 8s and Native American ruins that I found, they probably kept in communication with the people over here. And I bet there's more of them lined throughout this canyon. Next time I'll bring all of you with, and we'll go climb up into that cave 8. It almost looks like there might be more on the bottom. I didn't see it with my drone, but if you guys look in the bottom there, it looks like there might be a rock wall and some more cave 8s.
As much as I wanted to crawl into that last cave, I had to keep moving. The next site that I had planned to visit wasn't that far away, but it was about a mile hike back to my car. So if there was any chance of me making it there and then to my final destination, I had to leave now.
Gonna leave my hiking stick here for the next person that comes out.
The next site is a very popular destination that anybody can visit, and it's a place that some of my viewers have been bugging me about for the last year or so. I know because I read all the comments. The standard fee to enter the National Monument is $10, pretty much the same as a gallon of gas in California. I grabbed a pamphlet inside and began walking toward the famous Montezuma's Castle. Most people drive past this place and think, oh cool, an ancient cliff house. But Montezuma Castle is way more interesting than the name makes it sound. This is one of the best preserved ancient dwellings in North America, tucked into a limestone cliff above Beaver Creek in central Arizona. Despite the name, Montezuma didn't build this. It has nothing to do with the Aztec emperor at all. The name was given much later by early settlers, like a lot of places in the Southwest that got mislabeled by outsiders. The people who actually built and lived here were the Sinagua, a prehistoric culture that lived in this region. They weren't a single tribe in the modern sense, but communities that farmed, traded, and adapted to desert life. Archaeologists generally date Montezuma Castle to about 900 to 1100 years old, with major building happening around the 1100s, and people living in the area for centuries. So why build a 5-story home inside of a cliff? Well, that's a really good question. Here's a few reasons. Being up on the ground helped protect against flooding from the creek, reduced insect problems, and offered safety and visibility. Plus, the cliff kept the rooms cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. The castle is actually about 20 rooms, and experts estimate that it housed maybe 30 to 50 people at a time. Basically, an apartment complex for a tight-knit community. By around 1425, the Sinagua had moved on from this specific site. The exact reason isn't one simple answer, but likely a mix of changing water conditions, resource pressure, and shifting communities and trade networks. The Sinagua did not vanish. They relocated and merged into other populations in the region. Now, as for who discovered it, well, it was never truly lost. Indigenous peoples in the region always knew it was here, but it became widely known to non-native settlers in the 1800s, and unfortunately, it was heavily looted before protections existed. That's a big reason it was set aside early as a protected site. It became one of the first U.S. national monuments in 1906. As far as standing here today, it's wild to think that this isn't a ruin in the abstract. This was a real home, families, food, daily life, built into stone, still watching over the creek after nearly 1,000 years. What's even crazier to imagine is the fact that many decades ago, when people would visit, they were actually able to climb up into Montezuma's castle using ladders and explore it. But that was eventually discontinued in the early 1950s as high visitation increased the risk of damage and safety. And that's not just for the castle, but for the cave-8s as well. Montezuma's castle is definitely the highlight here, but as you continue walking down the path and look up, you can see dozens of cave-8s, similar to the ones that we explored just a few moments ago. I would give almost anything to be able to go up and check out the castle, but at the same time, I completely understand why we can't. And because we can't, this is why the castle will be around for a very long time, allowing visitors to experience it for many years to come. On that note, I do have some news to break to you guys. The castle is not in its 100% original state. While it is remarkably preserved, it has undergone repairs, suffered looting, and of course exploring the castle itself was closed off to the public in 1951. As one would imagine, Montezuma's castle is 900 years old. It's not exactly a spring chicken of a structure, and occasionally it does undergo restoration and stabilization work to preserve it as much as possible. But if you find yourself in this part of Arizona and you want to make it a part of your trip, I will link that website down in the description for more information. I was going to say that I saved the best for last, but honestly, every part of this trip has been its own kind of experience. That said, there's a very special place in Arizona, and it doesn't look like the rest of the state. Not even close. And as many times as I've been here, I'll be the first to admit it. I still don't fully understand the story behind it, especially the geology. I just know this. It's one of those towns that once you've seen it, it stays with you. It sticks out like an alcoholic in church. But here's the problem. Time was ticking, the shadows were getting longer, and I had to pick up my in-laws at the airports in 4 short hours. And trust me, if I wasn't there on time, I'd never hear the end of it. It would come up at every dinner table conversation for the rest of my life. Still, I decided to risk it, because I wanted to show you this place. A place that pulls in nearly 3 million visitors every year, and the second you arrive, you'll understand why. There are places in Arizona that feel almost too unreal to be natural, and Sedona is one of them. From the ground, it's beautiful, but from up here, it's something else entirely. These walls of red rock don't just sit on the landscape, they loom over it like the land is trying to remember something ancient. And what gets me isn't just the color, it's the shape, the layers, the sharp edges that look carved on purpose. Because when you're looking at formations like this, you're not just looking at rocks, you're looking at a story, written in stone. Sedona's famous red rock comes largely from sandstone that formed long ago when this region was changing over and over again. Deserts, rivers, shallow seas, floodplains, each environment left behind sediment, grain by grain, layer by layer, until the pressure turned it into rock. That's why you can see it. Those stripes and bands aren't decoration. They're time stacked on one another. And then the real drama starts, because rock doesn't become this just by forming. It becomes this by being worked on relentlessly. Uplift pushed these layers higher. Then wind, rain, and time went after the weak spots. Cracks, seams, softer layers, slowly sculpting the towers, fins, and sheer faces we're flying past right now. But what always makes my stomach drop is realizing the landscape isn't finished, not even close. Every ledge you see is temporary. Every slab has a fault line somewhere. Some of these cliffs have been holding their breath for thousands of years, and one day without warning, they'll let go. Look at the undercuts, the overhangs, the places where the rock is hollowed out. That happens when softer layers erode faster than the harder ones, so the rock above stays, hovering like it's defying gravity. And from the air, you can see the patterns you'd never notice from the road, how the formations line up, how the ridges bend, how the layers tilt, like the earth got folded and then frozen in place. And then, of course, there's the color. The red isn't paint, it's chemistry. Iron in the rock oxidized, basically rusted, over time staining the sandstone. And when the sun drops low, it doesn't just light the cliffs, it turns them into fire. But what I love most is the feeling that you're flying over something older than a memory. A landscape built by deposition, lifted by forces we can't see, and carved down by the simplest things such as wind, water, and gravity. Slow, patient, and unstoppable. Sedona looks peaceful from a distance, but up close you realize it's not peace, it's balance. A fragile truce between stone and time, and we're only catching one frame of it.
This road that you see behind me here, supposedly at the end of it, there's a bunch of abandoned military equipment. Now that being said, I've read online that a lot of it has gone missing and it's not there, but I've also seen some picture and video online that dictates otherwise. So today I'm gonna settle the score, but we have to be extremely careful because look where we are. I do have a permit that allows me to be out here, so that should help prevent me from getting blown up. Ironically enough, the content that I saw online was drone footage and photos of people coming out here and checking out the stuff. Now, under no conditions whatsoever can you fly drones out here. I don't know, maybe they got a pass, maybe they got clearance. I really don't think it's possible, but I'm not gonna chance it today. Later on today, there is another site I hope to check out, and if we can make it out there, then I will be able to launch my drone.
This was new territory for me, and the forum that I found online said the road was relatively smooth, but at certain points it could be extremely sandy and bumpy. Not to mention, it was a 12-mile drive through the desert from where I am now until I arrived at the coordinates that I was given. I wasn't too worried about that though, because I knew my Jeep would be able to handle it. But things can change, especially during monsoon season. Flash floods can rearrange the land in an instant, and the last thing I wanted to do was veer off trail, especially with signs like this posted everywhere.
I definitely saw a lot of Border Patrol agents as we were coming out this way, but then again, you have to remember, we are only about, 45 minutes from the Mexico-US border. While I'm not worried about anything bad happening, when you are this close to the border, it's always important to remain alert and scan your surroundings. I did come out here well prepared, as usual. Interpret that information as you will.
I spotted this about 40 feet from the road, and my first thought was it was probably some sort of decommissioned weapon, but as I got closer, I saw that it was only a large piece of white pipe with panels on each side. It sort of reminded me of a giant potato gun that one of my friends used to have growing up. And just a few feet away, there was another one. This is an active bombing range which covers about 1.9 million acres, and it's primarily operated by the U.S. Air Force and Marine Corps, which leads me to believe that this mechanism was more than likely used for target practice or a visual reference for pilots. And from what I also read, there are multiple crash sites out here where you can find various aircraft. Now, I wasn't given the coordinates for those, but we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled.
I do get service out here, and I just checked my GPS, and we have 10 miles to go until we get to the site to where this abandoned military equipment is. But I also read that if you keep your eyes peeled out here, there's tons of other little goodies that you can spot along the way.
The drive was going pretty smooth. I didn't have to engage four-wheel drive, and there were minimal obstacles. And if I recall, the only thing I had to exercise caution around was when I was crossing a wash. Some of the banks were really steep, and it was a direct drop into the sand. Other than that, it's been an easy drive. The road was very narrow, and I didn't think I would run into anybody else, but I still took it easy in the event I approached a side-by-side or a dirt biker racing down the road.
What do we got here? I don't think this is a cell tower, some sort of antenna. If you need help, push red button. U.S. Border Patrol will arrive in 1 hour. Do not leave this location. Wow. And the graphic here is a very accurate depiction of what can happen out here. I'm not worried about my safety by any means, but you never know who's been traveling all this way from Mexico and even South America. And I've seen some people come up here before too, not necessarily in this area, but I've seen Border Patrol stop people along the highway going from Yuma to San Diego. And some of those people look like hell. You can see their skin peeling. It's really dark brown. They look super dehydrated. The skin on their lips is just peeling like crazy. It is beautiful desert. It's amazing, and I love Arizona, but it's also a testament of how unforgiving the desert can be. This military equipment has to be out here because when I was talking to that Border Patrol agent, I told her who I am and why I'm out here and what I'm looking for. And I kind of feel like if the military equipment was gone, she would have said, oh, they got rid of it a long time ago, it's no longer there, sparing me the trip. But because she didn't say that, I just have to believe that it's still out here.
10 seconds later.
Oh my God, it's still here. Check it out. I knew they had to be here. How often do you see something like this in the desert? This is awesome. I've seen a few tanks up close in person, but never inside like this. That is fantastic. I wish I could have done some more research so that way I could tell you guys a little bit more about it while we're walking around and scoping it out. But this was kind of a last minute trip idea because one of my viewers told me about it. And so I figured since I'm out here, why not try to find it? Let's see if we can climb up here. I don't know that I actually want to go inside in case there's scorpions or rattlesnakes in there. Let's see if there's anything in these hatches. Ugh, these things are freaking heavy. Ugh. Wow. Man, if these things could talk, can you imagine the stories they could tell? Does this actually move? Oh, it does. Ugh. Need some DW-40. Let's open some of these up. Nothing. Wouldn't that suck if I opened this and a Mojave rattlesnake popped out? There's a gauge down here. I thought it was a compass at first, but it doesn't appear to be.
I continued to climb around and check out the tank. It was an unbelievably gorgeous day out, and I kind of felt like a kid playing on a jungle gym, while at the same time, it felt like I was on an episode of the old TV show, MASH.
Now the cool part, I was so focused on this tank that I completely missed that there's about 3 or 4 more right behind me. That was pretty awesome. We're gonna drive down there a little bit further and check out the other tanks. They're not that far away, but when you're out in places like this, I am not too fond of putting more distance between me and my vehicle in case something unexpected happens. Tank number 2. I got a feeling all these tanks are gonna look very similar. Rusted, busted, beaten up, gutted. What's this? The end of a missile or something? Looks like an old Nerf football. Let's see if it opens. Let's do a quick knock. Yep, that is not opening.
The military training range that I'm exploring today was established in 1941, and the dilapidated tanks that I'm showing you are the remnants of decades of live-fire military training, testing, and bombing exercises.
Does this one rotate too? I've seen plenty of tanks in person, but I've never actually been in or on one. Can you imagine the views this baby's seen? All the convoys, trucks, armies. I'm not sure what this little thing is here,
but it reminds me of R2-D2. If there was anything in here from a long time ago, I'm sure it's gone by now. Can't hurt to take a look, though. Ammo storage? Supplies? I'm no tank expert, so if you guys know what they put in here, feel free to share with us down in the comment section. I keep thinking we're gonna get scared the crap out of by a tarantula, snake, or scorpion. Can we get in here? These don't look like they're opening, but I'm gonna try. That one's not opening. Let's try this one. That one's not opening either. Can't really see inside. And like I said, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 more down there. There is a bunch of training sites all around here, but those ones you can't go to. There must be training or something going on out here. Otherwise, it's just people doing off-roading, because you'll see a bunch of dust trails every now and then. Hopefully it's nothing nefarious. Looks like the hatch is open on this one. Let's go see what's inside. Let's see. Whoa! Paul, what are you doing in here? I told you, this isn't Area 51. That's in Nevada. And what happened to your legs? Not a whole lot in this one. Not to bring up politics, but now that I've been out here for a few minutes, it's hard to imagine a family, let alone kids, walking through the desert, coming from Mexico and even further south, and crossing this desert just to get in America. I mean, even during the cooler months when it's 60, 70 degrees out here, that sun is still beating down on you. And even right now, it's about 75 degrees and it's starting to heat up pretty good. Hard to imagine a family walking through all of this just to get to the nearest town, to get water, food. That'd be brutal. We'll go check out the last 2 tanks here and then make our way back to the interstate. I haven't seen anything else, but the videos in forums that I visited online, they made it seem like there was a lot more out here. Just have to keep our eyes peeled. Like I said earlier, I'm sure all of these look the exact same. Gutted, busted, rusted, but we're still gonna check it out. We came all this way. Maybe this will. Here's another one of these. Looks like the end of a rocket or missile. I probably shouldn't be touching it though. God only knows what types of contamination is in this thing.
Walking around this cluster of tanks, poking my head inside and taking a look at all the gears, levers, and switches, it made me realize how easy I have it when it comes to driving my Jeep and my Hyundai. I know these are just used for target practice, amongst other things, but I try to put myself in the shoes of others. And what I mean by that is, I can't even imagine the level of stress that must come with operating one of these things. Doing research for this video, I learned that common tank crews are made up of 4 people, and before I go any further, I would like to say that I have never served and I have nothing but great respect for those that did and are currently. I am no expert on the subject, therefore if I get anything wrong or there is something you would like to add, feel free to share with everyone down in the comment section. As I was saying, common tank crews are typically made up of 4 people: the tank commander, driver, gunner, and loader. Now, from my perspective, I think it's pretty incredible that it takes 4 people to operate one of these, let alone being able to fit 4 people in here. I mean, being crammed into a tiny space, all working together in a synchronized manner, trying to stay focused, all with the weight of knowing the potential threats that exist outside. I find that pretty impressive.
The tanks have been pretty cool. Like I said, I've never come across anything quite like this out in the middle of the desert, let alone near the US-Mexico border. But for now, we're gonna head on down the road a little bit further. Hopefully we don't get too close to Mexico, but I wanna see if there's anything else out here that we can explore. If we can find something, awesome. If we can't, then we're gonna head back up to the interstate and head about 45 miles east, because there is another interesting location up there I wanna share with you guys.
Instances like this are when having a drone would have saved me a lot of time. Ultimately, I could have used my drone to help me find the crashed jets and other equipment, but I couldn't use my drone out here without potentially going to prison and having to share my commissary with inmates that don't even know how to spell commissary. Anyways, instead of continuing down the trail with limited daylight and no clues as to where the wrecks were, I decided to head back to the interstate and investigate another desert anomaly, something thousands of people probably drive by every day, but they don't even know it's there.
We should have just enough time left for me to show you what's out here. Now you can't see it from the ground, but trust me when I say there is something out here. Something out here pretty big. You can really only see it from the sky. Here's a little hint of what I'm gonna show you next. It does appear there is one building out there yet, but I'm going to quit yapping and get my drone up in the air, because once the sun starts to set, it sets quick.
At first glance, it appears to be desert. Boring, flat, endless desert as far as the eye can see. It's about as visually appealing as watching paint dry. However, when I bring my drone to a higher elevation, we can clearly see there's something else going on. That, my friends, is a giant triangle carved straight into the Arizona desert. And the real question is, who made this, and what was it for? Because shapes like this don't just appear by accident, especially not at this scale. It's not painted, it's not built with concrete. The surface itself was altered. Someone intentionally cleared and shaped this ground, big enough to be seen from thousands of feet in the air. Now, at first glance, you might think it's an ancient symbol, secret site, or maybe even something classified. But the truth is, it's actually more interesting, and it connects directly to what this entire region has been used for. This is Dateland Army Airfield. It was established in January of 1943, and it is located between Yuma and Gila Bend, Arizona. The longest side of the triangle is just over a mile long, while the shorter sides measure just under a mile. Now, according to a plaque that is displayed down the road at the Travel Center, the base was originally designed for single-engine gunnery training, but was later converted to a twin-engine gunnery school in 1943. Another article I found online titled Abandoned and Little-Known Airfields stated that this was later converted to B-25 bomber training. Here's the photo of the plaque located just outside of the Dateland Travel Center. Feel free to pause the video if you would like to read it in its entirety. Also, this place has amazing date shakes, and whether you're traveling from Phoenix to the psychotic state of California, or coming to your senses and driving back to Phoenix from California, the date shakes really hit the spot. The concrete bunker you are seeing now was used to sight machine guns of Dateland's Mitchell B-26 bombers. It is the only remaining structure on the airfield. Over time, various training operations were carried out here, until 1957 when the hangar and other flight line buildings mysteriously burned down. According to wikiwand.com, the Air Force sent in an investigation team to do an inventory check on the B-25 parts and found nothing. The officer in charge was later court-martialed and the base permanently closed in 1957, which was also the same year that Nancy Cartwright was born. She voiced Bart Simpson on the popular TV show The Simpsons. No relevance though, just a random fun fact. The road out here led to a place I wasn't allowed to go. So of course, I needed to find out why. I started this drive just outside of Winkleman, Arizona, sort of a continuation from last week's video. Every time I drive down Highway 77, it's like rewatching an old movie, in the sense that I know what to expect, but I always discover something new. Now this particular day was perfect to be outside. There was just enough overcast to tame down the sun, and seeing the lush green plant life in the desert surrounding the road was very calming. And before I knew it, something had caught my eye. I'm not one to pass up an abandoned building, let alone an old gas station on the side of the road. But it was clear by everything being boarded up that I was not getting in. But if anyone watching has any information on what it was called and when it closed, feel free to share with us down in the comments. A short hop, skip, and one Garth Brooks song later, I made it to one of a few things that I had set out to explore. This small desert town is Mammoth, Arizona, and like a lot of places out here, it owes its existence to one thing: mining. Mammoth sits along the San Pedro River, and it really started to take shape in the late 1800s when prospectors began discovering gold and other minerals in the surrounding hills. By the early 1900s, it had grown into a full-on mining town, supporting nearby operations like Mammoth Mine and later the San Manuel copper mine just up the road. But the name Mammoth didn't come from fossils or the nickname of my ex-girlfriend's mother. Oh geez. It actually comes from the Mammoth Mine, which was named to reflect the massive size and potential of the mineral deposits found here. In other words, mammoth as in huge, but not prehistoric. At its peak, Mammoth was a busy working town. Miners, families, rail lines, and industry all centered around pulling resources out of the desert. But like many mining towns, its fortunes rose and fell with the industry. When mining slowed down or shut down, the town had to adapt. Today, Mammoth is much quieter, but the history is still written all over the landscape. Old structures, rail remnants, and the surrounding terrain all hints at its past life, when this quiet stretch of desert was once buzzing with activity. But speaking of old structures, something on the outskirts of town caught my attention, and once I saw it, I couldn't let it go. And I didn't want to only view it from my drone, so I drove in for a closer look. This is the historic railroad bridge, or trestle, located on the outskirts of Mammoth, Arizona. Viewing the trestle from a distance with my drone, I knew it was big, but when I walked beside it and looked up, that's when I truly got a sense of how enormous this thing was. Ooh, it looks like we'll even be able to drive underneath it. Now that would be cool to get on my drone. Just by looking at these supports, you can kind of get an idea of just how old it is. There's one part of the old trestle. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll even find a railroad spike down here. If not, I do plan on climbing up there. Not on the trestle, but on the side down there and seeing if I can find anything else. Someone left a golf ball out here. What is that, crimson? Anybody want a golf ball? Part of me is thinking that we'll almost certainly run into a rattler out here. Oh, hey. Another golf ball. What is that, B2? I wonder if people don't come out here and practice their swing. On my way out here, I saw maybe 3 Jeeps and 2 dirt bikes.
come down this road. I thought maybe they'd come out and check out the trestle as well, but I think they drove a little bit further up the wash. Oh, there's a lizard. See if I can zoom in on the little guy. Spooking him. All right, little guy, we'll leave you alone.
This massive wooden structure is part of a railroad built in the 1950s to move copper out of the San Manuel mine. Back then, the trains loaded with ore needed a straight level path through this rugged desert, so instead of dropping them down into the washes, they built these towering trestles to carry the tracks across. It was all part of a much larger network that kept Arizona's copper industry alive. But when the mines shut down, the trains stopped coming, leaving behind structures like this, just sitting out here in the middle of nowhere. And this is just one of many trestles on the rail line, but it is by far the largest. The San Manuel Railroad is a short-line railroad with a connection to the Copper Basin Railway in Hayden, Arizona, roughly 25 miles away. Now, according to UnionPacific.com, the copper mine at San Manuel was permanently closed in 2003. The San Manuel Arizona Railroad ceased operations in 1999. There are no current plans to reopen this line. However, some forums online indicated that this railroad is still occasionally used by the San Manuel Railroad, but I find that hard to believe, and you'll see why in just a minute.
Now that we've scoped out the area a little bit, I'm going to try to find a way to hike up to the rail bed and see what we can find up there. I don't think there's going to be an easy way up. It is a short, but very incredibly steep climb.
Needless to say, this wasn't easy. Climbing this slope was about as difficult as trying to get a yes or no answer out of a politician.
I am literally crawling on my hands and knees to get to the top. And there's the railroad. Let's see if we can find a railroad spike to add to the collection. What a view. Now that monsoon season is rapidly approaching, I'll have to keep an eye on the forecast because it would be really neat to come out here and see water flowing underneath this trestle. On a different day, I would walk across that bridge, but when I'm out here by myself, it doesn't seem like a smart move. All it takes is one wrong move, one slip, and I am hasta la bye-bye.
I didn't really know what to expect when I came out to Mammoth. I didn't anticipate on finding the trestle, and at this point I had no knowledge of the railroad history, but what I saw up ahead led me to believe it hasn't been used in a very long time.
All right, there's got to be one railroad spike that popped out over time. More railroad ties. And it looks like there is something over here. Please don't let this be a homeless person. Please don't let this be a homeless person. Can't really tell you what that is, but it looks like it probably could have been an old shack. One thing I've noticed about homeless people in Arizona, and this is just based off of my perspective, you tend to find, I don't want to say a lot, but a fair amount of homeless encampments along railroads. Maybe they're jumping on trains heading to the next town, or maybe it's an easy way to kind of go from town to town without taking the main path and remaining undetected by the locals. I keep thinking if I keep my eyes peeled and am very patient, I'll just find a railroad spike laying right in front of me. And oh, hold on. We found one. We found one. I like this one too. Perfect. Like, what are the odds? That just goes to show you the power of positive affirmations. Now the question is, am I going to keep it? I'll let you decide. I remember a while ago, one of my viewers told me, when you see places like this, where they blast through or dig through,
to put in railroads or highways, this is where you want to look for fossils. And in fact, someone left a comment in a video, I think a few months back, saying if you take the highway from Payson all the way up to Christopher Creek, the areas up there where they blasted through the highways, I guess that's supposedly a hot spot to find fossils. I haven't put that to the test yet, but believe me, it's coming. Ooh, this is an interesting looking rock. Ooh, heavy too. When you see something like this from a distance, it almost looks like a skull. Sparkling a little bit too.
I kept on walking, keeping my eyes peeled and paying very close attention to my surroundings, and what I saw next led me to believe the railroad hasn't been used in a hot minute. Here you can see vegetation growing in between the railroad ties. Now this isn't uncommon at all, but the fact that it looks undisturbed and shows no sign of wear and tear from locomotives and rail cars confirms to me that it hasn't seen any activity in a very long time.
Here's another one. I wish I would have paid attention in geology class back in high school and college.
I continued to comb the railroad for a little while longer, looking for spikes, fossils, or anything peculiar that stuck out to me, and if I'm being honest, I was just killing time because I was not looking forward to hiking back down the railway embankment. But my procrastination paid off because before I went back down to my Jeep, I found this.
All right, now the fun part, shimmying my way back down to my Jeep. I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to see me fall on my face. Well, maybe you do, and if you do, that's completely fine. But for the sake of the video, I'm gonna stop recording and then we'll pick up at the bottom.
A few moments later.
As you can see, I did make it down, mostly unscathed, but it was not easy. Thank the Lord I did not film it, because every other word you would have heard would have been a curse word. Anyway, on the way back to my Jeep, I saw some cool plants and cacti. Nothing to write home about, but they're always enjoyable to see. I didn't have any specific plans once I went under the trestle, but if I'm speaking honestly, I thought it would look great from the perspective of my drone, which is a DJI Mini 4 Pro in case you're wondering. I couldn't afford too much time over here because I still had another location mapped out that I wanted to reach, and not knowing the conditions of the road, I figured I'd better get a move on. With the way the clouds were looking that day, it looked like it could downpour at any given second. Next thing I know, I was heading for the mountains. This is a location that a few of my viewers have mentioned over the past few months. After some careful research and seeing a few enticing photos on Jeep forums, I knew this was going to be my next destination. But with every new adventure comes new challenges. After making it through the flat, rough stuff, the road became smoother, the sky grew brighter, and it was non-stop, jaw-dropping views. It was one of those drives where the further you went, it seemed like the land opened up even more, and around every curve was another surprise. It goes without saying, this trail required attention to the conditions. As I stated before, it was a relatively smooth road, but at times it could be extremely bumpy and very sandy toward the edges. Nothing to be too concerned about, but the slightest distraction could send you down the hill. And maybe it's just me, but I feel like it would be extremely embarrassing to go over the edge on a trail like this. About halfway there, I decided to get out, pay the water bill, and survey my surroundings. According to Google Maps, it didn't seem like I was that far away, but staring off into the distance, it sure didn't feel like it. Now, for any first-time viewers that might be wondering how my drone is able to follow my vehicle and keep up consistently, well, it's due to the feature called Active Track. It's a premium feature on the DJI Mini 4 Pro that allows the drone to lock onto a subject and follow it. It's pretty easy to initiate. All you do is scan the subject with the drone, tap on Active Track, press record, and go. You can also change up the angles while it's in motion, along with getting very close-up views or long-distance views. There's a thing you know. What I found next almost flew under my radar. I was so focused on my GPS that I almost missed this. Like most of the car wrecks that I find out in the desert, who really knows the story as to how this ended up here? My guess would be it was probably a work truck that belonged to one of the miners, and one day it just broke down. It was probably one of those situations where it would end up costing too much to tow back into town, and by the time all the repairs were said and done, it would cost even more. The owner then realized it probably wasn't worth the hassle and ended up buying a new truck. But what do you guys think? Just as I started closing in on this location I was now only a stone's throw away from, something happened that I could not predict, and it didn't make me happy.
Well, this is a huge bummer. We get all the way up here, and we can't even make it to what I wanted to show you guys. Which is okay, because it's been a hell of a ride. It's been very fun, it's been very scenic. But I was not expecting this. This also makes me wonder if we can get a permit or some sort of a pass to come up here, because it says your actions today determine your access tomorrow. You are crossing Red Hawk Copper Incorporated private property. Access is a privilege and can be revoked at any time. Please respect private property rights. No littering, camping, fires, stay on existing roads, no problem. So this makes me think we could probably get permission, a pass, or a permit to get up here. It's a little contradicting.
Now you might be thinking to yourself, gee, what a huge letdown. You drove all this way from Phoenix and came all the way through the mountains just to be stopped at the gate. And yes, it was a huge letdown. I was really excited to show you guys something tucked away in these mountains and tell the story. But unfortunately, that is not going to happen today. But there are two important things I want to share with you as we make our way back down the mountain. Number one is, this was not a waste of time. A waste of time is when you are given an opportunity, no matter how big or small, and you do nothing with it. Now, I could have easily canned this video and said, no show this week because it did not work out. And let me tell you, I was extremely close to doing that because I felt I couldn't fully deliver on this video. But this leads me to point number two. And that is, this is the harsh reality of being a content creator. Sometimes things don't work out the way you want them to. The research I did led me to believe that anyone could come up here and explore what it was that I wanted to show you, but I didn't read anything that talked about permits, gates, or road closures. After I got back home, I pulled up the location on Google Earth, and I did see that there were a few different ways to access the site. Maybe I made a simple mistake and took the wrong road, but all I know is this isn't the last time I'll be visiting this place. and as soon as I can get a confirmed route up here, I'll be back. But until then, here is a clip of my very first Gila monster sighting here in Arizona. I've lived here about 6-7 years, and this is the first time I saw one. This was just off the Apache Trail coming out of Tortilla Flats, Arizona.
Welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures, everybody. We are starting off today's adventures on a trail in southern Utah. And trust me when I say I have a bunch of cool things planned for you guys to see today, so let's keep it moving.
I recently found an interesting photo of a certain something on Google, and once I saw it, I could not ignore it. I had to make the drive up here and see it with my own eyes.
And if you're wondering what I'm looking for, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's kind of in regards to, or in relation to, a video I shot a couple weeks ago regarding old classic cars. That's your hint. Look at the texture of this rock. All the little grooves on it.
One thing I never get tired of seeing in the state of Utah is the abundance of orange/red rock. It's like a magnet to your eyes, and whether you're driving down the road or hiking through a canyon, it's always a blessing to see.
All right, this is looking promising. This is kind of what the photo looked like that I found online.
I couldn't have asked for a better day to be out here. This was a relatively short hike, and it seemed like as soon as I got started, I was pretty much there.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Probably a couple dozen old cars embedded into that wall there. Let's get closer. Here's our first look. You can see how they're all pummeled together. How cool is this? It feels like I've been on a kick recently of finding clusters of old cars out in the desert. I found this one on an Instagram post, I don't know, a few weeks ago, and they didn't post the location, but my investigative skills when it comes to finding stuff like this is getting better. I'd guess there's probably a couple dozen cars here, and there's probably even more in there, because this is just what you can see on the outside. Look at all those bumpers. Is that a license plate? I don't think so. Oh, hey. Interesting. Wonder what that was used for. Oh, there's another one. I wonder if those weren't anchors to help support the cars and rocks. That one still has the headlights in it. Kind of half tempted to climb up to that top one there and see what's in there. And you know, I just might. I don't think these cars are going anywhere anytime soon. I was noticing on some of these cars here, you can see they use some sort of wire to prevent the door from opening to hold all that rock in there. Yeah, if you didn't use cars like this to kind of help support the road, it wouldn't be here that long, especially after a good downpour. I was trying to find what the mileage was, but I think it's over there. I don't want to put my hand through that because that's glass. Air conditioning, flasher, window, lights. I had to. Shortly after I climbed up here to get some shots, I noticed there's more over there. I don't know if I want to go climb up there and check those out. I mean, it's probably safe. but I might just use the drone for that instead. A popular question that I always get in the comments and on Instagram is, how do you find these places? Like, what do you use? What websites? What tools do you use? And honestly, I don't find them, they find me. Plymouth.
I used my drone to get some close-up shots of the vehicles, especially the ones that I could not make it up to. And to be super clear to anyone that's watching this and is baffled by the sight, this is actually normal. You see, all over the world, old cars like this have been used for erosion control, typically found next to roadways, foundations, or any type of land that they want to preserve and not let it get washed away due to rain or seasonal flooding. And if you go on Google and type in cars used in washes for erosion control, you can find dozens of examples.
If you guys thought that was pretty cool, dang, that sun is warming up now. Don't wander too far from your screen because in a few minutes we have another find that is very similar to that we will be exploring here.
The area I was hiking in was absolutely gorgeous. Once I got back to my car, I felt obligated to get my drone out and explore the top of the canyons and some of the many alcoves that I had spotted on my way out here. Utah is filled with hundreds of ancient ruin sites, and you never know what's right around the corner.
Is this thing on? Just as I was getting started with this hike today, I ran into another couple that was leaving. They were also from Phoenix, Arizona, and they were telling me that they were out here for the same reason that I was, which was to see that cluster of cars. And they also told me that some of their friends told them that there are petroglyphs out here. Now, they didn't find them, and neither did I, but I can tell you this, we have not seen the last of this canyon. I definitely want to come back here again and explore the rest of that slot canyon and see what else is back there. I would have done that today, but I have so many other things planned to see. I don't want to shorthand you guys on those places to look for something that I'm not 100% certain where they're at. So we'll be back.
Down the road from here was a geological phenomenon that caught my eye on my way out here, and I couldn't wait to check it out. I did have to be extremely careful though, as there are many wilderness areas, national monuments, national recreation, and many sensitive areas where you cannot fly drones. Now, I was about a mile away from the site that I had planned to launch my drone at, but then I saw this.
To give you guys a little insight on what happened back there, I wasn't there that long. By the time I already got there, there was a gentleman that was already on the horn with 911. He didn't know exactly where this was, so I told him the name of the trailhead, and that was really, really helpful. But from what I was overhearing, it sounded like a biker was kind of going around the curve there and lost control. And I guess there were two people. One was okay, and the one was still on the ground. But after talking to the gentleman there, he said 911 is already on the way. They're going to be here very, very soon, and there were already plenty of people there. I'm no EMT, I'm no medical expert, and what I was kind of gauging from the situation, they pretty much are doing all that they could at that point with everybody that was there. So they didn't need me. 911 is on the way. Page isn't that far. The town of Page isn't that far away. So I imagine the ambulance will be here very, very soon. But yeah, that's what I got.
Shortly after I pulled over, I spotted some dramatic vistas in the distance, and here's what they look like up close. One of the many aspects that I love about the state of Utah are the picturesque landscapes, and I think it's pretty evident as to why. As many times as I've driven down this highway, it still doesn't feel real, and it feels like I'm on another planet, even though I'm only about 5 hours away from home. And if you're curious as to how all of this formed, just like I am, here is the simplest way that I can explain it. Are you ready? It's erosion. There you have it. In all seriousness, though, that was a big part of it, don't get me wrong, but here is a little bit more detail on how things worked on the back end. You see, millions of years ago, or thousands of years ago, depending on your beliefs, the land out here was relatively flat, but then a period of uplift occurred on the Colorado Plateau. And for those of you who don't know what the Colorado Plateau is, it is simply an elevated region in the southwest centered around the Four Corners area, and it is home to some of the most breathtaking buttes, mesas, vistas, plateaus, streams, canyons, and so much more. Now, when this uplift occurred, it caused all the rivers and streams in the area to flow significantly faster. Still running their course, the rivers began to cut into the area, creating new streams in all different directions and completely reshaping the land. Now, multiply this large-scale erosion over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, factoring in things like floods, rain, snow, and severe weather. This is what we are left with today. Now, of course, erosion is still going on today, but not like it was back then. It is very incremental. But in an alternative universe where time machines exist, I think it would be really cool to take a photo of this region and then travel back in time to compare it to what it used to look like. Not only that, but can you imagine what it will look like in a few thousand years? Okay, now, enough with the geology talk. Let's move on. We are currently heading south on Highway 89 to Page, Arizona. Little side note here, if you ever find yourself out in the southwest, I would recommend taking Highway 89 from Page, Arizona all the way to Mount Carmel Junction, and then take Utah State Route 9 all the way to Springdale, which is only a stone's throw away from the famous Zion National Park. Now, this is the opposite direction in which we are currently heading, but the drive from Page to Springdale is an absolutely gorgeous drive, and it's fun to see the land go from this dry, orange, pale desert to the vibrant green, red, and burnt orange, towering rock skyscrapers, that's what I call them, that surround the little town of Springdale. I also did a video on this about 1 year ago showcasing the drive from Mount Carmel Junction to Springdale, and I highly recommend watching that video, and I will link it at the end of this one. Before I hiked down to my next canyon discovery, I couldn't resist stopping in at the iconic Glen Canyon Dam. Now, it's not quite as big as Hoover Dam, but she's still a sight to see. On average, the Glen Canyon National Recreation Area receives approximately 3.8 million visitors per year. It is a little tough to get a good wide shot of the dam with the camera because of the fence, but they do have these little cutouts where you can put your hands through and get a decent shot without the obstruction of the fence. Just don't drop your phone or your camera, because if you do, you ain't getting it back. Glen Canyon Dam impounds the Colorado River, which creates Lake Powell, the second largest reservoir in the United States, with Lake Mead being number 1. Construction on the dam began in 1956 and was completed in 1966. It stands at 710 feet tall with a length of 1,560 feet. If you do find yourself coming here, just know that parking at the Visitor Center is 100% free, and of course you can take a stroll across the bridge in front of the dam where you can get both north and south-facing views of the canyon. The day I was there, I happened to be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of Glen Canyon Dam releasing water downstream. They do this every once in a while for a variety of reasons.
What we are looking for now is straight ahead down in this canyon, and I think I can see a small speck of said items that we are looking for. Straight ahead, right down there. Google Earth, like I've always said in the past, who knows how up to date it is, but I'm like 95% sure those items are still down there. Wish I would have brought my sunglasses. It's not that, oops, almost tripped. It's not that hot out here, but that sun is very taxing on the eyes. Lucky for me, this is a very short hike. What is up with all this broken glass? Do people just come out here and get their rocks off by smashing glass bottles? Oh, this is totally it. I can see them, I can see them. The question is, will we be able to get down in the canyon? Well, would you look at that? Cars sticking out of the canyon walls. I'll tell you guys a little bit about them, or as much as I do know about them, as we continue on with the adventure here. There's some more over here. Wow, look at all this. Hard to tell if all of this is cars. It's just sheet metal, steel. There has got to be a way to get down there, and mark my words, we will find a way down there, one way or another. If we can't climb down right here, it looks like we'll be able to get down over there. The census on the internet, at least the blog posts that I've been seeing, everyone seems to call this place Car Canyon. Oh, look at that. Beautiful little flower. I mean, wow. That white one there looks like it's just barely hanging on. Oh, and there's so many more over there. Those dogs, good God. Well, now the fun part, we get to hike down there. This should be fun.
If you're thinking to yourself, why and how does something like this happen? Well, I'm right there with you. This isn't just a couple of deserted cars down in a canyon. All over the state of Arizona and Utah, you can find old abandoned vehicles in valleys, canyons, in ditches, outside of abandoned buildings, and in remote parts of the desert. But specifically here, we are talking a cluster of dozens and dozens of old rusted vehicles, and my first thought was, Is this just a random dumping ground for cars and trash? Or were they rounded up and strategically placed here? I'll address this in a moment, but first,
I couldn't make it down the way I originally wanted to, so I figured, you know what, I'll just walk down the canyon a little bit further because it looks like there's like a little bit more of a slope down here where I can get down easily. And look what I found. More cars and box springs and a variety of other types of metals. There's just so many out here. I bet if I walked a lot further down the canyon, we'll probably find a lot more. But I don't want to go too much further today because I still have a few more things to show you guys. But look at this. Isn't that ridiculous? And this is why I do what I do. Whether it's on foot with my camera or with a drone, you never know what you're going to find in these canyons. They always seem to hold so many secrets. Made it down, oh Jesus, made it down into the canyon. There are lizards everywhere. Wasn't that difficult of a hike down, but it was very technical. All right. Ooh, this looks cool. I did check the weather before I came down here to make sure that we weren't going to get hit with any surprise flash floods, because that would not be good.
this next part was a little sketchy. The silt was very soft, and I was sinking in maybe an inch or two with every step. You never know how deep these washes are. Some of them may look dry on top, but underneath the surface, they can be very mucky. Therefore, I proceeded with caution.
Well, shoot. I don't think we're going to be able to make it up there. That is way too steep. I mean, I could try. I think I might. But I can't get up there because this... Let's see, hold on. I can't make it up there because of the angle of this rock. I mean, we can try. I might have to put the camera down, but I think if I could get my feet where those grooves are, I might be able to. All right, we're going to try.
A few moments later.
Quick update for you guys, that didn't work. I tried to put 1 foot there and then try to grapple on to this little crevice right there, but it wasn't working. Every time I would put my foot on there, I would just fall. Kind of banged up my knee a little bit. It's not too bad, but I'm not going to keep trying. It is just way too slick. This looked pretty easy on Google, but sometimes you don't know until you get there. What are you going to do?
We're gonna do.
Feels like I'm at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Found a GMC tailgate. At this point, we're pretty much canyoneering. All that water, that's got to be like super sticky mud. And there's a puddle right beneath me. I may have to wrangle up some of my friends and come on out here and hike this all the way down to the Colorado River and then see if there's a way we can hike back up to those cars.
Now for the million-dollar question. How did all of these cars end up down here? Well, a blog post that I found online, which is identical to many other online articles, said the following. If you ask locals about this place, many of them will give you a similar story about how there was a mass exodus from the town of Page, Arizona, shortly after the construction of Glen Canyon Dam, which was completed back in 1966. After its completion, many of the residents were out of work, and they decided that it would be best to pick up everything and leave. Well, everything except for their cars. But I would imagine there was probably something wrong with all of these vehicles, or maybe they just didn't run, because why would you leave behind a good running car? The city was not fond of the abundance of cars left behind sitting in the streets and driveways. So what did they do? They instructed waste management to get rid of them, and their idea of getting rid of them was pushing them over a cliff down in a canyon. And they've been there ever since. If anybody from Page, Arizona, or once lived in Page, Arizona, has any more details that you'd like to add, please feel free to do so down in the comments section. Any additional information on the story of these cars and how they wound up here would be greatly appreciated. Now this is where the video should have ended. I almost didn't include this footage you are about to see because I didn't feel that it quite fit the exploration theme of the video. The plan was to turn it into a 45-second reel and share it on my Instagram for those of you that follow me on there. But after carefully reviewing the footage that I shot, I wanted to show you guys a very magical place that I feel truly embodies and captures the peak season of fall in Arizona, at least up in these parts. Enjoy. Aspen Corner is located within the San Francisco Peaks, northwest of Flagstaff, Arizona. And while watching this video, if you get the sudden urge to drive up here and check out these gorgeous fall colors, you definitely should, but you better hurry. This video was uploaded on October 18th, 2025, and this is when the colors are peaking. However, the temperature has also been dropping, which means the leaves are too, and they even have a good dusting of snow on the mountain. Now, I'm no meteorologist, but in my opinion and experience in coming up here, I would say you maybe have a good week to a week and a half to come up here and catch some fall colors. But that is just up here. There are still dozens of places around Arizona where you can still catch some fall foliage. Aspen Corner is only a short 5-mile drive up Snow Bowl Road, and if you make it up here on the weekend, be prepared to drive slow and watch out for waves of people walking around and snapping selfies like they're going out of style. It's a very popular place, and people travel from all over the state to get a glimpse of this fantastic fall foliage. And on a side note, also be prepared to be stopped in the middle of the road by college chicks wearing fall attire and drinking pumpkin spice lattes while their boyfriends sit in their cars, regretting the decision to come up here. You know the type. I recently spent some time on Google Earth, scoping out new canyons, remote locations, and hard-to-reach places. The goal was to find anything that stuck out to me, or anything that looked like it didn't quite fit in the area. And that's when I came across this. It's a little wash right next to some railroad tracks, and at first I thought they might be some old railroad cars that might have derailed or caught fire, and they decided to dump them in the wash. But they looked a little too small for that. They could also be old cars, refrigerators, or wagons from the old Wild West days. Worst comes to worst, it could just be a place where people dump trash. But after a teeny bit of research, I have a fairly good idea of what these objects are. And if they are what I think they are, I need to see this for myself.
Welcome to Jessie's Drone Adventures, everybody. We just made it to the starting point, and we're going to follow this railroad track behind me here. Well, the bridge. We're going to follow the tracks for about another 2 to 3 miles, I want to say, and that is where this so-called abandoned cluster of whatever it was that I found on Google Earth is supposedly sitting. The only thing that sucks is they just got a whole crap load of rain here over the past couple days, and actually I was supposed to be out here 2 days ago filming this episode, but it was just raining so much and I couldn't get my drone or my camera out. So we're gonna head up there, follow the tracks, and see what it is.
I was pretty eager to start my trek out in the desert, and for the most part, it was a rather gorgeous day, minus the storm clouds on the north side. The forecast did show partly cloudy skies and did not say anything about rain, but I wasn't ready to trust it, considering I was out here a couple days prior and it said it wasn't supposed to rain until 4 in the afternoon. I got there around 11 in the morning and it was already downpouring, so this time around, I figured I'd speed things up. I had no idea what this structure was, but I figured it couldn't hurt to take a peek with the drone, and as you can see, it was nothing to phone home about. I did ride around the area and started to find a bunch of random items. I can only conclude that this is where people go to dump unwanted items because they can't afford to dispose of them the proper way. Cheapskates.
Stopped to check this thing out right behind me for a quick minute, and nothing interesting, and I thought we were there because I remember seeing this photo on Google or Twitter or something where I assume it was a father and his son kind of staring down into the wash, and I thought that was it right above me, but I flew my drone over there real quick and I didn't see anything, and I checked Google Maps and it turns out we actually have about 1.5 miles to go. Now we're getting close. This is what it looked like on the photo that I saw online. It looked like a giant wash just like this, and it was a cluster of, I don't know what it was, whether it was railroad cars, refrigerators, coffins or if it's just a bunch of old scrap metal. I do not know, but this is what it looks like. And before we head down, or try to find a way to head down, I'm gonna get my drone out real quick and scope out the area. I don't wanna walk all the way down there and then just to have it not be there and then have to hike all the way back up.
When it comes to exploring with a drone, you never know what you're gonna find, especially in washes like this. The rain can be a very powerful force, and like I said, this area got hit hard with rain over the past couple days. And it's always interesting to see what the rain can expose or what flash floods can bring through these washes. Hopefully it didn't carry away my Google Earth find, because that would suck. I found this next part very fascinating. Here you can see how erosion has created all these different grooves and crevices along the banks. It's kind of similar to that of Antelope Canyon in northern Arizona. I really wanted to get down in there and see if I could find anything, because this is what part of Lake Mead looked like a few years ago when the water levels were dropping like crazy. And I found so many things in those crevices, such as cell phones, tackle, knives, hats, coffee cups, wallets, you name it. But I did have to restrain myself because by the looks of it, this stuff is still very soft. And the last thing I wanted to do was walk down there and get stuck and have to call 911. Not even joking, some of this stuff is like quicksand. I was seconds away from landing my drone when something caught my eye. I went in for a closer look, and it appeared to be the remnants of a homeless encampment. My guess would be whoever was calling this place home was recently evicted by Mother Nature with very little notice. A little further down from this site, I found what I thought was a big pile of trash, and, well, you know what, it is, and I'll elaborate on that in just a second. But sadly, some people think it's okay to dump their trash out in the desert, and to those people that do that, I hope you step on a Lego and stub your toe. But if you look closely, you can see that there is at least 2 or 3 makeshift shelters here. One right about here, and it looks like there might be a couple more underneath these branches. And in fact, if I freeze the frame right here, you can even see a mattress. Being that I was pretty far south in Arizona, I didn't want to F around and find out. There's no telling who is staying here and what their intentions are, and I got a feeling they probably aren't friendly. So I continued on. Listening to that train go by every so often was excruciating. It was like nails on chalkboard, while at the same time listening to my girlfriend rant about the desperate housewives of Orange County. Absolutely painful. But back to the journey. After I got done filming the homeless encampment, a white truck was coming from the direction that I was heading in. I was a little nervous at first because I was thinking to myself, what could they possibly be doing way out here? But then again, I'm sure they thought the same about me. I did chat it up with them for a couple of minutes, and they asked me if I wanted to see something cool. Right then and there, I figured they were probably coming from the location that I was out there to find, and they confirmed for me what I was looking for was still there, and it was exactly what I thought it was. And after another short ride along the tracks, here's what I found.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally found what we came out here looking for. And look what it is. It is literally a canyon full of old cars.
I'm sure by now you're probably asking yourself the same set of questions that I'm asking, with the number one question being, how on Earth, or Mars for that matter, does something like this happen? How do dozens of classic cars like this that were once somebody's pride and joy end up in a wash miles out in the desert. And the crazy part is, once I made it back home and started researching this place, I was surprised by how little information exists. The only results that populated on Google was a picture taken here back around 2010. With little information being available, my mind started to wander, and it eventually led me to the conclusion that maybe I just found Arizona's version of the train station. And if you don't get that reference, I highly suggest that you get a subscription to Paramount Network and watch Yellowstone. I showed some pictures of this place to my friend that doesn't live too far away in Kingman, Arizona, and he said maybe you found a spot where the mafia would dump people's cars after they whacked them for cheating in casinos. Now, if this was near Las Vegas, Reno, or Laughlin, I would say he's onto something, but to my knowledge, there aren't any casinos nearby, and I don't think the closest town is big enough to have a mafia, in my humble opinion. Now, a couple minutes ago when I chatted it up with the people in the white truck, I did ask them if they knew the backstory as to how all of these cars ended up here. And I'll get back to that in a minute here, but for now, let's hike down in the canyon and see what we can find. Hopefully we don't run into any rattlers. Eek.
I have no idea what this one was. Part of me wants to say Oldsmobile, but I really have no clue. If you guys know what make and model this car is, let me know down in the comments section. Getting down there is actually the easy part, but it's the getting back up that becomes a problem. Look at all that metal and steel. As long as these aren't too hot, I think we can kind of play hopscotch on the cars here and make it down to the very end. If we can crawl all the way back there, that would be the ideal thing. I think we'll be able to. This goes pretty deep. That's what they were telling me. It's like 6 cars deep. Look at that bumper. Still got some chrome on it. That one too. Well, Jesse, how did you spend your weekend? Oh, I was crawling through a canyon full of cars. That's what I was doing. Quick peek inside this one here. Everything was either gutted before they tossed the cars down here, or it was gutted after. Hey, this one's still got an interior. Someone's obviously been coming out here with either, I don't know what that is, 9mm, 22, who knows. Got the steering wheel. See if I can zoom in on the gauges here. I'm gonna guess whatever car this was, definitely from the 50s. Here's a look inside another car. I'm gonna say this one was probably a 50s as well. Look at that, still got chrome on it. Let's check out this guy. Yeah, that one's been gutted as well. Looks like people have probably been in there. There's a few shoe prints. Gauges, glove, everything's been ripped out. There's the car I want to get back to, and I think if I crawl down here, I should be able to shimmy my way across the wash all the way over there. I'm sure a lot of the interiors have succumbed to the elements, such as weather and rodents, coyotes, other little animals that call these places home for a while. There's the train. Made it to the other side of the wash. Here's a quick look. You can see here where the headlights would have been. Well, there we have it. We made it. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Nothing there. And this looks like a beaver dam in here. I'm sure this place does flood occasionally when, you know, the off chance Arizona does get this phenomenon known as rain. I'm sure beavers probably, or whatever other animal does that. Make a little dent out here.
Fun facts, if anybody cares, beavers, just like otters in Arizona, were once wiped out by fur trappers in the 1800s, but thanks to relocation efforts in the late 90s, the beaver population is making a comeback. As of 2023, there's been an estimate of around 200 beavers across the entire state of Arizona. There's a thing you know.
Well, whatever this was, it was a 4-door. I have no clue. For a second, I was going to climb up this way, but then I remembered if this stuff is as loose as the other stuff further down the canyon here, if I step into that stuff, I'm going to sink into it, and the rest of that dirt is probably going to come tumbling down on me. Not a good idea. I'm wondering if this one here wasn't an El Camino. Just has that look to it. Some of these vehicles kind of look like the Bonnie and Clyde mobile because of the bullets. The one post that I found online about this place in a forum said there's easily 50-60 cars here. I think that's what you can see. If you could dig down and go underneath, I bet there's probably another 50 to 60 more.
Now for the million-dollar question. How did all of these cars end up down here? Well, I can tell you with great certainty that it is not the result of the mafia dumping cars here after they whacked people for cheating in casinos, although that would make for a really cool backstory. I asked the gentleman that I met on the way out here that same question, and here's what he said. He told me that before they put in the highway that's nearby, there used to be a big junkyard out here, and they, I'm assuming he meant the state, offered him a bunch of money so that way they could purchase his property and continue on with building the highway. He took the money and basically pushed all of the remaining cars that were in the junkyard into a wash, and based on the style of cars, I can only assume that this probably happened around the mid-1950s. And when I later searched for when the nearby highway was completed, an article had stated that this highway was completed in 1960. So it lines up.
So this place does not have a name, but after walking around here and checking it out, I think I'm going to dub it the Car Wash.
Now before we make it out to my next desert find, if anybody watching knows the make and models of any of these cars, feel free to list them down in the comments section below and include timestamps if you'd like. And for those of you that are about to ask the question, where is this, and try to tell me that I shouldn't gatekeep and I should share this location with everyone so that way we can all enjoy this. Well, you know what? You are right. I don't normally do this, but every once in a while I feel like I can make an exception. So here it goes. The location of these cars is...
It's at the corner of get a map and off. Figure it out yourself.
Before I came out here, I scoped out the outskirts of the town to see if I could find anything else worth exploring. It was getting late, but I thought if I pedaled fast enough, I could make it out there to see what it was that I found on Google Earth, in the event that... Yep, that just happened. But thankfully, the DJI Mini 4 Pro is pretty resilient and crashes gracefully into trees. I got it down and checked out the gimbal, made sure it wasn't damaged, along with the propellers, brushed off the dust, and as you can see, I got it back up in the air within a matter of minutes. The collision sensors do work great on this drone, but they do not work the best in low light. And to be honest, I was biking a little fast for the drone to keep up and recognize any obstacles in its path. And for anyone that might be new to my channel, my drone, which is the DJI Mini 4 Pro, has a feature called Active Track, which is what allows the drone to follow and stay locked onto me as I ride my bike. And I will link that drone down in the description along with all the other gear that I use to make these videos. Unfortunately, I did not have enough time to hike out to this one, and as soon as I got my drone up in the air, I had to abort my flight, mainly because it started to rain. But mark my words, I will go back out here because there was a lot more than just this car. My drone found this tucked behind an abandoned ranch, and I had to know what was inside. I was following a remote desert road when I came across this place. Now at first, it just looked like another abandoned ranch, but then I saw something I couldn't ignore, something underground. But that, my friends, wasn't even the beginning. I was doing some drone exploring near the little town of Kearney, Arizona. I started off by following along the Gila River in hopes to maybe spot some wildlife or a dead body. Just kidding. Actually, you never know, but all in all, I didn't find either. I soon directed my attention toward the railroad tracks. This is the Copper Basin Railway, and I always seem to find interesting things along railroads. It wasn't too long before my attention was captured by these humongous saguaro cacti. It always blows my mind to see how big these things can get. I estimate the one on the right to be minimum 175 years old, while the smaller one on the left to be maybe 100 plus years old. Fun fact of the day, the tallest saguaro cactus ever measured was 78 feet tall, or 23.8 meters for my homies on the metric system. There's a thing you know. Now you might be wondering, what the heck is up with that dilapidated trailer in the background that looks like something straight out of Breaking Bad? Well, that is a fantastic question, so I flew my drone in for a closer look. Here's what I saw. My assumption is that this was once the home of someone who worked at one of the many nearby mines. Now, as far as why they left, I couldn't tell you. Maybe one of the mines closed and they felt the need to leave town for a fresh new start. Or maybe they got busted for meth. Who knows? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. As interesting as it is to wonder what the backstory was, it's always sad to see something like this. And as I've said before, this was once somebody's home. Perhaps a mom, dad, a few kids, a dinner table where they ate meatloaf, green beans, mashed potatoes, followed by a glass of milk. Or in my father's case, 2 Budweisers and then a third one to wash down dessert. That's the way it was in the Midwest. I don't know what else to tell you. In the back of the trailer, we can see a variety of rusty old appliances. Hard to believe these were once brand new and somebody couldn't wait to use them. In the front of the trailer, I did notice a vintage school desk and chair. My guess is this was probably from the 50s or 60s era. But then again, I wasn't around back then, therefore I couldn't tell you. But let me know in the comments if you remember attending school and sitting in something like this. And if you did, I bet it creaked like a door on a haunted house when you opened it up. Tell me I'm wrong. I also noticed a small work shed at the end of the trailer. I'm sure it's been picked clean by Karens and Kyles up to no good. But it's another one of those things that you look at and can't help but imagine someone spending hours in here fixing a bike, radio, or perhaps an old television set. That way you could watch Jackie Gleason while you eat.
Now we can watch Jackie Gleason while we eat.
Just when I thought I had seen it all, I stumbled upon another attractive nuisance. I love finding abandoned vehicles in the desert. There's sort of a dime a dozen in Arizona. Now if you look very, very carefully, you can see that this one was occupied. I bet this little guy thought he was about to be attacked by birds and darted off to let his family know of the possible intrusion. No matter how big or small, I try not to disturb wildlife, and once I realized he was there, I started to back off. This bus instantly made me think of the Partridge Family, and I even tried to identify it by putting a screenshot of it into Google Images. Now from what I gathered, its make was abandoned and its model was forgotten. I couldn't even tell you the year, and even Google Images had a hard time identifying it. But based off the seating and what looks like a stove, I think we can rule out school bus. But maybe it was a tour bus of some sort. Heck, maybe it did belong to the Partridge Family. But for now, it's another mystery being consumed by the desert. Speaking of mysteries, this is an abandoned house that I discovered out here in my last week's video, but due to the time crunch I was in, I could only view it from the outside. But not today.
There she is. There's the old homestead. Within seconds of getting out of my car, I already started to hear little critters running around. We'll have to be really careful because it is rattler season. Hello, hello? Anybody home? Now, this is what happens when you leave and nobody takes care of places. People come in, they vandalize, and everything starts to fall apart. But I bet they had a dog. What is this? Some sort of toy. Maybe it was a little kid's radio or something. Never seen anything like that. Well, we found the bathroom. But I think I'm gonna hold it. Let's go see what Auntie Alice is cooking in the kitchen. Pack rat's nest. You can see some lids. Still in the drawers. Let's see if we can find a date on this thing. The Arizona Republic Self-Service Air Travelers Save Time. Oh, yeah. Tuesday, December 3rd, 2002. Oh, God, I didn't even notice that. We got to get out of here. Here's a quick look. Look at all those bees. All right, guys, I'm going to head out. Sorry for disrupting your daily activities. Not here to cause any harm, just poking around. So we'll see you later. Here's another newspaper. The Arizona Republic, 9/11/2002.
I kept my distance from the bees. They didn't appear to be bothered by my presence, nor did they grow agitated, and I wanted to keep it that way. I poked around the house for a little while longer, looking for clues about who may have lived here, or a little insight into their daily lives. But like I said, there wasn't much left behind to go off of. Between a raggedy old couch, torn apart walls, and some crumbling newspapers, the only story I could put together was that this place has probably been abandoned since the early 2000s. I walked around the perimeter looking for more clues, but all I found was a dumping ground for tires, random piles of car parts, and a defunct shack that looked like it'll probably collapse during the next monsoon season. But as always, it's the mystery of who, what, and why that draws me into these places. And if you are from the area and can shed a little light on this home, I'd greatly appreciate it. This looks like just another pedestrian bridge over the river, one where you would spend an afternoon throwing pebbles watching them break the surface of the water, and if you're lucky you might catch some wildlife come creeping out of the brush to get an afternoon sip of the murky Gila River water. But out here, even the most ordinary places can hide something unexpected. Despite the rising temperatures in Arizona, it was an absolutely gorgeous day to be outside. There were a few clouds in the sky to help mellow out that piercing sun, flowers were in full bloom, and there was even a slight breeze moving across the river, carrying the thick aroma of nature and help breaking up that hot, stagnant air. The bridge we are walking on is referred to today as the Old Kelvin Bridge, and as you might have already guessed, the newer, bigger bridge beside it is the New Kelvin Bridge. But to understand the old one and the new one, let's take a trip back in time. According to az.gov, construction on the Old Kelvin Bridge started in March of 1917 and was later completed in December. It was part of the original stage road on the Florence-Kelvin Highway that connected Florence to eastern Arizona mining towns, such as Globe, Arizona. Here is a graphic from the website azbackcountryadventures.com. It showcases the old stage route that connected Florence to Kelvin, Arizona. And I did do a video on the history of that road last week, and I will link it down in the description so that way you can watch it afterwards. If you want to, but if you don't, you won't hurt my feelings. Not really. Back in the early 1900s, Arizona was developing its early road network, and crossing the Gila River wasn't always a guarantee. But at the time, it wasn't just some random crossing in the middle of nowhere. It was part of a major travel corridor between Phoenix and southeastern Arizona. In 1917, the Topeka Bridge and Iron Company built the four-span Luton Arch Bridge over the Gila River, finally guaranteeing a successful crossing. Back in Arizona's early days, approaching a river crossing could be a huge gamble, like driving a semi and eating Taco Bell. Some days the river levels might only be a few inches to a few feet deep, posing no real threat to cross, while at other times, summer monsoons and flash floods could significantly raise water levels, creating some violent currents, rendering the river impassable. As I continued over the bridge, I did spot a placard that stated it was built by the Topeka Bridge and Iron Company in 1916, which I thought was strange because on the az.gov website, it stated that the company finally got underway at Kelvin in March of 1917 and that it was later completed in December. I guess the lesson learned here is, you can't always trust the government.
Well, look at what we have here. A railroad. It's kind of nice how they have this little fenced-in walkway here. Let's see if we can find an old railroad spike real quick. Bet we won't have to go too far. Oh, what do you know? We found a railroad spike. That thing is rusty and crusty and looks like it has seen better days. Well, I got my souvenir for the day, and I think it's safe to say that the railroad won't be missing this one little spike.
For decades, this little bridge was responsible for getting people safely across the Gila River. But as time went on, cars got bigger, traffic increased, and safety standards changed. This eventually led to the constructing of the new Kelvin Bridge, which officially opened on June 8th, 2018. Just as I was getting ready to wrap up here and head to the next location, this tiny black spot on the side of the hill caught my eye, and I couldn't let it go. I had to see if there was anything inside. As far as if it was man-made or created by nature, I couldn't tell you. But due to the coloration on the rocks, I would assume it was man-made and somehow tied to the mining operations. What I'm going to show you guys next, I believe it's an old mine. I'm about 87.5% sure, but I won't know till we get up there. See if I can zoom in and show you. If you look in the center of the screen there appears to be an opening in the side of the hill. Let's go in for a closer look. Despite what you're seeing, this wasn't the easiest of flights. For the most part, it was a straight shot to the hill, but the further I flew, the windier it became. I also started to lose RC signal, which meant I had to reposition myself. Luckily, I found another road that brought me closer to the hill. After a few minutes of fighting the wind, staying as low to the ground as I could without losing signal, I finally got close enough, so I popped my remote into sport mode, and boom, I was in. Every time I zoomed in on these mines, I could start to feel the hair on my arms stand up, mainly because of that movie, The Hills Have Eyes. You know exactly what I mean. Could you imagine some animal, human, or some dark figure just popping out of the darkness? That would definitely send shivers down my spine. Now, this part of Arizona is filled with rich mining history, but I was curious about this mine in particular and what its backstory was. So I did what I always do. I hopped on my laptop, pulled up Google, and started running some searches on old mines in Riverside, Arizona. I later learned that this was the Kelvin Sultana mine. It was first discovered in 1903, and while it was active, they primarily pulled out copper, but also traces of gold and silver. According to placesabandoned.com, significant production occurred between 1903 and 1918, but operations eventually ceased in the early 1920s. I am so glad that I spotted this, because after checking out that first mine entrance, I found another and another. And there's always a possibility that an animal or even a human could have fallen down here and not been able to get back out. It almost seems like quite a stretch, but I wouldn't put it past some crazy tweaker to rob a gas station or somebody's home, then make a head for the hills and accidentally break their neck by falling down one of the mine shafts. Driving out here and utilizing my drone to look down into these old mines, you start to realize just how much has been left behind in the desert. But what I found next was something I hadn't planned on seeing. I do read the comments of my videos, and I've seen this place pop up time and time again. So I followed a road deep into the desert, and the further I went, the more it started to feel like I probably shouldn't be out here. But the drive was so worth it. Everywhere I looked, there was towering saguaro cacti. They did look small in the distance, but when you compare them to the height of my Jeep, which is roughly 6 feet tall, you get a good perspective of how big they are. Now, the further I drove, the smaller the road started to feel, and the bigger everything else got. The mountains started closing in, and the desert got quieter. At this point, what I was looking for was just right around the corner. As soon as I got there, I couldn't help but imagine what this ranch looked like during its heyday. There isn't a formal history on this place, but I will share with you what I was able to dig up. My first impression was, this is actually in pretty good shape compared to most abandoned places that I've explored, and it kind of reminded me of an abandoned Nickelodeon film set I explored a few years ago near Tucson.
Well, look at this beauty. This is something that Chip and Diana Gaines, I'm sure, would love to come out and do a little fixer-upper on it. Definitely hearing a lot of bees. It's not a good sign. Little fireplace.
I absolutely loved the stonework, and it reminded me of the fireplace that we had in the house I grew up in back in Minnesota. You know, the state where they can't seem to win a Super Bowl. Right when I walked in here, I instantly imagined a family sitting at the dinner table, while the sound of silverware clinking plates was being drowned out by multiple conversations. Sometimes when there's not a lot to go off of, you gotta use your own imagination.
I'm guessing these were just closets. With all the buzzing I'm hearing, I'm not going in any small rooms like that. Got the bathtub right here. Looks like the toilet went right there. They probably had the sink somewhere over here. Judging by that light bulb fixture. Well, and that cord right there. Oh, here we go. We have another outlet. So they did have power.
Most websites, blogs, and forums I looked at regarding this ranch offered up a lot of their own opinions, but one detail that seemed to be unanimous was that this ranch was built in 1936. A couple of those websites did have photos of the ranch taken about 6 or 7 years ago, but I did not want to post those photos because whenever I do use a photo from a website, I always give it credit, but doing so this time would give away its location. You could do your own mental gymnastics and find it on your own, which is the way it should be done, but I'm not going to put a spotlight on its coordinates, especially given the fact that there is now bullet holes on the north side of the building. I hope who's ever responsible for this wakes up tomorrow, stubs their toe in the dark, drinks orange juice after brushing their teeth, and gets diarrhea while they're stuck in traffic.
Could you just imagine a yard full of kids playing tag, hide and go seek, all the games that kids played way out here in the middle of nowhere?
While it isn't 100% clear as to why it was abandoned, here are my thoughts. It's evident by certain details on the property that someone or a group of people put in a lot of time carefully crafting this fine desert abode. Google even said that it was more than likely abandoned due to the typical inevitable decline of remote early to mid-20th century desert ranching operations. Whatever the case may be, I believe that whoever lived here probably fought tooth and nail to keep it going and didn't fold at the earliest signs of financial struggle. They probably poured their heart and soul into it to keep it going, but eventually debt caught up and they decided to cut their losses. And sometimes, that's all you can do. There were a few other partial structures nearby, but because they were fenced off, I decided to leave them alone. Although I did discover another room, but this one was underground.
Against my better judgment, I am going to poke my head down into the cellar real quick. Came all this way. Well, there you have it. This is giving off major Blair Witch vibes. From what I saw on my drone when I first got here, and I kind of circled the perimeter with it, it didn't look like there was anything in here. Maybe a couple beer cans, paper cup, and that's about it.
A blog post that I found on Google later suggested that this was a cold storage cellar used for hanging meat or storing vegetables.
Kudos on the stonework, though. When you see something like this, you know it wasn't easy, and it took a very long time. All the way around the stairs. This is pretty cool. I wouldn't mind having a property like this, although not so far out in the desert.
I did manage to spot another abandoned building on my way back into the city, so make sure you roundhouse kick that playlist in the upper left-hand corner to keep on watching. This is the Apache Death Cave, and it is located 30 minutes east of Flagstaff, Arizona. And before I climb down there and start exploring it on foot, it is extremely imperative that I tell you its backstory and why it's such a popular place that draws in thousands of visitors from all over the place, including paranormal investigators. The popular story that most people have heard probably goes like this. In the 1870s, the Apache carried out many raids on the Navajo villages, killing everyone and taking what they could before disappearing into the desert. Now in 1878, a group of ruthless Apaches raided yet another Navajo encampment. They proceeded to loot and kill everyone, men, women, and children. But toward the end of their raid, they had discovered that 3 young Navajo girls still remained, and sadly, they were taken by the Apache. Now after the raid, it was only a matter of time before word of this gruesome attack made its way back to the leaders of the Navajo. They eventually dispersed a team of 24 men to track down this lawless group of Apache raiders, hopefully retrieve the 3 young Navajo girls, and bring the Apache to justice. Time after time, the Navajo set out into the desert in hopes to find the Apache's hideout, but each time, they were unsuccessful. As the search continued on, the Navajo got word that another one of their nearby villages was attacked. Now this led them to believe that number 1, they couldn't have gone too far, and number 2, they're probably hiding out nearby. Another team was soon sent out to track down the Apache, and while searching the area known as Canyon Diablo, the 2 Navajo trackers felt a breeze of hot air coming up from the ground beneath them. They soon realized that this hot air was coming from a campfire beneath the surface and escaping through the cracks. At this point, it was only a matter of time before the army of enraged Navajo had returned, and when they did, they ended up killing 2 Apache watchmen and demanded that the 3 young girls be released promptly. But after no response, the Navajo quickly gathered up sagebrush, wood, and anything else that they could find to set fire at the mouth of the cave. With no sign of surrender or response from the Apache, thick smoke quickly crawled up the cave walls, filling every crevice in sight. Now, in an attempt to survive, the Apache slit the throats of their horses and used the blood to extinguish the flames and their lifeless bodies to block the entrance to the cave. One of the Apaches did escape and begged for mercy, but when the Navajo had asked about the 3 young girls, he gave a response that lacked confidence. This confirmed what the Navajo had already thought. They had been killed. Now, the Navajo continued to add more sagebrush and wood to the fire and continued to fire rounds down into the caves. The Apache responded by singing death songs, knowing that they were well about to meet their maker. After the flames had died out and the smoke had settled, the Navajo made an attempt to retrieve any useful valuables that they could from the dead Apache. The story goes on to say that ever since that fateful day in 1878, no Apache has ever occupied the caves again. Local tribesmen warned individuals passing through the area that it is cursed and will bring upon bad luck to any pioneer that looks to settle here. Nowadays, it's an abandoned tourist attraction with many ruins left behind from the early 1900s. Obviously, over the years, people have attempted to settle here, and well, just by looking at it, I think we can all see how that went. But some of the earliest settlers that lived here reported multiple accounts of hearing distant cries, faint groaning, screaming, and footsteps. But given that information, you can expect me to be on my toes. My eyes and my ears are going to be peeled as we make our way through the Apache Death Caves.
Now, with all that being said, and what you know now, let's go check out the caves. And I do want to say real quick, there is one more really important detail that I need to share with you guys about these caves, but I'm gonna wait until after we're done exploring them to share that. So let's go. If my memory serves me correct, the Apache Death Caves are right up here. Unfortunately, I have to film from over here because there's some graffiti over there with some not nice words on it, and I don't want to get that on film, but we are going to end up walking down there. Hopefully that beam is strong enough to support me, otherwise one fall down there could be pretty deadly. I do have my other flashlight just in case. Here's our first look at the entrance to the cave here. Looks like they put some sheet metal here to kind of help protect so this rock doesn't, or this little frame right here, so that way the rock doesn't fall down on you. Good looking out. We're a few feet in the caves here. There's a little tunnel back there, but it doesn't look like it goes too far. This is some straight up Indiana Jones stuff. Well, all of a sudden my gimbal decided that it was not going to work, so I'm going to do my best to freehand this without giving you guys jittery Blair Witch footage here. Here's another little chamber here in the caves. I'm definitely not the biggest guy in the world, and I'm not the smallest, but there is no way in HE double hockey sticks I am going to go crawling through there. That's kind of cool. You can see the light coming down from the top there. Here's another little chamber. I would love to go back there because it looks like it's big enough, but the only problem is that is right above you. It almost looks like at any point it could come crumbling down, and that would be the end of you. It's almost like a booby trap straight out of the Goonies. Definitely one of the more creepier explorations that I've ever done. See that black hole? That is exactly where we are going. Here's another little room. It almost looks like it could have been a fire pit. I straight up feel like I'm in the movie The Goonies right now, and we're going after One-Eyed Willie's treasure. Take a look at this. Some statues right here. Some angels praying, it looks like. There's always that part of the human instinct that always tells you to turn back right now, don't go any further, and it's meant to keep you out of danger. In times like this, you definitely have to find a way to override it.
At this point, you may be asking yourself, but Jesse, aren't you scared about going down there all by yourself? What if there's a serial killer down there? Doubtful, but what if I run into a rattlesnake, mountain lion, or what if the spirits from those that perish down there don't like me poking around with a camera? Well, truth be told, any of those things could happen, but I was more so worried about a cave-in. You see, they were doing some construction not too far from here, and I kept thinking in the back of my head that the slightest little tremor could cause a cave-in. Second to that, I was worried about stepping on a rattlesnake, or hearing one rattle as I rounded a corner. I may appear calm in a lot of these shots, but I was extremely apprehensive.
This is like some straight up Blair Witch Project stuff here. Look how big this room is. Be creepy. A little bit of graffiti down here. It's definitely very moist. We got some rebar right here. I don't think that actually served a purpose for anything. Wonder why it's down here. This just keeps going and going. Without the flashlight, it's just pure darkness down here. Look how big this is, though. I mean, yeah, you could definitely fit a lot of people down here, but even right now, I'm starting to have to crouch down. I'm like 5'10", and I'm almost standing up right here. I don't know how far we're gonna be able to squeeze back through here. Everywhere I look on these walls, it looks like a bunch of skulls. Ugh. This is an extremely tight space right now. Like there's maybe 3 to 4 inches of clearance between my ears here and the rock walls. This is a very, very tight squeeze. If you have claustrophobia, I would not recommend watching this video. It's probably not for you. Am I creeped out? Especially after knowing what happened down here a little bit, but it's the claustrophobia and rocks amongst anything else that's getting to me. This is extremely narrow, but I think we've gone as far as we can. Take a look. I am not fitting back there, so I'm not even gonna try, and I don't think we can fit back there. This is nuts. Sometimes I wonder why I do the things I do. All right, this is a really narrow part. Are other people over here? This is a pretty popular tourist attraction. There is a big construction site not that far from here. This sweatshirt is gonna be tore up when I get out of here. I'm not kidding. This is one of my favorite sweatshirts too. I got it in Alaska. Well, the good news is no one stole my drone bag.
This was a pretty exhilarating experience, and while I wouldn't recommend coming down here all by yourself, if you do find yourself out here on the old Route 66, it's definitely one of those classic roadside attractions worth checking out. I was lucky enough to have the cave all to myself that day, and just about any time you're out here, you're bound to see people hiking through the canyon, coming down into the caves, and checking out the nearby ruins.
Well, I gotta say, this has been a pretty exhilarating experience. And for all of you guys watching at home, first of all, happy Halloween. And let me know if you would ever come wandering through the Apache Death Caves all on your own. Let me know down in the comments. And for those of you that are saying, no way, Jose, no way in hell, well, after I tell you about this next story, you might change your mind. But first, let's get out of here so I can live to tell the tale. Now, it's time to break your hearts. A few seconds ago, when I asked you guys if you would come down to the Apache Death Caves and go in there by yourselves, I figured most of you would say, hell no, like no way. And I don't blame you, but here's another addition to the story that you probably weren't expecting. And after I tell you this, well, you probably still won't go down there by yourself, but this might make you feel a little bit better about it.
What if I were to tell you that these were just ordinary caves and that no Apaches died down here and that the entire thing was made up by the owner in an attempt to lure tourists down here and charge them a nickel to explore the caves? A nickel was a lot of money back in the early 1900s. You see, there is actually no historical backing of the story, and for the longest time, like many others, I believed it was real. But that begs the question, where does this story come from, and is there any truth to it? I was once told by a group of tourists a while back that back in the early 1900s, when the old zoo was here along with the gas station and a few other attractions, that the owner would charge people to go down there, and if they could find any bones or skulls remaining of the Apache, they could keep them. Pretty creepy, right? That's like something straight out of an Ed Gein movie. Yeesh. But what about those ruins down there? Sure enough, those stacked rocks were built by the Apache, right? Well, not so fast. The caves back then, in the 1920s, were owned by Harry Indian Miller, a gentleman that claimed he was either full-blooded or half-blooded Apache, depending on which source you read, and old postcards from the late 1920s show it advertised as the Apache Caves, or Mystery Caves, and that he also outfitted the caves with the stacked rocks to entertain visitors and give the impression that it was once occupied by the Apache, even though no evidence supports the claim that it was living quarters by the Apache. Now, to be super crystal clear, there was no mention of the words Apache Death Caves, and there were no accounts of the gruesome acts that happened here until 1968. But Jesse, why was 1968 so significant? Well, first of all, that's when Richard Nixon won the White House, but that's irrelevant. In 1968, the book titled Two Guns came out, and it was written by the quote-unquote expert in Western history, Mr. Gladwell Grady Richardson, a prolific writer with over 300 novels under his belt, and his book at that time had the only information on the event of the Apache Death Caves that you seemingly couldn't get anywhere else. On top of that, in 1950, Gladwell Richardson's father bought the town of Two Guns. His mother and father ran this place for many years, and in fact, this is where Gladwell Richardson started writing his book that would eventually be called Two Guns, which would later be published in 1968. Final question for you guys. Do you really think that these caves are the final resting place of the souls of the Apache that perished here in the late 1870s? Or is this just some elaborate scheme cooked up by a writer to get tourists to stop in and pay a few bucks to see some attractions on the side of the famous Route 66? Let me know down in the comments section. And if you do want to see more desert exploration videos just like this one, be sure to click that playlist in the upper left-hand corner so you can continue watching. I recently stumbled upon this abandoned junkyard way out in the middle of the desert, and it turns out it is filled with a bunch of lost treasures. I found some cars, or the shell of some cars, dating all the way back to the 1940s, others as recent as the early 2000s, and pretty much everything else in between. Now, it was kind of hidden from the road, but once I saw it, I just knew I had to go in for a closer look. And hey, I'm gonna stop yapping here in a second and play some music that really complements the scene, but throughout the entire video, let me know how many of these classics you recognize and if you drove them back in the day. Make sure you stick around for the rest of the video because out of all the cars that I'm going to show you here, this was only a small portion of what I discovered later that day. Just a few minutes into flying my drone around this junkyard, it started to give me the creeps. It sort of reminded me of the scenes in the movies The Hills Have Eyes and Wrong Turn when they stumble upon the car graveyards from all the people that ended up becoming an unfortunate meal of the inbred cannibals living in a rundown shack. Thankfully, there were none of them here. That I know of. As I was flying my drone around the junkyard, I couldn't help but wonder how long some of these cars have been sitting out here. Some of them look like they've been sitting out here since the Partridge Family first aired on TV, while others look like they've only been out here since Obama was first in office. You can definitely see signs of wear and tear from the sun though. The paint on many of these cars is rapidly fading away, like the hairline on the head of my wife's dad from years of attending horse races and drinking bourbon. No joke. Now, in a different universe, if I had the opportunity to come out here and pick out a car and take it back home with me to fix it up, I think I would choose... No. I know I would choose the Camaro. I used to have a 1996 Chevy Camaro with T-tops back in the day, and no, I did not lose that one in a divorce. It just had many things wrong with it, and it was rapidly falling apart. It is now in car heaven. But you guys let me know. As I continue to show you these old vehicles, let me know which one out of the bunch you would take home with you to fix up and why. I think by now you probably get the idea of just how many cars are out here. Cars from all walks of life, make, models, year, you name it. Most of them did have California plates on them, and as I was flying my drone over the area, I couldn't help but wonder what their story was. How did they end up here? It's no shock to be driving down any highway really in the Southwest and see an abandoned vehicle on the side of the highway. Sometimes they break down and people realize it's not worth the trouble to have it towed to the nearest garage and have it repaired, so they just leave it as is and move on. But for some of these vehicles, such as the El Camino, Camaro, Ford Ranger, and Nissan, it's hard to fathom how someone could leave these gems behind, unless of course they were stolen, which in my opinion is probably the story behind most of them, along with fraudulent insurance claims, but I'm not one to judge. I couldn't find any reliable information on the background of this junkyard, but knowing what I know about the surrounding area, when the nearby towns died, I think the day-to-day operations of the junkyard died along with them. Sort of a ripple effect. Once the towns went under, people weren't coming through here as much or stopping in, and with the advancements in vehicles, cars weren't breaking down as much, nor did they need the frequent maintenance. I can only assume that this was the owner's house, and they probably had it specifically built this way, so that way they could have a 360-degree view of the property, and in the off chance someone decided to hop the fence at night looking to make away with free car parts, they could easily be seen from any side of the house. And speaking of that, if you're wondering why I'm not walking around here checking out the cars on foot, I have a great explanation for you. You see, I started out on foot, but after peeking in only, I'd say, a handful of cars, a white utility truck rolled up and asked me what I was doing there. I told the gentleman that I was only taking some pictures and video of the cars, and they strongly advised to me that it would be in my best interest to leave the property, and that there is no excuse to be there because there are no trespassing signs posted all over the place. Now, if I'm being real, the way I came in, I didn't see any, but I wasn't about to argue. They didn't look very happy to see me, and I wasn't about to argue out in the middle of the desert with no one else around. Moving on.
Now this is just the first of many cars that we're going to be looking at today. We are in a abandoned trailer court right now, and there's probably about, 6 or 7 cars around the area that I saw on my drone that we'll take a look at. That's not abandoned, that's my car. Here's the first car we're taking a look at. It appears to be a Mitsubishi, and if I'm not mistaken, this is an early or mid-90s Mitsubishi Eclipse. This is kind of how I expect most cars to look out here today. Completely gutted. Seats are gone. Most of them are probably going to be destroyed by mice. Looks like we got a Dodge over here and a wheelchair. I hope whoever had to use that wheelchair, hope they're okay. Look at this. Dodge Dakota. That one actually doesn't look too bad compared to most abandoned vehicles that I've seen. And the seats are still in there. They're not chewed apart by rodents. If I had to guess, I would say this is probably a mid-90s model. Never owned a Dodge. I was always a Chevy guy. Got some goggles down here. I'm sure we're gonna find a bunch of random stuff today. I'm like 99% sure this place is abandoned, but you never want to assume. You always want to be careful. First, look at the trailer here. Wow. What does that say? Teddy bears? Kitchen's been ransacked, and it looks like here we have an iPhone case? Android? If you look down here, you can see some covers for some Tupperware. Magazines still stacked down here on the shelf. Bunch of People, Time, TMZ magazines. Not a whole lot in that one, but then again, it's probably been explored by hundreds of urbexers over the years. There's probably about 7 or 8 trailers here. That's just one, but we'll poke our head in a few more and see what we can find. Look at that beauty. Early 2000s Pontiac Firebird. Guessing that was a V6 3800 liter engine. And it had T-tops. Wait, what does this say? Looks like it was for sale for about, what is that, $1,000? A buddy of mine used to have a Firebird just like this one, but then he got married. Looks like they took out the stereo. You guys have probably heard me say this all the time, but it would be really fun to know the backstory behind this. My guess is it probably had 1 or 2 things wrong with it. The person neglected it. Then it had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things wrong with it, and it just kept adding up and adding up. And eventually it just broke down, and the person was probably like, screw it. There is so much junk out here. I bet whoever owned this took it out to the desert, up in the mountains all the time, and just put it through hell. Frame still has a lot of potential though. I have a buddy back home that actually had a couple of these, and for his bachelor party, we took him out in the woods, and we just ripped up dirt. If I had a truck and a trailer, which I don't, but if I did, I would totally take this thing. This reminds me of the Lake Mead days when I used to make videos at Lake Mead. This thing still looks like it's in pretty good shape. I bet they used to take this out to the Salton Sea. All right, let's check out this S10. Always wanted one of these. Yeah, it looks like people have been yanking parts out of it. Busting up the windows. Seats don't look too bad. Nothing in the glove compartment. When I was back in high school, like, these were a dime a dozen. Everybody had one. The classic Chevy S10 seats. The first time I sat in one of those, my buddy was giving me a ride home, and it felt like a roller coaster ride the entire way home. Man, I'm not kidding when I say I really want to take this home. What I'll probably do is wait till I get done filming and get all the shots that I need, and then if by that point I still want this, then maybe I'll come back and grab it. What do you guys think? If you were here, would you take it? Let me know down in the comment section. Looks like there's a couple more vehicles over by that trailer. I'm gonna check this one out. Is that a Sunfire? Cavalier? No, it's not a Cavalier. Is that a Honda? Accord. Ah. Oh wow, check this out. That is so retro. I used to have a video camera similar to this. Actually, I think I still have it. I tell you, the things you find out in the desert. I'll check it and see if there's a memory card, or what did this thing take? I was able to open it, and this thing did not take a DVD or SD card. This took a little mini cassette tape. Actually, I take back what I said. So it looks like this one did take a little cassette, but right here, I don't know if you can see it, it says memory card. Ah, darn it. I thought we were gonna get lucky and there was gonna be a memory card in there. Let's check out the damage here. Back seat's been pilfered. The front seats are doing okay. This is probably one of my favorite desert explorations that I've done in a long time. There's just so much out here. Looks like we got part of an old drum set here. Toyota. Every single one of these vehicles tells a story. But unfortunately, I don't think we're ever gonna find out. This one looks like it's another Honda. I'm gonna guess Civic or Accord. Wow, the sheer amount of stuff that's been dumped out here. Look at that foosball table. I used to be pretty good at that back in the day. More junk. Vacuum cleaner, walker, lawn chair. Check out that old arcade game. My God. I know it doesn't work and it's probably extremely busted up, but how often do you come across something like that out in the desert? Here's their old coffee table. Oh, and a belt for weightlifting. They must have been gym bros. I was out here about a week and a half ago when I was making a video not too far away from here on the downtown part of this little ghost town, if you will, and I really wanted to come back here and check out this double wide. Got a few bikes. I take it was a family that lived here. Gotta be careful walking up here. These stairs do not look healthy. Hello, if anybody's in here, just filming. Here's their living room. Oh, look at that, some VHS tapes. The Godfather, Part 2. Found the case for it. What's that, an old radio? Oh, it's for Dish. Alright, let's see what's cooking in the kitchen. Got a bunch of Canada Dry. Oh, no, no, no. Not again! This happened to me like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I found an American flag on the ground in a abandoned miner's cabin, and I'm gonna do now what I did back then. It's a little rough. It's in rough shape, and I couldn't really find anything to hang it on, but I figured we would at least open it up and set it on the counter. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna grab one of these Canada Dries. That might be offensive if I set that on the flag. Okay, we won't do that, because that might... Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll set this metal plate right up here, so that way it won't blow off. America! It's one thing I really love about this hobby. You never know what you're gonna find. There's another trailer over here. This one's not a double wide. We probably won't go in all of these trailers today, but we'll go into a few. That being said, if you want me to come back here again at a later time and check out the rest of these trailers, let me know down in the comment section. Wow. Lots of books. Hey, there you go. Your Best Life Now. Joel Osteen. This is definitely giving me Hills Have Eyes vibes. Still got dishes in the sink. And a calculator. Ooh, I wonder if it still works. This still works, oh my god. Just had to give it a little light, but this still works. It's in great shape too. That calculator is probably the only thing that works within about a half a mile of this place. Jam, pickles, applesauce, still in the fridge. I'm not even gonna open the freezer because that's just not a good idea. Got an assortment of electronics, remotes, and junk at the table here. Trust me when I say there is nothing in the back room. It's just all matted down paper, cardboard, clothes, insulation. Nothing worth seeing. Here's a painting I pulled out from under some trash. Kind of reminds me of the artist Peter Hayward. He did a lot of landscapes, but the thing about this one is there's some depth to it. Looks like we're having a garage sale. What is up with all the books? Every trailer has just a crap ton load of books. No joke, I think my family used to have that same exact computer desk back in like 2002. Hello? If anybody's in here, just filming. Don't mean to startle you. Well, there's the TV. Yeah, we're not going to be in here too long. It smells like something. It died. Got a few items on the shelf. Vinyl. Entertainment center here. A lot of books. They were readers. Yeah, the ground is just caked in rodent feces. Good God.
Now this would have been the end of the video here, but on my way back home, I saw something that I could not ignore. I see this every time I come out this way, and I have never stopped in to take a look until now. If anyone watching knows the story as to why this boat might be sitting on a flatbed on the side of the interstate, please let me know. It's been here for probably, gosh, I want to say 5+ years, and I remember seeing it here shortly after I moved to Arizona back in 2018 and started coming out this way to Parker, Arizona. The boat is pretty much toast at this point, and I'm going to go ahead and say it was probably lit on fire by tweakers trying to keep warm in the middle of winter. Don't let the desert fool you, it gets pretty cold at night in the winter months. Somebody somewhere must have plans for this boat. At the bare minimum, I would say they probably have plans to take it to the dump, and they gotta be coming back for it because that flatbed is in great shape, and it certainly isn't cheap. I did talk to a crazy lady down at the gas station, and she suggested that you go Conor McGregor on that like button and share this video with someone you know who likes old cars, and whoever can name all the vehicles I showcased here in today's video, your comment will get pinned. And hey, if you want to see more desert exploration videos just like this one, click the playlist in the upper left-hand corner. This abandoned railroad led me somewhere I certainly did not expect. I started walking along this forgotten rail line just to see what was left, but what I found at the end changed the entire trip. And sure, I probably shouldn't have gone inside given its history, but once I got there, I couldn't resist.
Just behind me here is the dilapidated rail bed that used to be the California Eastern Railroad that operated in the early 1900s. It used to connect Goffs, California to Ivanpah, California, but now there's not much left. We're going to explore it today, see what we can find, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. At first, I was going to drive my Jeep up this little bank here and then head down the old rail bed, but after I walked it for a few minutes, I walked up ahead a little bit to check it out, and I realized my Jeep is not making it through here. The path actually isn't too bad right here, but when I scoped out the area, I saw that there were a lot of boulders and the path was completely washed out. So even if I did make it this far, I would have to end up turning around. So it really wasn't worth driving down here. And this is just one stretch of where the old railroad used to go through. You can see here, people must be bringing their dirt bikes or ATVs out here because we can see some tracks. I thought it would be fun to come out here and check it out. I found this place on Google Maps and I thought, heck, why not do a little exploring? Because the last time I found an old rail bed, it led me to a pretty cool find.
The hike started off pretty smooth, and it was a gorgeous day to be out in the Mojave Desert. The temperature was sitting around the mid-60s, and it was mostly blue skies, aside from a few large clouds nearby. I scoped out the railbed as best as I could on Google Earth, and as I've said many times before, what you see on Google Earth versus what is actually there are two different things. The terrain gets reshaped every year during monsoon season, which can cause washout on the path, but it can also reveal hidden gems tucked away in and around the railbed.
What's this? Just a flattened can. Can't seem to find any wording or logos on it.
The stretch of old railbed that we are trekking today is a small segment on a much larger stretch of the old California Eastern Railway. It operated from 1902 to 1911, but as you can see, there is no railroad out here, and unless you already knew about it, someone told you, or you found it on Google Earth, like me, you would never know it's out here, and even from the road I came in on, it's barely visible. I'm not exactly sure what this was. I did run the image through ChatGPT and Google Image Search, but there were no definitive results. Therefore, I can only speculate that it was part of the railroad or something that fell off one of the train cars. What do you think it was? Here you can see part of the rail bed that has since washed away. Even if I somehow could have made it this far in my Jeep, the ground here would have eventually collapsed. It's so fragile, and I really don't believe that it would have been able to support the weight of my Jeep. Now you may be thinking to yourself, what happened to the rail line? Why did they remove it? And why build it if it only operated for a few short years? To fully understand this, let's take a trip back in time to the late 1800s, a time before cell phones, social media, and the Kardashians. You know, things that are slowly rotting away society. It all started in 1892 when a wealthy man by the name of Isaac G. Blake took an interest in the silver mines in the New York mountains, which are the mountains you see in the background of these clips. Deposits of lead, silver, copper, and zinc really caught his attention. Now in December of 1892, Blake began building the railway, which he called the Nevada Southern Railway. It started from Goffs, California, which was a station for the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway. Fun fact, Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe was also a very popular song featured in the 1946 musical called The Harvey Girls, which was famously introduced by the iconic Judy Garland. I'll put a link for that scene down in the description, in case you want to check it out. As I was saying, the Nevada Southern Railway started from Goffs, California, but by 1893, the railway had built 25 miles of track, eventually reaching Manville, which would later be known as Barnwell. It was a railroad stop that connected mining towns to the outside world. Later, in 1902, the Nevada Southern Railway would complete another 15-mile extension, going over the New York mountains, past the gold mining town of Vanderbilt, and into the Ivanpah Valley to a railhead named Ivanpah, which served as the shipping point for the Copper World Mine. Being out here in the New York mountains, it was hard to imagine the area bustling with a few small mining towns. I maybe saw a handful of cars coming and going the entire time I was here. Other than that, the entire area was filled with silence, and at times the strong whistling from the wind cutting through the vegetation.
What is this, quartz? Looks like quartz. I've been seeing a bunch of these all over the path. It's like we have some more tin cans. From what I remember seeing on Google Maps and reading, this actually does go on for quite a few miles and then loops around and meets up with the road that we came on. Nothing extremely cool as of just yet, but you know what? It's not always about what you find. It's about coming out here, enjoying these views, enjoying the desert, and it's about 66, 67 degrees right now, and there's a little bit of a breeze, the sun's in the sky, there's a few clouds. Couldn't have asked for a better day. And on top of that, it's absolutely fun to come out here and kind of get the perspective that the train engineers would have had when they were rolling through here.
Back in the early 1900s, trains, trucks, and people were constantly coming and going. Now fast forward to 2026, there's barely anything visually noticeable from the old mining days. Well, for now. The Nevada Southern Railway mainly hauled ore, and it was not built for passengers. However, a few months after the railway had been extended to Ivanpah, the much larger Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway bought the Nevada Southern Railway, and eventually changed its name to the California Eastern Railway. The railway continued operations for many years to come, but just like Ashley Simpson's career, John Cena, and daycares in Minnesota, some things eventually come to an end. In 1918, the Copper World Mine was shut down for the last time, and in 1921, the California Eastern Railway tore up its tracks between Ivanpah and Goffs, California. Many of the tracks were either scrapped or reassigned elsewhere on the Santa Fe network.
I'm not sure how much farther I want to keep going, but this has been an absolute blast so far. But one thing I noticed on my phone on Google Maps, and surprisingly enough, I do get service out here, it does appear that there is about 3 or 4 buildings a bit further up the railway here, and I think I might be able to drive to it. Those buildings might have been affiliated with the railroad. They might have been a stop, section house, who knows? But I want to find out. Moment of truth. Aha, the Jeep is still there. No broken windows, no graffiti. We're safe.
I couldn't stop thinking about what I saw on Google Earth. Out here where Nevada and California blur into the Mojave, the desert is littered with forgotten mines, abandoned mills, ghost towns, and structures that were never meant to last or be found. And the farther I drove, the stranger it felt. For a region that once exploded with mining and railroad activity in the early 1900s, there was almost nothing left. No old foundations, no collapsed ranch houses, no worker housing, no visible remains of the people who once worked this land. Back then, mining companies usually built entire living areas, small houses, bunk structures, supply sheds, anything to keep workers close to the site. But here, nothing, just open desert, which made what I saw on the satellite image even harder to explain. And just before I reached the turnoff, something unexpected caught my eye. After 6 years of making videos in the Southwest, one could say I've trained my eyes to pick up on things that stick out in the desert, such as this stone wall. I looked online for clues as to what it was, but as you could guess, it returned no results. The only thing I could think of is maybe that it was the foundation for a house when the mines were active. In the 1800s, early 1900s, it wasn't uncommon for houses to be made out of stone. Now, they weren't exactly the Ritz-Carlton, but with the abundance of rocks being readily available and very cheap to make, it worked. They were especially popular around mines in the Southwest, but if you can think of anything else it might be, let me know down in the comments section.
Now check this out. I think you guys will find this pretty cool. But that rail bed that I was walking on just a few minutes ago, way over there, if I would have kept walking, this is where it would have led me. That's the rail bed right behind me. My Jeep is right up here. And off to the left-hand side of me, you can see a structure just over there on the other side of the hill. And right over here, you can see a bunch of power lines.
and you can also see the rooftop to that big complex. So if I would have kept walking, this is where it would have led me to. I tried driving my Jeep down here, and it probably could have made it, but I didn't want to risk the road giving away right here. As you can see, the road's not doing so well. But yeah, if I would have been able to walk or drive down that abandoned rail bed, it would have brought me right to these abandoned structures, which we're going to check out here right now.
According to the map, whatever I saw should be right up ahead.
Check it out. We're going to drive around the building real quick and just make sure we're the only ones here. Then we'll go inside in a couple minutes. It almost looks like a sniper. I'm no expert, but that looks like it could be a thickener pit. Oh, we are totally going inside. What's up with all the chairs? This is absolutely wild. This whole place looks like a giant Call of Duty map. This place definitely gives you the creeps because if you just be quiet and don't talk, all you hear is wind and the sound of that sheet metal creaking. Wow. One thing I absolutely must get a closer look at is Ghostface here. The Scream movies are one of my favorite franchises in the horror genre.
Out here in the desert near Nipton, California, sits one of the most isolated and least talked about industrial ruins in the Mojave. From a distance, it looks abandoned, silent, frozen in time, but looks can be misleading. This place has a history and a reputation that makes it very different from most desert ruins, and there's a reason people say this place isn't safe. Gold Dome Mill was built in 1980 when companies pushed deep into the Mojave, chasing gold locked inside hard rock ore. Now, throughout the 1980s, large-scale ore processing operations were being established in this region to handle material from surrounding claims and small mines. Unlike the small stamp mills scattered all across the desert, this was a major processing site, built to crush, treat, and chemically extract gold from ore delivered from miles around.
Holding on to a rail to the right side of me, just in case this isn't as strong as it appears to be. I would assume this was the belt that brought the product into the mill to be processed. I don't want to go too far in here if I'm by myself, just in case there's a mountain lion or a rattler somewhere in here. But I had to go in a little bit.
Ore would arrive from the hills, be crushed into powder, then processed through chemical recovery systems that were considered advanced for their time. But they did come with risks that no one fully accounted for back then. For years, the mill operated as part of the region's mining network. Through the 1980s, production cycles rose and fell as ore quality and ownership changed. Workers ran heavy crushing equipment, chemical tanks, and processing systems out here near total isolation. But desert mining history follows a familiar pattern. Boom first, reality second. Throughout the 1980s, ore values were declining across many Mojave districts. Operating and transport costs stayed high. Newer processing centers and changing freight methods made remote mills harder to justify. Therefore, operations slowed, and eventually by the late 1980s, operations stopped altogether. The mill shut down, ownership passed hands, and like many desert industrial sites of that era, it was never fully dismantled. The workers left, the machinery stayed, and the desert began taking it back.
What is up with all these chairs? Like somebody took the time to round all these up and bring them out to the middle of nowhere. Like, what was the plan? If they weren't covered in graffiti, 3 or 4 of those in my bedroom, that'd be pretty cool. Ooh, goggles. I bet some mad scientist was wearing these.
For decades afterward, the site sat exposed, equipment eroded, tanks deteriorated, processing residues remained in place with little oversight and no modern cleanup standards. And that brings us to the part most visitors don't realize at first glance. This isn't just an abandoned mill, it's a designated hazardous site, flagged because of the toxic chemical waste left behind from historic gold processing operations. Substances used in ore treatment and the byproducts they produced contaminated soil and structures around the mill over time. Which is why today, despite being abandoned, despite looking empty, and despite feeling forgotten, this is not a place meant to be casually explored. Although a paintball or airsoft tournament out here would be pretty fun.
How did I miss this? Mars Attacks. Love that movie. Ack.
And to be very clear, this is a super fun site. And knowing that changes how you see every building, every tank, and every rusted pipe still standing out here in the desert. Because sometimes the most dangerous places aren't the ones that look threatening, they're the ones that look quiet.
There is one more really cool place that I want to show you guys. It's actually a really interesting piece of pop culture that took place out there on Interstate 15 that I don't think a whole lot of people know about. But before we do that, there's one more piece of business that I want to get taken care of. There we go. Chicka-chicka. It is always a pleasure to come out here and explore this old mill, and I would say it's probably in my top 5 of abandoned places that I like to visit. But we are going to head back to the highway, and I am going to share with you guys some pretty cool information that I don't think most of you probably knew.
Time was definitely of the essence, and as much of it as I always think I have, it seems to go fast when I get caught up in my surroundings. Interstate 15 was 16 miles away. Ideally, it wasn't that far, but the amount of sunlight I had left to work with in order to get these shots was rapidly disappearing, like a roll of toilet paper after you've had Taco Bell. Interstate 15 may seem like a boring highway that connects one major city to another, because it is, but I would bet most people don't know that the ending scene of a very popular movie was filmed out here back in 1997, and that movie was National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation.
Yeah, we're gonna get some damn bait.
Eddie.
This is the end scene in the movie when the family gets into the vehicles that Rusty won with the fake ID. The scene shows them driving these cars out into the desert and heading back home to Chicago. Only thing is, this scene is full of crap because this highway leads straight to Los Angeles, not Chicago. I've always wanted to line up these shots and show people what it looked like back then compared to now, and honestly, not much has changed. Just a little fun fact in pop culture that I wanted to share with you, and something for you to think about next time you're heading south on Interstate 15. And to continue watching more desert adventures just like this, just do what Will Smith would do and smack that playlist in the upper left-hand corner. I didn't come out here to find this. I came looking for petroglyphs, but one more pass with my drone changed the entire day, and that wasn't the only thing my drone picked up. Getting there meant taking one of the sketchiest roads in Utah. There are no guardrails on this road, and that drop you're seeing is over 1,000 feet. Now, is this an easy road to drive down? Well, I'll let you be the judge of that. I knew my vehicle would have no trouble making it, but as for me mentally, well, that's a different story. The road here is pretty smooth and mostly wide enough for 2 cars, but it does require your full attention. It wasn't exactly built with tourism and frequent travel in mind. One must always be alert for other drivers, falling rocks, and most importantly, no looking at your phone, unless you want a one-way ticket to the Undertaker. By now you're probably wondering what the name of this road is, and I would be more than happy to tell you. It's called the Moki Dugway, a short 3-mile stretch of gravel road that climbs up the steep side of a mesa. It's a very short segment on Highway 261 in southern Utah. You might also be wondering, why does this road exist and when was it built? Well, let me get you caught up. It was built in the early 1950s, not for tourists, but for uranium trucks. You see, at the height of the Cold War, uranium was in high demand, and workers needed a way to haul ore from the top of the mesa down to the processing mill near the San Juan River. Long story short, instead of paving a road, they blasted straight into the cliff face, creating multiple switchbacks with sheer drop-offs and no guardrails. Thus, the Moki Dugway was born. The drive down didn't present too much of a challenge. You do not need a high clearance or 4-wheel drive vehicle to make it down the Moki Dugway, but you will need common sense and, depending on your comfort level, maybe a Xanax. Once you're off the Dugway, the tension fades, the road flattens out, and it's just endless desert. What caught my attention next wasn't dangerous, but it was almost too perfect to be natural.
At the top of that cliff sits a geological phenomenon that I've been wanting to come out here and investigate for myself for quite some time. I've seen quite a few videos on YouTube from other content creators that have hiked up there, flown their drones up there to get a glimpse at some of the precision cutting that Mother Nature can do.
From the ground, it just looks like another mesa, but from the air, it tells a different story. From the ground, this just looks like another mesa. You wouldn't think twice about this driving past it. But there's something up there you can't see from down below. And this is when it starts to look a little too perfect. At first glance, this doesn't look natural. These edges are sharp and the angles are clean. Some of these breaks are nearly perfect 90 degrees. It almost looks precision cut, like someone came out here and started slicing the rock into blocks. And viewing this from above, it's not hard to ask the question, who did this? Or maybe more importantly, what did this? Because this doesn't look random, it looks intentional. Now, if you stumbled across this without context, you might think you were looking at the remains of something engineered, something shaped by design. But that is where things get interesting. Because as wild as this looks, that's not necessarily what's happening here. What you're seeing is layered sandstone, rock that was laid down millions of years ago, grain by grain, layer by layer, back when this entire region looked nothing like what it does today. Over time, as the land was lifted and pressure was released, the rock began to fracture, not randomly, but along natural joints. These joints often form in straight lines, and they frequently intersect at right angles. So when erosion gets involved, wind, water, freeze, and thaw cycles, the rock doesn't erode evenly. It breaks where it's already weakest. Now the softer material disappears first, and the harder, more cemented layers stay behind. And slowly, very, very slowly, those fractures get widened, sharpened, and exposed. What looks like cutting is really nature exploiting its own fault lines. No tools, machinery, or people. Just time and physics doing what they always do. Now there's no doubt that at first glance it looks precision cut, almost engineered, but this is what happens when layered sandstone fractures along natural joints, then gets sculpted by erosion over millions of years. And honestly, that explanation doesn't make it any less incredible. Because nature didn't rush this, it didn't need precision tools or machinery, it just needed time. Once you start noticing these patterns, you tend to see them everywhere. And not far from here, there was one more place I wanted to check out. Not because I expected to find anything, but because places like this tell you why people were drawn here in the first place.
All right, let's go check out this alcove. This is also dinosaur track territory. As I was walking out here and driving, I was keeping an eye on the rock. I'm sure places like this, if there was dinosaur tracks, they would be very well known. But you never know. Whenever it rains and the floods come through, they reveal new surface area on the rock. You never know what's going to show itself. Just by looking at this, I can already tell this would not have been a shelter utilized by the Native Americans, because this is where all the water flows, and you would be a fool to have a shelter here. Let's see if we can spot any fossils or dinosaur tracks. And we'll focus on the ground on the way out. Look at this. I wouldn't exactly call this Native American rock art, but I'll let you guys do the math. Here's a pretty cool rock. You can see the different colors and layers in this one. Pretty neat. There's always the possibility of finding something. Sometimes you just have to know where to look. I would say this is probably more so utilized by locals and tourists as a camping spot. One thing I noticed was, so after a big storm and after all the heavy flow has gone through here and the water is just trickling down through the alcove, it pools in these spots right here. And then over time, as it softens the ground and the heavier rain flows come through, it kind of carves out these little circles here, or pools. Here's an interesting rock. It's very tannish red here and very yellow on this one little part. Thinking back on it now, I should have paid attention in geology class back in college. But I was too busy drinking. Just look at that color. A lot of this rock is very fragile too. It doesn't take a whole lot to break it into a few different pieces. Well, I wouldn't call this ancient art by any means. It almost kind of reminds me of like Beavis doing the Great Cornholio, only with his hands down, not up. The way I kind of see this is rocks are essentially time capsules, and sometimes you look and you find remnants of the past, and other times you don't. Just check the time, and if I want to get a good view of that canyon up here and try to find those petroglyphs, I should probably get moving because it's about 3:30 right now. It's only going to take me 10 minutes to get over there, but there's a lot of overcast today, so we're not going to get a whole lot of light when we're flying. Well, we might. There's still some blue in the sky yet.
This whole region is full of surprises, You'd be surprised what you can find lurking just off the side of the highway.
Well, we made it to the canyon.
If it weren't for my Jeep Wrangler, this video never would have happened. At the end of the day, I could have just hiked to the destinations where the road was a bit bumpy, but going down old rugged roads like this was a lot more fun.
We still have a little bit further to go, not too much further. I thought I was just gonna park there because the canyon is right over there, but it looks like I could probably park down here and have enough room to turn around so that way I don't have to back up the Jeep. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but if it's easier, why not do it?
How beautiful is that? That is absolutely amazing.
Daylight was starting to look a lot like my paycheck after child support kicks in. There wasn't a lot left. But to my surprise, there was an alcove tucked just underneath that old road to my left. After squeezing my drone in the entrance like a crowded Las Vegas elevator, I couldn't wait to see what I would uncover. Especially after reading an article the night before from my creaky desk chair at the hotel I stayed in, it made it seem like this canyon was full of petroglyphs. As far as the exact location, well, that's something I had to find out on my own. I continued on with my drone exploration until I spotted something very out of place. If you know what this is, please enlighten me down in the comment section. Believe it or not, this video shouldn't exist. I was supposed to head back to Phoenix early this morning, but I fell in love with the area so much, and after finding this wash just off the side of the highway, I knew I had to stay one more day, and you'll soon see I made the right decision. I just about lost signal on my drone at this point, which means I couldn't lower it any further, but from what I could see, there didn't appear to be anything in this one. I continued to comb the area very carefully, not just for petroglyphs, but for wildlife, car wrecks, and even dead bodies. Sounds kinda crazy, but you never know. Judging by the grouping of these rocks, I speculate that this could have once been a dwelling of some sort made by the ancestral Puebloans. On the flip side to that, it could just be a pile of rocks. The wash seemed like it went on and on with no hope of finding anything interesting, besides a couple of broken Modelo bottles. But then, I spotted a beaten down path that led up to an overhang, and this is where things get interesting. Now keep in mind, when I'm initially viewing this, it's from the perspective of my drone remote, but as I panned from right to left, it didn't look like much. But that pocket in the upper left-hand corner certainly caught my attention. At this point, I knew I was on the right track. Now, while this wasn't the remains of Jimmy Hoffa, a T-Rex fossil, or the Epstein files, it appeared to be the remnants of a cliff dwelling. I'm sure the walls stood a lot taller back in the day. However, it appears erosion and foot traffic have taken its toll on this delicate structure. As I panned around the alcove once more, I noticed that there were some well-defined lines on the cliff face, and when I got closer, they were exactly what I thought they were: petroglyphs. Probably etched into the rock face some 1,000 years ago by the ancestral Puebloans. Now, these weren't the ones that I saw on Google, but I knew I was on the right track. Feeling pretty good, I kept the search going, And that is when I found this. And by the way, I moved around the rim of the wash so many times, that way I could maintain transmission signal on my drone. But this time around, this was as close as I could get. Nonetheless, it was still an incredible find. Looking at this dwelling through my eyes, there appears to be 2 rooms, the obvious one on the right side made up of flat stacked rocks, and the one on the left. Now you can call me crazy if you want, but to me that room looks like a cave carved out of the rock. And I'll be the first to tell you, I don't always trust my own eyes. They've been through a lot, and if you knew my ex-girlfriend Gloria, you'd know exactly what I'm talking about. I was just about ready to drive further down the road to check out another suspicious area in the wash, but on my drone, I spotted more dwellings. It became clear to me at this point, these weren't just a couple isolated structures, but an entire community. Now, I was feeling pretty overwhelmed with excitement. I mean, I came out here hoping to find a couple of petroglyphs, which I did find, don't get me wrong, but I was not expecting to uncover all of this. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, but Jesse, why not land the drone and hike down to those ruins? Well, that's a good question, but here's the deal. It was already kicking 4 o'clock, and it would have taken me a hot second to hike down the wash and make it to the first site. Not to mention, the ground was extremely soft due to recent rain, and with the amount of overcast in the sky and sunset nearing, it wouldn't have been a smart idea, and I don't like to break my rule of hiking after dark. But I promise you, we will be coming back. At this point, I had just enough time to drive down the road and check out another alcove. It was starting to cool off, and I noticed a few sprinkles starting to make themselves known. But I had to know what it was that I saw on my drone earlier that day, and hopefully make it out of this wash before it really starts to downpour. This wash was nearly a direct reflection of the one we just explored, with countless alcoves tucked away into the rock. Now, not every single one has something inside, such as this one, but it's always fascinating to see how water has carved out the land over eons and still continues to do so. Now, if you're patient enough and take your time, you never know what you'll find just around the bend. It still blows my mind knowing that there is a huge cluster of these structures that are fairly well intact, and to imagine roughly 1,000 years ago, this area would have been teeming with an ancient civilization. Men, women, children, going on about their daily lives, playing, cooking, hunting, and building with readily available materials found nearby. It really puts things into perspective of how simple day-to-day life was back then. No contracts, loans, 3D mapping, permits for excavating, or psychotic HOA Karens coming after you for every little violation. You built what you could with what you had, and it was extremely strategic to use the overhang from the alcoves to provide a year-round reliable source of shelter. Do not leave without slowly sautéing that subscribe button, because we'll be coming back here very, very soon. And to see more desert adventures just like this, just karate chop that playlist in the upper left-hand corner to continue watching. Today we're back out on the Apache Trail, and we'll be doing some good old-fashioned drone exploring. I spent quite a bit of time on Google Earth recently mapping out some remote canyons, caves, and other interesting rock formations. Some of them aren't too far off the beaten path, while others ain't exactly the easiest to get to. Needless to say, I was not disappointed. The first place on our journey that we'll be exploring is Boulder Canyon, but in order to get close enough to be able to send my drone down, there is a little bit of a hike. Now, it's not that long of a hike, but it was no picnic either. It's a slow ascend with mildly rugged terrain. Nothing I couldn't handle, but it shouldn't be taken lightly either. There is a lot of loose rock and plenty of cacti on the trail, and the last thing that you want to have happen is tripping over a rock and landing your ass on a cactus. See what I did there? Anyway, after about 15 minutes on the trail, passing a few hikers, and taking in the surroundings, we finally made it to a good viewing point overlooking the canyon.
I am just about out of breath, but I should have my breathing under control here in the next couple minutes. We made it to our launching point where we're going to send the drone up. You can see Weaver's Needle in the background there. And I think we're going to find some pretty interesting things out here.
The bird that you see here is known as a greater roadrunner. They're pretty well known in the Sonoran Desert, and I've come across quite a few of them. These interesting looking birds are pretty fast on their feet, and they'll eat anything from insects, mice, and lizards. They're also not afraid to pick fights with rattlesnakes. This one didn't seem too bothered by my drone, but after getting a few seconds of him on camera, I figured I'd better split before he picks a fight with my drone. Cool bird though. I honestly thought we were going to find a lot more in these canyons. I was kind of hoping we'd be able to spot some petroglyphs on the rocks, or maybe even some more wildlife. But that's okay, we still have a lot more to see. It definitely wasn't a waste of time, and my drone captured some excellent views of the vistas. And for those of you that might not be familiar with Arizona, but noticed this unique rock formation jutting out from the mountains in the back, it's called Weaver's Needle, and the old saying goes, "Where Weaver's Needle casts its long shadow at 4 in the afternoon, there you will find a vein of rose quartz laced with gold wire, and you will be rich beyond your wildest dreams." Now, supposedly there's a bunch of gold hidden out there in them mountains, and whether or not somebody's found it, well, that's up for debate. But a lot of people have died out there trying to find it, and in the future you can expect a video on the subject. But now, let's continue on with our journey. As I make my way to where I'll be launching my drone, I wanted to answer a question that I frequently get in the comments, and that is, do you ever worry about rattlesnakes on your hikes? Well, to be completely honest, I worry about rattlesnakes about as much as I worry about planet Earth getting hit by an asteroid. Could it happen? Absolutely. But am I going to worry about it and let it dictate my thoughts and actions throughout the day? Hell no. There's always the possibility of a rattlesnake encounter anywhere in the desert. However, rattlesnakes are least active during the winter months, and a rattlesnake encounter between the months of November to February is pretty unlikely. However, that doesn't mean you should let your guard down. Let me explain. According to CritterControl.com, rattlesnakes do not hibernate during the winter months. They simply become less active when the temperature is consistently under 60 degrees, and they enter a state known as brumation. But you may be asking yourself, what's the difference between hibernation and brumation? Well, I'm glad you asked. The difference between hibernation and brumation, according to CritterControl.com, is when the time nears for mammals to hibernate, they will eat plenty of food and gain enough fat in order to sustain life through their winter slumber. Brumation, on the other hand, rattlesnakes become lethargic, but they aren't totally asleep. Rattlesnakes nearing brumation will actually eat less, and they can lower their metabolic rate, meaning they burn calories at a slower rate and use less energy. This allows them to live for months with little to no food. Now, during the brumation period, rattlesnakes will retreat underground and tend to settle where heat can be retained. They can also be found in rock crevices, dens, mammal burrows, tunnels, and even in garages, sheds, and under porches. Any place where they can stay safe and warm is ideal real estate. Now, just because it's the winter months doesn't mean you can go wandering through the desert in shorts and flip-flops without a care in the world. I mean, you can if you don't value your health, but even on warmer days, rattlesnakes can still slither to the surface in search of water or sunbathe on a nice warm rock. Now, whenever I'm out hiking, I tend to wear jeans and have a long walking stick in hand, just as a precaution. And almost every rattlesnake encounter that I've had, they definitely rattled and let me know they were there before I got too close. And another fun fact for you, according to nationalwildlife.org, a rattlesnake's typical lifespan is 10 to 25 years. Let me know in the comments section if you have ever had an encounter with a rattlesnake.
As they say in Minnesota, oofta. We just climbed to the top of what feels like Mount Everest, and this is one of my favorite places in Arizona to hike to because you can see Canyon Lake, Four Peaks Mountain, and you just get such a gorgeous view of the landscapes. It was probably about a quarter-of-a-mile hike. You can see my little white Hyundai accent down there, go Hyundai. And then over here, you might not be able to see it the best, but I'm gonna fly my drone down there in a second. There is like 3 or 4 car wrecks down there. I've filmed down there before in the past, but I'll get the drone down there in a few minutes and I'll give you guys a closer look. And then after that, there's a canyon down there. It goes this way, and then it goes that way. We're gonna get the drone down there as far as we can and see what might be lurking down there.
A question that I'm sure a lot of you are going to be thinking as I hover over these vehicles is, what's up with the white X's spray painted onto these car wrecks? And the answer to that is quite simple. An X spray painted onto car wrecks means that they have been checked by authorities and cleared for bodies. Almost anywhere in the state of Arizona where you see a sharp turn with a steep drop-off, you can best bet that there's probably a car down there, and I'm sure having X's spray painted onto them reduces a lot of 911 calls. The drone that I've been using throughout today's adventure is the DJI Mini 4 Pro, and I'll link that one down in the description in case anyone watching is interested in checking it out. And one of the benefits of using this drone is that it has 360-degree obstacle avoidance. This allows me to fly extremely closely to objects and get near the entrance of caves with little risk of crashing. Now, you can't see it from the perspective of the drone, but on the remote, it starts to indicate when you are getting way too close to objects, and depending on what setting you have initiated, it will come to a complete stop once it recognizes that you're too close to an object, thus preventing a collision. A couple of years ago, I was out here doing some hiking, and I struck up a conversation with a couple, and they had advised me to be extremely careful about hiking down into this canyon, and that it is prime mountain lion territory. Being that water does flow through here every once in a great while, when it does rain in Arizona, the water attracts small animals, and the small animals attract mountain lions. The older gentleman went on to tell me that mountain lions will sit at the top of these canyons and keep an eye out for any parched critters coming out of the crevices to get a drink of water. Now, mountain lion attacks are pretty rare, but when you're hiking in places like this, it's best to be alert and prepared. Another question I always get in the comments is, do you ever carry a knife or a gun with you? And the answer to that is, whether I'm hiking just off the road or a few miles into the desert, I always carry multiple forms of protection with me. And what those forms of protection are, you will never know. However, if you are crafty enough and have really good eyes, you can see in a few of my older videos what I carry with me. But I will never disclose those items, and if you can't understand why, I don't know what to tell you. It should be pretty obvious.
A few moments later.
A couple weeks ago, I was out here flying my drone just to see what I could find. Little did I know I would find a blue barrel down in the ditch.
You can see one of the old car wrecks right down there, and there's a bumper right next to it. But that blue barrel, everyone was like lighting me up in the comments saying, you should go check it out or you should report it to the authorities because you never know what could be in there. I really don't think there's anything in there that, you know, like a dead body, but it's not too far off the beaten path. There is that blue barrel. We have our self-defense against rattlesnakes. And this golf club is more so just to keep distance between me and any unwanted critters. It should be right down there. So what I'm doing now is I'm making a bunch of noise, just so that way if there is any rattlers here, they won't be spooked and hopefully they won't kick my ass. But there's the blue barrel right down there, straight ahead. Hopefully it's not too dangerous of a trek.
It wasn't a long hike down, but it was no cakewalk either. This was loose rock, so I had to be extra careful and make sure I had my footing. Even though this is the colder season and the likelihood of a rattlesnake encounter is extremely low, you still gotta be on your toes. I've had 3 rattlesnake encounters since I've lived in Arizona, and 2 of them were in washes. And where do you think this barrel is sitting? Down in a wash.
Whew, now I'm getting a little nervous. What if there is a body in there? Probably pissed my pants. And we finally made it. The blue barrel. I'm still gonna take my time going in and around it. I'm gonna knock on it a couple times just to make sure there's nothing in there and still be very vigilant about rattlers or anything else that might be down here because I'm assuming humans don't come down here too often. All right, we're gonna give it a quick tap. This sounds like concrete to me. There's no opening on this side. All right. I'm gonna walk around this plant here. See, there's no opening to it. Let's make some noise real quick. I hope rattlers don't live in those things because that would suck if they were just pop out right now. Look at this. Ooh, wait, no. Well, whatever's in there, it's pretty darn heavy because it doesn't sound hollow. Except for right here. I don't think we're going to be able to break it open with a golf club. I don't know. Maybe I will report that to the police department. Just in case. I mean, after all, back at Lake Mead in 2002, they did find a barrel with a body in it. And if you wanted to get rid of a body, I mean, this probably wouldn't be the most ideal. But I mean, how many people are hiking down these valleys like I am?
In my opinion, I don't believe there is a body or any sort of nefarious materials in here. I mean, if you were to off somebody and stuff them in a barrel, why throw it here, just off to the side of a very popular road? Wouldn't you want to go miles out in the desert and places where people rarely travel to? It just doesn't add up. I tried banging on it with the golf club a few more times, and even tried dropping some good-sized rocks on it to see if it would crack. But nothing, and I didn't want to try digging it out or rolling it over. With my luck, there'd probably be a giant rattlesnake den right underneath it. Now, if you ask me, it was probably filled with concrete or sand and used as a weight to anchor down a tent for a special event. And maybe during transit, it fell off the back of a truck being drove by a drunk guy that just recently got divorced. I don't know. If you have a better scenario, feel free to let me know down in the comments section. Before I packed up shop and made my way to the next location, I decided to canvass the area and see if I could find anything else. And I did. I came across a herd of bighorn sheep, but as soon as I spotted them, a frickin' parade of crotch rockets came flying around the corner, revving their engines, and unfortunately, the sheep split. But I was able to get a few shots. Now I get this question almost every single video, so for any newcomers here I go. My drone is able to follow my car via the feature called Active Track. Basically, I point the drone at my car and I have it scan it so it knows what to follow, and it does a pretty good job staying locked onto it, as long as I go at a reasonable speed.
I just made this turnoff on the Apache Trail on this dirt road. I have no idea where it goes, but I'm kind of hoping it takes me to an area where I can get a better view of the canyon up here. Road's a little bumpy, but we're cruising. Other cars out here, that's always a good sign. I could be wrong, but I think there's another smaller dam out here, and this is one of the access roads to get to it.
And I was not wrong. If I would have kept going another 5 miles, I would have reached Horse Mesa Dam, which is one of many dams on the Salt River. It was a pretty sketchy road, and there was some pretty deep ruts on the shoulder, so maintaining focus and not getting stuck in an area with zero cell service was pretty crucial. All things considered, though, it was a pretty smooth road, and I'm one that's always down for exploring new territory. And at the time, I was thinking to myself, if this is the damn road that I'm thinking of, this is going to be pretty exciting to see. But unfortunately, we could only go so far, just like Brock Lesnar's career in the NFL.
Yeah, this is probably where the dam is. Government property, all right, well, I guess we're turning around. I bet this is where that dam is located. It has to be. Look how cool this is. How amazing is that? I'm gonna get my drone up in a second here, but we're definitely covering new territory today. It looks like there's probably even a few caves up there. One question that I know a lot of you guys ask in the comment section is, how am I able to fly my drone for such long periods of times? Well, here's how. I have a total of 12 batteries for my drone. Now these batteries up here, those three, these ones get 45 minutes of flight time, or they get up to 45 minutes of flight time. And then these batteries right here, and the one in my drone, they get up to 34 minutes of flight time. Now there are several different factors that can influence the battery life, such as how hot it is, how cold it is, the features that I'm using on my drone, and what mode I'm flying in. But between the batteries and the power banks that I use these guys on the road to keep my drone batteries topped off. So I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 power banks. These charge via the power of the sun as well, so I'll leave them on the dashboard when I'm on long road trips. And they have built-in flashlights. This one has a built-in laser. This one charges the fastest when I'm on the road because it has 5 solar panels. And yeah, this is just a little trick of the trade as to how I keep my drone batteries topped off while I'm on the road. And I'll link all these power banks and all the gear, my drone, my camera, all the accessories that I use down in the description below. So now you know.
To anyone that may be checking out my channel for the first time, I've developed a growing fascination with sending my drone into isolated and hard-to-get-to places, with the hopes of someday making one hell of a discovery. Whether it be ruins, petroglyphs, firearms from the old Wild West days, or even a body. Not that I'm hoping to find a body, but there have been a lot of people that have come out to these parts in search of the lost Dutchman's gold, some of which have returned empty-handed, while others have never returned at all. Only time will tell what we'll find out here. This is Queen Creek, and it's located just east of the little town of Superior, Arizona. I've filmed a few skits out here before, and it's a place that I find myself repeatedly coming back to. The views never get old, and there is just so much historical value out here. The tunnel that you see here was part of the old highway that opened in the 1920s. I did do a full episode on that, and if you guys are interested in checking it out, I'll put a card in the upper right-hand corner and a link down in the description. This is another one of those canyons that is full of surprises, and I always thought to myself, it wouldn't surprise me if back in the day a few cars went over the edge. And of course, I wasn't wrong. After finding this car wreck, I remembered that there were a couple more out here. One was completely covered in brush, which I couldn't find, and the other one was fairly exposed. And after a few minutes of canvassing the area, I finally found it. Now, I didn't want to fly in any closer because, if you look to the upper right, you can see a person down there, and if I zoom out a little bit here, you can see another person doing some rock climbing. This is a pretty popular area for that kind of activity, and once I spotted them, I didn't want to be a bother and distract them, so I backed off. Anytime you're coming out of the town of Superior on this highway and you're not driving because you're in the passenger seat, be sure to keep your eyes open and look up at the rocks. If you have really good eyes, you can sometimes spot people way up here doing some rock climbing. And like I said, I didn't want to be a bother and distract these rock climbers from what they were doing, causing them to pull an Ace Ventura. So I decided to drive a little further down the road and check out some old mines. It's moments like these that make me truly appreciate having a DJI Mini 4 Pro and what it can do. Its size allows me to seamlessly navigate into tight places like this, and number 2, the obstacle avoidance sensors. Now I know you can't see it, but on the drone remote it was telling me how much room I had in each direction before I would hit something. Knowing this, I was able to move in a little closer and push the boundaries a little bit. It is still a risky move, and if I would have crashed, I don't know that I would have been able to get it back. And speaking of crashing, for those of you guys that follow me on Instagram, you'll know that my drone ended up crashing, and well, here's a brief overview of what happened. So I was pretty close to finishing up filming for the day, and I decided to get a few shots of some open pit mines that were nearby. All was going well. I was sipping my coffee, listening to some Gordon Lightfoot, and then all of a sudden my screen got lit up with a bunch of battery and transmission errors. I don't know what the happened, but all of a sudden my drone started to force land and the transmission signal kept cutting in and out, and every time my screen did come back on, my drone was in a completely different place. My battery percentage just kept jumping back and forth from 73% to 0%. And I was getting worried that if it died in the air, I might not be able to locate it. Luckily for me, I was able to rifle off one screenshot, and then shortly after I did that, I lost signal of my drone, and it never came back on. This was the screenshot that I was able to nab before the lights went off, and I wasted no time and tried to get to its location as quick as I could. Now, I've hiked out in this area dozens of times, so I had a pretty good idea of where the drone might have landed based off the screenshot. But the drone did fall from about 200 feet in the air, so even if I was able to end up finding it, I kind of already knew that I wouldn't be able to fly it again. But that was the least of my worries. I just spent all freaking day getting this footage, and I'll be damned if I didn't get it back. I parked as close as I could to the trailhead and started hiking towards it. Thank God my drone still had some power, because when I pulled up the Find My Drone feature, it was still pinging a location, and this gave me the little bit of hope that I needed. Now, it took me a good 20 minutes just to get out to the vicinity of where the drone was, and on my way there, I was repeatedly checking my drone remote to see how far away we were. Little by little, we were inching in on its location. It's times like this I really wish I had a cigarette, but I didn't. Shortly after I got to the bridge, I started looking around the area, and this is what happened next.
Oh my god, I just found it. I just found it. I you not. Look at that. Where is it? The drone is right there, and it's still on. Holy effing S. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, now we just gotta figure out how to get down there. I might have to go walk back by the bridge, but we have found the drone. Yes. It doesn't look like it's broken up in pieces, and there's still power on. So hopefully, when it lost communication or whatever, hopefully it had enough battery power to just land safely. I gotta say though, that remote is pretty spot on. I can see it, I can see it. It's still blinking. Oh, I don't know, is it still... Well, the drone is no longer flyable. That sucks. So that means what I'm gonna have to do is go to Best Buy really quick and buy another one, because I still have a lot of filming to do over the next couple days. Damn. Well, at least the ND filter is okay. That battery was a real hunk of junk. Damn, I really thought it was still gonna be okay. But I mean, if you think about it, a couple 100 feet in the air. I mean, this stuff is pretty soft too, but it's not gonna make it. Ironically enough, I just got done answering some comments on YouTube about crashing drones. This kind of sucks.
In the following 24 hours, I filed a claim for a replacement drone with DJI, and as of this video premiering, the claim is still pending. So I went to Best Buy to pick up another one, but they were completely sold out, in store. So I went on good old Amazon.com and bought the cheapest DJI Mini 4 Pro bundle, and a day and a half later, we were back on the road. The last time I was up in Mojave County doing some filming, I came across some really intriguing rock formations not too far off the highway. And if I would have had more time back then and it wasn't so cloudy, I would have explored them. But now that I'm armed with a new drone and blessed with a sunny day, we're gonna go check them out. But first, I'm gonna make a stop at a hidden gem along the way.
Check out those views. Pretty peaceful out here. In a few minutes, once we're done checking out the goldfish pond, I'm gonna fly my drone over there into a few caves that I saw last time I was up here. But apparently, this little fish symbol here signifies that there's a goldfish pond up there. We got some stairs right here. I don't know if it's stocked all year round, especially around this time of year when it's pretty cold out. Here we go. I see water. Wonder if that's not from the pond. It's getting mucky. Oh, there it is. Oh, and there is fish in there. Take a look at that. Oop, gotta be careful. I don't want to slip. There's actually goldfish in there. You can kind of see them in the back there.
From what I compiled through a few different sources online, I learned that this roadside attraction was created all the way back in the 1930s. A man by the name of Schaefer noticed some water trickling down the cliff walls from a natural spring and decided to build a basin of stones at its base, allowing the water to pool. Over the years, it's become a must-see for anyone traveling along the old Route 66. Not just for humans, but it's also a popular place to stop in and get a drink from the local burros. The pond, as you can see, is well stocked with goldfish along with snails to help prevent algae growth and to help keep the water clean. There's a thing you know. As I was flying my drone through here, I couldn't help but wonder, how were all of these smaller to larger size holes on the cliffside formed? It honestly kind of reminded me of the elephant graveyard from Lion King. Some of these holes were so perfectly round and smooth, and it just makes you wonder, how did they come to be? But after a couple minute search on Google, it led me to the term taphony, which are rock cavities that form in granular rocks like sandstone or granite. And the results that I pulled up on Google were very similar to what I was seeing. Taphony occurs in clusters on hillsides and cliffs, and most often can be found in arid or semi-arid deserts. But the main question is, how were they formed? Well, the simplest explanation is they were formed over thousands of years of erosion and weathering. Now, there is a lot more science to it than that, and it can also be very intricate. But if it's something that interests you, I encourage you to do your very own research. As I was getting ready to wrap things up for the day and head home to watch Dexter, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye down the hill, so I flew in to investigate. Not long after I spotted what was left of this vehicle, I drove further up the road one last time to see if I could find anything. This area here is known as Sitgraves Pass, and I did a video out here before detailing the history, so if you guys want to check out that video, I'll be sure to link it down in the description. And once I started to land my drone, I noticed the remnants of another vehicle sitting on the side of the road. It really makes you wonder what the backstory is to these vehicles and how they wound up here. This vehicle here would have either been a 4th generation Pontiac Firebird with T-tops or a 4th generation Chevy Camaro. I used to have a 1996 Chevy Camaro back in the day, and a really good friend of mine had a Pontiac Firebird. Very identical cars. Somewhere in these mountains, there's an abandoned town. Most people don't even know it's there, but that wasn't even the strangest thing I found. I started my day on Highway 177, just outside of Superior, Arizona. I often refer to this as Roller Coaster Highway, and if you've been on it before, you know exactly what I mean. I've driven this stretch of road before, but this time, something caught my eye, so I pulled over to take a closer look. After years of doing this, you could say I've sort of trained my eyes to spot old, abandoned, and forgotten buildings, such as this one. Which begs the first question, what is it, and perhaps why was it important enough to be built? It's evident by the graffiti that it's been here long enough for vandals to take notice. I was slightly hesitant about shooting this video that day because, as you can tell by the brush blowing, it was very, very windy, and it seemed like it only got worse. I couldn't find anything online that stated the name of the structure or what it was used for, but given its proximity to the Asarco Ray Mine, the nearby Copper Basin Railway, and seeing these chutes within the structure, I would say this is probably what went on here. I would bet ore was mined and processed nearby, brought to this structure where it was temporarily stored, then it was dropped into these square chutes, loaded into rail cars, and then sent to the Hayden smelter. And if any locals know for sure, please feel free to correct me. I tried doing a little digging to see if I could find old photos of this building, but nothing turned up. It would also be interesting to figure out how this portion of the building crumbled to the ground, kinda like my fourth marriage. I soon directed my attention toward the railroad. I always seem to find interesting things within the vicinity of them, and this time was no different. Within minutes, I found a feature on the railroad that I had recently learned about from a previous video, and that is this tunnel, referred to as Tunnel Number 2. Now this tunnel was created, using blasting techniques I'm assuming, between the years of 1902 and 1904 by the Phoenix and Eastern Railroad, a subsidiary of the Santa Fe Railway. It later became the Copper Basin Railway in 1986 when it was sold by the mine operator Kennecott Copper. Now I know what some of you are probably thinking, but Jesse, was it really that smart to fly your drone that low to the ground and near the tunnel? What if a train came? Well, I thought that same thing, and I found a service road that led me to the top of a hill where I had a good view of both sides. So if a train was coming, not only would I hear it, but I would have a clear line of sight as well. Although, if I am being honest, I was praying pretty hard that a train would arrive, because not only would it have been an awesome visual to see a train come through the tunnel, seeing it going over the trestle would have been pretty fun too. The wind seemed to mellow out quite a bit as the day continued on, which was a blessing compared to the first flight in the video. It makes it easier to navigate and saves on battery power because the windier it is, the harder the propellers have to work. I continued to soar along the railroad to see what else might turn up. I did find more rail cars the further I flew, and I could be wrong about this next part, but some of these look like they haven't moved in years. Kinda like my wife's dad. I'm not kidding, when he's sitting in his rocker, all you gotta give him is Whoppers, you know, like the chocolate-coated candy, and Diet Pepsi, and he'll never leave. Too much information, but anyway, after a few moments, I spotted something buried in the trees. I hesitated to fly in closer because at first glance, I thought maybe it was just a family camping near the river, and I didn't want to disrupt their weekend trip. But once I saw what appeared to be bullet holes in the windshield, and the fact that their campsite looked like the backyard of a frat house in Ohio, I knew it was abandoned. I flew my drone around the back of the RV, and to my surprise, there was still a license plate on it. I can only speculate as to what I believe happened here, and my belief is that this was once a tweaker camp before they were run out of town. And if you have any ideas, I don't care how crazy they are, please feel free to share with us down in the comment section. A short stone's throw away from the RV, I spotted another structure, at least what remains of it. I think this was probably a campground a very long time ago. I was heading to the next location, but then something off the side of the road caught my attention, and this time around, I couldn't ignore it. It's something that I've seen every time I pass through, but never paid much attention to, and I did see placards nearby and thought they might explain things a little bit more in detail. That being said, this brings us to the little town of Kearney, Arizona. Built in 1958 as a planned community by the Kennecott Mining Company to house miners and their families, the small town vibes reminded me of where I'm from back in the Midwest. That's partially why I stopped in, and the other reason is the caboose. With every drive down Highway 177, I've always wondered what the story was behind the red caboose. I mean, it sticks out like a pimple on prom night. This is open to the public, so you can park your car, get out, and walk right up to it. I decided to circle it a few times, checking out the details, and I thought I would be able to go inside, but you can't because it's locked. Although that didn't seem to stop a few low IQ individuals from kicking out part of the door and going inside. Even though I could have walked right in, it was locked for a reason. They didn't want people going in, so I respected that. I walked over to the interpretive signs, hoping to learn a little bit more about the caboose, how old it was, where it came from, and if it was on display here, I figured it would have some sort of historical significance. The signs did talk a lot about the history of the railroad, mines, earliest settlers in the region such as the Hohokam civilization, and a brief overview of the town, but nothing about the caboose. That is when I took to the Googles and discovered that the caboose was named Jake Jacobson after Lowell S. Jacobson. It dates back to the 1930s and was given to the town of Kearney by the Copper Basin Railway. Jake Jacobson was a legendary figure who spent decades running the Copper Basin Railway right here in this region, 61 years to be exact. Well, 29 years with the Union Pacific Railroad, and then another 32 years as president and chief operating officer. After he passed away in 2021, the caboose became a tribute to his impact on Arizona railroading. There's a thing you know. Before I could hop back in my car and have lunch, I caught another interesting display across the street. This one did have a placard on it, and it stated the following. This locomotive is a gift to the citizens of Kearney, Arizona by the Kennecott Copper Corporation. This is a Porter Air locomotive used by Kennecott Copper Corporation in the original underground Ray Copper mine. It was used to transport men, ore, and supplies underground. It was operated on compressed air supplied from lines within the mine. It was retired in 1955. The locomotive was originally placed in Hercules Park, Ray, Arizona, and later moved to Kearney, Arizona. The little towns of Hayden and Winkleman are about 9 miles up ahead. As I got closer, I could see the Hayden copper smelter coming into view. It's one of those iconic landmarks you can't miss, and it's something I always look forward to seeing. On my way there, I kept my eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary on the side of the road, and while the Copper Basin Railway isn't something I would consider out of the ordinary, I still sent my drone up to have a look around. I've drove past here dozens of times in the last 6 or 7 years, but never really paid any attention to it. Here we can see a steel storage tank on top of the hill. I would assume it probably held water. Structures like this were once part of a system that kept everything running. I have no idea why, but I've always found trains and railroads interesting. I remember as a kid going to fairs and museums and seeing the variety of model trains on display. They always blew my mind, especially the attention to every little detail. I continued to fly my drone along the railroad for a moment or so, and seeing the smelter in the background made for a really good shot. I eventually came across another locomotive and tank car, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't half tempted to climb on it and get some closer shots. But without asking, that would be illegal. Therefore, I didn't. But maybe another time in the future. Battery life at this point was rapidly depleting, but I had just enough power to sneak across the highway to see what was going on. Turns out it was just a bunch of hopper cars sitting around. I think it's safe to assume that they were used to haul copper ore and a variety of other smelting supplies to Hayden. Nothing to write home about, but I wanted to take a peek. The bridge we are crossing may seem like another ordinary bridge built for your viewing pleasure, one that takes you from one side of the Gila River to the other, but like the Transformers, there is more to it than meets the eye. This is the Winkleman Bridge, and its inception began in 1915 when the Pinal County Board of Supervisors appropriated $52,000 from a $500,000 bond issue to build it. Because the little town of Winkleman is located on the border of both Pinal and Gila County, it was agreed that Gila County would pay for half of the construction cost. By August of 1915, the structural drawings of the bridge had been completed, and in the fall of 1915, the construction bid was awarded to the Kansas company called Topeka Bridge and Iron Company, which had the job completed in 1916, which would make this bridge 110 years old, as of this video being made. According to az.gov, in 1999, the Winkleman Bridge was restored with replicas of the original guardrails and is now a pedestrian-only structure. After learning the history of Winkleman Bridge, I became curious to find out when the new bridge on State Route 77 was built. But when I asked the question on Google, it said that it was replaced in 2019 and kept bringing up information on the old bridge, which wasn't that helpful. However, I kept digging online, and eventually I found this old photo of the bridge on azmemory.azlibrary.gov, dated August 8th, 1966. Now I had a timeline. I kept the search going, and while I couldn't find an exact date of when construction started and when it was officially complete, an article on www.sundt.com, dated May 18th, 2021, reinforced the time frame, stating, "The design bid build project replaced a 1960s-era bridge with a new 6-span concrete structure that is stronger, wider, and safer." Close enough for me. After crossing the bridge, my plan was to walk along the riverbank and see what I could find. Well, that plan didn't happen, but what I found next was absolutely amazing. I thought this might have been a vintage car dealership, service garage, auto parts store, or gas station of some kind. I mean, it probably was a long time ago, but I looked up the address online, and it didn't appear to be any active business that was still in operation. Nonetheless, the vehicles were pretty cool. Out of pure chance, I looked across the road, and something in the brush caught my eye, and this led me down one awesome rabbit hole. At first, I thought I was looking at just a bunch of random metal parts, but once I saw the railroad tie, I knew this was an abandoned railroad, and heck, just a few seconds later, I found a spike to add to my collection. A few seconds later, I looked up ahead and I saw a track coming out of a rock pile, and just beyond that, I saw one heck of an adventure. I started following the railroad and kept my eyes open for treasures, spikes, and even rattlesnakes. You never know. And it didn't take long before I started to find stuff on the railroad. In my opinion, any little trinket you find is worth picking up and taking a closer look at. But let's be honest, it's nothing super fascinating to take a picture of and post on Snapchat. Of all the days to do this, I picked the wrong day to not wear pants. Just to be clear, I was clothed, but I was wearing shorts and I could feel the thorns from the brush scratching against my skin. It wasn't pleasant, but I was still having fun. I continued down the tracks, pushing the brush aside, and even found more stuff. At this point, due to my schedule, I thought about turning around and heading down the road, but then I looked up and saw this. My guess would be that these are ore cars that were once involved in the many mining operations in the region. When I got home and looked at this from above, it appeared that the railroad went on for at least another mile, and it even looked like it caught up with the Copper Basin Railway. But at the same time, this particular track looked like it had been dismantled, which would make sense because judging by the wheels on these cars, they look like they haven't moved in decades. This railroad certainly did not disappoint. Every few steps, it seemed like I was coming across something interesting, and I'm honestly shocked I didn't stumble upon a rattlesnake. There is so many places for them to hide over here, but at the end of the day, I am glad I did not run into one. But I did run into this. I am by no means an expert on the inner workings of the mines, railroads, and anything else involved, but if I had to offer an explanation, I would say this is where they would fill up the hopper cars with product before they were sent to the smelter, and if you can provide a better explanation, I would love to hear it. It goes to show you all the different moving parts that are involved in the mining operations, and in a way, it's kind of sad to see this. Many moons ago, I'm sure all this equipment was running non-stop. The railroads were in use, and it was a bustling little community. And in fact, it reminds me of a factory I used to work at when I lived in Minnesota. The type of place that everybody's parents worked at, and everybody knew somebody that worked there. Machines were running constantly, people everywhere, and it was the cornerstone of town. But eventually, the times changed. Things slowed, overtime disappeared, people left, those that stuck around were laid off, and eventually, the doors closed. It's a sad, but harsh reality.
On another day, I definitely would have kept going to see what else is up there and see what else we could find along the railroad tracks. However, there is one more place that I have been itching to explore with my drone, and I want to make sure that we have ample time to get over there and use up a few batteries to get as much footage of the place as we can.
Highway 77, in my opinion, is a very underrated drive. At first, it feels like any other desert road, but then the landscape starts to close in, the curves get tighter, and before you know it, you're driving straight through a canyon carved by the Gila River. But if you look very carefully, you can find a variety of roadside gems along the way. But there's something in these mountains, something that can't be seen from the road, something that requires the aid of a drone to get a better perspective on the story. I'm going to show you something that probably hasn't been seen in well over 40 years. What you are seeing is all that remains of an old mining town known as Christmas, Arizona. And look, I get it, the name doesn't exactly match the surroundings. But there's a lot of history here that I would argue most people don't know about. Obviously, there's barely anything left of it today. But let's take a trip back in time, learn how it got started and how it ended up the way it is today. So this whole area started with a couple of mining claims way back in the late 1800s. But there was just one teeny tiny problem. Actually, it wasn't a teeny tiny problem, it was pretty darn huge. It was sitting inside the San Carlos Apache Reservation, so none of it could be legally worked. For years, nothing really happened here until a prospector named George Chittenden, I hope I pronounced that correctly, decided he wasn't going to give up that easy. He actually pushed Congress to change the reservation boundaries, and in 1902, President Theodore Roosevelt signed an order that opened this land back up. Now, this is where things get interesting. Chittenden had people stationed along a relay line waiting for the news, and when the word finally came through, it was Christmas Eve. So he and his partner took off immediately, rode out there overnight, and by early morning, they staked their claim. Later on, they said, "We filled our stockings and named the place Christmas in honor of the day." And just like that, the town got its name. From there, things started to take off. By the early 1900s, this became a full-on copper mining town, and at its peak, this mine produced over 55 million pounds of copper, plus a little bit of gold and silver mixed in. And the town grew right alongside of it. At one point, there was around 1,000 people living there. You had a general store, a school, a church, and even the post office became kind of famous because people from all over the country would send their mail there just to get it stamped Christmas, Arizona. But here's something kind of unusual for a mining town. This place didn't really have the typical Wild West vibe that you would think. There were no saloons, no gambling halls, none of that stuff. It was actually well known for being pretty quiet, almost well behaved compared to other mining towns. But like most places built on mining, everything depended on the price of copper, and when the prices dropped, the town felt it almost immediately. By the 1930s, the population started shrinking fast. The post office shut down, businesses closed, and people slowly moved away. The mine kept going on and off for decades, even switching to a massive open pit mine later on. But the town itself never really came back. And today, there's almost nothing left. And by the way, if you lived here or knew somebody that did, please share a story or memory with us down in the comments. I would love to read them, and I'm sure others would as well. Most of what used to be here was either moved or bulldozed to make way for the expanding mine. The operation itself eventually shut down in the early 1980s, and now the whole area sits quiet, closed off and slowly fading back into the desert. It's kind of crazy to think. A place that started off with a midnight run on New Year's Eve turned into a town of over 1,000 people, and now, just like MySpace, VCRs, and MP3 players, there's barely a trace that it was ever here at all. At first, I didn't see anything. Then this showed up, hidden in the cliff, and I had to see what was inside. On the outskirts of Camp Verde, Arizona, sits an enormous amount of ancient lake bed deposits, limestone to be exact. Over the last century, archaeologists have found countless fossils, Native American cliff dwellings, and tools, along with Ice Age footprints of horses, camels, and saber-toothed tigers. Many of the fossils and bones have been found accidentally while digging, and heck, in the early 1900s, not too far from where we are today, railroad workers uncovered the skeleton of a very large human being, said to be at least 8 feet tall. More on that later in the video. This patch of powdery white limestone has always stuck out to me with every drive up here. You see, limestone is a sedimentary rock, which is generally considered brittle material, like my grandparents' teeth. And it doesn't take a massive flash flood for it to erode either. Simple elements such as wind and rain are always constantly chipping away at it, and there's no telling what it may one day reveal. Just like the fossils, bones, and giant skeletons, you never know what could be sticking out of the limestone, just waiting to reveal itself to one lucky hiker, or in my case, someone who uses a drone for their explorations. As we move forward today, taking a closer look at the limestone and other smaller crevices, if you see something that I missed, feel free to call it out down in the comments section. Now, even though I enjoy making videos like this, these flights can often make me feel extremely anxious. There's always the constant threat of wind and surprise wildlife visits, mainly from birds, and throughout the flight, I'm always hoping that I'll make a groundbreaking discovery, no matter how big or small. You probably wouldn't think anything of it, but when you have a constant feeling of nervousness running through your body, it can sometimes manifest in your fingers while operating the joysticks, and sometimes lead to jerky camera movements while operating the remote. Needless to say, this type of operation requires an immense amount of patience. As I was slowly panning around this ridge, I noticed a small dark spot. It didn't quite look like an alcove, and when I flew in and utilized the drone's zoom feature, it wasn't quite what I was expecting. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a beehive. The dead giveaway was the honeycombs. I've come across these a time or two before, often in remote and hard-to-reach places. Now, it's not exactly the discovery of a lifetime, but then again, how cool is it to stumble upon a wild honeybee colony tucked into the side of the cliff? As the search continued, I noticed some chunks of bright red rock at the end of this ridge, and they seemed a little out of place. Now, my first thought was, maybe it's broken pieces of pottery from the Sinaguan civilization that used to live along the Verde River. This warranted a closer look. As I stated, compared to the surroundings, this red rock looked very out of place. But upon further examination, it did not appear to be broken pieces of pottery, just random scattered chunks of red rock. Before I kicked rocks and headed down the road, I spotted a canyon. For some reason, it had felt like I had been there before, even though I hadn't. It's one of those landscapes where the views pull you in, wondering what's behind every corner, what's buried beneath the brush, and what's waiting to be discovered. Here's what I found. After dwelling on the feeling of familiarity for a few minutes while putting this video together, it suddenly dawned on me why I felt this place seemed so familiar. Again, even though this was my first time exploring it. It reminded me of a video that I made about a year ago. In that video, I trekked to a very isolated canyon, one that required a couple miles of mountain biking and then a little bit of hiking. Once I was close enough to this canyon, I was able to send in my drone. Now at first, it seemed to be an ordinary canyon, out of reach for the common hiker. But as I scanned the canyon, I saw some alcoves that looked too perfect, almost carved out. And not too far from these alcoves, I spotted a wall of stacked rocks. This led me to believe that it was once inhabited by the Native Americans. My belief is that it was once a temporary home for the Salado people. After a few minutes of drone exploring, this, what I thought was a remote, silent, and calm canyon, well, at face value it was, but once I discovered these dwellings, I started painting a new picture in my mind of what this canyon may have looked like nearly 1,000 years ago. Not to mention, I started to think to myself, what else might be underneath the brush that we can't see? Now, back to today's exploration. I started having those same thoughts. Could there be more out here that you and I are not able to see? Could there be cliff dwellings well camouflaged into the terrain? Many tribes in Arizona share the same story of living in the valley lowlands near a water supply before eventually migrating to the cliffs, hills, and higher ground, often hard to reach and difficult to detect with the naked eye. If you would like me to come back out here and do a more thorough exploration of this canyon, let me know down in the comment section. Also, this might be a little off the cuff, but when I first saw this fin formation, it instantly reminded me of the Great Sphinx in Egypt. Anybody else? Or is that just me and a fine example of the pareidolia effect at its finest? For those of you who don't know, the pareidolia effect is the psychological phenomenon of seeing recognizable shapes, commonly faces in random or ambiguous inanimate objects, like clouds, rock formations, or household items. Now, this wouldn't be the first time the pareidolia effect has gotten the best of me. Back in 2008, when I was chopping wood in northern Minnesota, I swear, as soon as I split the wood, I saw the face of Mitt Romney on the cross-section of the log that I had chopped. No joke. When I first saw this from the highway, I was pretty excited and surprised because I haven't noticed it before. Is it a naturally formed alcove, an ancient cave dwelling, or are my eyes simply playing tricks on me? Only one way to find out. I couldn't tell right away if this was a Sanaguan cave dwelling or not, but one thing's for sure, what was lying on the ground in here didn't exactly look primitive. If anything, they look like bricks. Maybe someone hauled them up here a while ago and used this place as a fire pit. What I saw here was a dead giveaway that this alcove has seen recent visitors. I believe this is a metal or steel pole, but if you look very carefully at the end of it, there appears to be a hole drilled into it. The Sanaguan civilization lived in the Verde Valley from approximately 650 to 1425, and the remnants of their homes are a dime a dozen and can be found in numerous places along the Verde River. Do I believe what we found here today was one of their homes? Not necessarily, but given the panoramic views of the Verde Valley down below, maybe it was utilized as a watchtower. And in fact, I positioned my drone in front of the opening and faced it outward in an effort to simulate their perspective. They certainly would have had a wide view of the valley. After stocking up on snacks, soda, and junk food, stuff that's gonna rot my body from the inside out, like reality television, I headed west of Camp Verde to a familiar, yet always intriguing location. The geological and Native American history in the Verde Valley has a tendency to pull me in and keep me coming back. Every time I make the drive up here, I find something new. The alcove that we just explored, I've driven by that so many times and never knew it was there. And this is a frequent phenomenon when it comes to my videos. You see, throughout different parts of the day and year, the sun casts different shadows. Shadows in the hills, cliffs, mesas, and mountains. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. But you can't always gauge the depth of a landscape when the sun is shining directly at it. Sometimes it takes a sunrise or sunset to show you something you never knew was there. And here's how that ties into what I'm going to show you next. Back in October, or was it November? Who knows? Somewhere around that neighborhood, I had the amazing opportunity to take a ride on the Verde Canyon Railroad, and if you're ever out in the area, I would highly recommend it. I gave it a 10 out of 10. I often see the same trend of comments in my videos of people saying they wish they were younger again, that way they could get out and explore the desert like I do. Or another one I often see is, my legs aren't what they used to be, or I'm not as mobile as I once was. If that is you, then you definitely should do the railroad tour. And I'm going to go on record and say this is not sponsored by any means, and no one told me to say that. But the reason I am telling you this is because it will allow you to see a very remote and extremely gorgeous part of Arizona that most people never get to see. This train ride takes you deep into the vibrant red towering canyons, and there's a high probability you'll see some wildlife. Now, I'm not going to show you everything, but I wanted to show you just enough. That way you can see what you're missing out on. However, during this train ride, we went past a humongous wall of limestone, one that I've explored numerous times before, but here's the catch. The train guide pointed out the obvious cliff dwelling you see here. It was the first one that we went past, and it sticks out like an alcoholic in a room full of sober people. But as the train moved past the cliff, he pointed out another one, but I missed it because I couldn't find it. A lot of these cliff dwellings were well camouflaged, but today, I'm gonna find it. When it comes to locating something with a drone, there are many ways to approach it. Lucky for me, I remember that this cliff dwelling was on the right-hand portion of the limestone wall. The only problem was, it's a gigantic freaking wall. It kind of makes the Great Wall of China look like an amateur. The only difference was, this one was made by nature. Every time I thought I was getting close, I would go in for a closer look, but it turned out to be nothing. But while I was searching for this ancient dwelling, I couldn't pass up any of the smaller crevices I spotted along the way. I started to think to myself, if I didn't find the cliff dwelling that I was originally looking for, maybe I'd stumble upon something else in the process. For a brief moment, I thought that this was an owl staring directly at my drone. But after a few seconds of seeing it not move, I realized it was only an oddly shaped piece of limestone. Almost had me fooled, though. It wasn't until I started watching these clips on the big screen back in my studio that I realized I flew past it a couple times. Seeing the drone footage from my remote and on the big screen in my studio are two different things. But after going through one battery and sipping a Red Bull and taking a bite of my granola bar, and then slowly panning around one of the ridges at the right time, I finally spotted it. But here is what I want to do next. I want you, the viewer, to have that same sense of hide and seek that I had while looking for it. That being said, in just a second, I'm going to slowly zoom in toward the cliff. Keep your eyes peeled for it, and once you think you found it, pause the video, smash the like button, and then I'll zoom in the rest of the way and we'll see if you're right. By the way, let's have a little bit of fun with this. Feel free to rewind the video a little bit and see how long it takes your spouse, your brother, your sister, your mom, or dad to find it. Let's go. Alright, don't forget to keep your eyes peeled and pause the video when you think you found it. Like I said, feel free to show this to your friends and family and see how long it takes them to find it. And there it sits, now nestled in the small gaps of the limestone and covered in the shadows. It was already dark enough and I wasn't sure if I'd be able to see anything inside, but I had to try. The stonework of the Sanaguan people never ceases to amaze me. This was done nearly 1,000 years ago and is still holding up to this day, minus a little bit of wear and tear and a few cracks. I was extremely nervous about this flight because, well, for one, the wind was all over the place, and number two, I had to deactivate the collision sensors in order to get as close as I did. This was about as close as I could get before I started to zoom in. And before I zoomed in any further, I amped up the brightness on the camera to help make out more of the objects in the cliff dwelling. As the camera pans down, you'll notice a couple pieces of cob. Well, one is for sure a piece of cob, and the other thing, I'm not sure exactly what it is. It almost looks like it could be a wooden tool of some sort. It was very difficult to make out anything else in the dwelling, and I didn't want to assume anything without knowing for sure. Needless to say, the pareidolia effect was running rampant through my mind as I was watching this video back, over and over. Just off to the right-hand side of the dwelling, something else caught my eye. You guys let me know what you see, but I'm gonna tell you what I see. To me, this looks like bloody handprints, like people were trying to climb to higher ground. On some parts of it, it almost looks like you can see the streak marks from each of their fingers. Or maybe it was simply just Native Americans scribbling because they got bored from being up here all day. Or maybe they did try to climb to higher ground because they were cornered by the supposed red-haired giants that roamed the land back in those days. I know it sounds like a crazy theory, but maybe not so crazy after I tell you this. What I'm about to tell you I've mentioned before in previous videos, but I was shocked to hear one of the train guides on the Verde Canyon Railroad tour talk about this. He said, and don't quote me 100% because this isn't word for word. He said that in the early 1900s, while railroad workers were excavating to improve certain sections of the grade the Verde Canyon Railroad passes through, they uncovered a burial ground. A burial ground containing the skeleton of a very large man of at least 8 feet tall. And on top of that, a duplicate of the skeleton was found in a part of Arizona that's not far away from this one. He ended the story by saying something along the lines of this. It makes you wonder, if there was a race of 8-foot-tall men roaming around this region in Arizona, this might explain why the Native Americans felt the need to head to higher ground and create these elusive dwellings. He also stated that this story was published in the Arizona Republic, and if you do want to read that story for yourself, I will link it down in the description. Today we have a classic drive down the old Route 66. This will end up taking us to the little town of Oatman, Arizona. It's one of those drives where the journey there is just as exciting as the destination, and you'll soon find out why. Shortly after hopping onto Route 66, I didn't have to go too far before I saw something that caught my eye, so I stopped in to take a look. I looked up this rest stop online, and throughout the year it seems like it's mostly just a toilet on a wooden pallet, but I can appreciate the nice touch with the skeleton being that Halloween was right around the corner. I also talked to a couple that was here visiting from out of state, and as they were leaving, the gentleman pointed at the skeleton and said, "This is what happens when you don't shit or get off the pot." Wise words indeed. The portion of Route 66 that we'll be taking technically starts in Kingman, Arizona, and runs all the way to the Colorado River. However, for the sake of the video, we will be starting our journey right about here, and we'll be traversing through the Black Mountains before heading into the little town of Oatman. The road heading into the mountains was pretty smooth, and I tried to get my drone up in the air and have it follow me for a few minutes to showcase the surrounding landscapes, but the wind wasn't having it. It was a pretty nice day, partly cloudy here and there, but that wind was not letting up. Every time I tried to get a nice, smooth, consistent shot of the road or have it follow my car, the wind just pushed it off course and the footage was complete garbage. I did luck out and managed to snap a few decent clips of the unique rock formations in the area, but that didn't last too long. But that's okay, because this brings us to our first stop on Route 66. Cool Springs Station is one of those classic Route 66 roadside attractions. They definitely have their fair share of Route 66 souvenirs, along with a variety of other little trinkets. They also have a good selection of snacks and drinks for all of you weary travelers. This was my first time here, and when I got home I started to look into its past, and I was surprised to learn that Cool Springs Station dates all the way back to the mid-1920s. Now I could probably do an entire video just on the history itself, but in the spirit of time, here's a quick history lesson. Cool Springs Station opened in the mid-1920s and was a common stop for motorists coming both up and down the highway. And according to Route 66 CoolSpringsAZ.com, Cool Springs represented a life-saving stop for early motorists to check for oil, water, gas, and grab a bite to eat. And in just a few moments here when I show you the highway, you will see just why it was a life-saving stop. Post-World War II, as travel out to the west grew, and with the Route 66 becoming such a popular travel route, Cool Springs Station became a welcoming stop for travelers of all types. However, by the early 1950s, things took a literal turn for the worst. In 1952, the Route 66 alignment was changed, now running from Kingman, Arizona to Yucca, Arizona, bypassing the little town of Oatman and Cool Springs Station, essentially turning them into a ghost town. And by the 1960s, a fire burned Cool Springs to the ground, with only a few partial structures remaining. Cool Springs was nothing but ruins until about 40 years later, when a gentleman by the name of Ned Lechner, I hope I pronounced that correctly, he saw the place, became inspired, and eventually bought the property. He rebuilt it, and on December 7th, 2004, the power was back on. Aside from a brief close in the spring of 2016, it's been in operation ever since. And here's some old photos of Cool Springs Station over the years. These photos are from the website Route66CoolSpringsAZ.com. I'll also link that down in the description below. And if anybody watching this video has ever visited Cool Springs Station, whether it be recently or back in the day, feel free to share your memories with us down in the comment section below.
I picked up some soda. I am a sucker for these things. So we have orange soda. Who loves orange soda? Kel loves orange soda. We have lime soda. And then we got grape soda. I absolutely love these Route 66 bottles. I have about 4 or 5 of these at home, and I use them to collect change. So I figured when in Rome, why not pick a few of them up? These are going to be gone within the next hour for sure.
The drive up and through the Black Mountains to Sitgraves Pass is where things start to get really interesting, and you'll see why Cool Springs Station was such a vital stop for travelers. I broke out my drone, which is the DJI Mini 4 Pro, in case you're wondering, and I'll link that one down in the description. I set it to follow mode, and this is what I captured. The Oatman Highway, also known as Route 66 and Highway 10, is well known for being a narrow road with steep drop-offs and many hairpin turns. Out of all the intimidating highways I've driven in the last year, this one really isn't that bad. They do have guardrails in most places, but in other areas, they do not. In just a few minutes, you'll see how there is about 2 feet of shoulder room between your car and the exposed cliff edges. And further up the road, you'll get a glimpse of another style of guardrails, which I wasn't quite expecting. As I made my way further up the mountains, I was quite surprised that my drone handled so well. It was still fairly windy, but nothing compared to the wind that I was experiencing before I entered the mountains. I was extremely lucky that the wind mellowed out as much as it did, because using a drone on a drive like this gives such a better perspective on how narrow the road is and how close you are to the edge. I still had my camera mounted on the dash just in case we encountered some unexpected gusts of wind, but because we weren't out in the open anymore and had plenty of blockage from our surroundings, it made for an incredibly smooth flight and drive. Earlier in the video, I mentioned that this was the original Route 66 alignment until 1952 when it was rerouted to Yucca, Arizona, which is present-day Interstate 40. This direct route avoided all the twisty turns and steep grades and sped up the flow of traffic. But could you just imagine how much chaos there would be on this old road if the new alignment never happened? You'd get a mix of all the slow drivers, fast drivers, out-of-towners, Californians, not to mention all the trucks, RVs, and people pulling anything behind. It would be pure hell. But moving on. This section of road right here just goes to show you how little shoulder room there can be. This road didn't have me worried for even a split second, but then again, it only takes one split second to become distracted. And unlike the roads in the valley, if you were to get distracted, worst comes to worst, you'd end up in the ditch, way out in a field, or taking out a few mailboxes, depending on where you are. But if you veer off course on a road like this, it's going to send you rolling down the canyon for quite a distance. And full disclosure for the select few people that think I'm speeding around these curves, well, I'm not. I've simply sped up the video in the interest of time. But if you are someone who doesn't do well on roads like this, here is my advice. Take your time, go the speed limit, and in the words of Steve Stifler,
relax, take it slow, and let the good times roll.
Fun fact about Sean William Scott, aka Steve Stifler, he actually played college football with my high school history teacher. There's a thing you know. Now we are approaching the famous Sitgraves Pass, which is probably the most exciting part of the entire drive. Sitgraves Pass has some pretty stunning views, along with an elevation of 3,556 feet. And one thing I learned as I was putting this video together was that from here, you can see the 3 states of California, Nevada, and Arizona. I also found out that Sitgraves Pass was also part of an old wagon road that dates back to the 1850s, constructed by Edward Fitzgerald Beale. Now, as I continued down the mountain, I almost missed something with my eyes. Because it was standing so still, it just didn't stick out and grab my attention. Here's what I saw.
No way, there's one just on the side of the road. That is so cool.
As we're making our way down the mountain, if you focus your attention to the lower right of the screen, you can see the sort of jimmy-rigged road barrier on the side there. It kind of just looks like a bunch of concrete slapped onto a small wall of rocks. But hey, if it works, it works. Here's another view of the barrier from later on that night when I was heading back. I couldn't necessarily slow down because of traffic, but if you pause the video, you can make out some of the individual rocks. After I made it through the back-to-back switchbacks, I decided to hit the return to home button on my drone, just to give it a little break. And as I was landing, I made another pretty cool discovery. There were the remnants of an old mine not too far away, but I decided to hold off on that footage and save that video for another day. This video was filmed mid-October, and due to the clouds rolling in, I wasn't guaranteed much sunlight for the remainder of the evening, and I really wanted to get into Oatman to get some shots before the sun dipped behind the mountains and the ghosts came out. So I put the pedal to the metal and busted out these last few miles. And just like that, we finally made it to the tiny little Wild West town of Oatman, Arizona. Oatman, Arizona is an old mining town nestled along Route 66 that dates back to the early 1900s. Nowadays, it's quite popular for its Wild West tourist attractions and the abundance of wild burros that roam the streets. I'm not kidding, they were everywhere, and a couple of them even followed me around for a bit as I was walking around taking pictures and checking out all the little shops. This one even tried to make its way in.
Hey buddy, you want some candy, don't you? You can just see the look on his or her face,
It's
like
her.
her.
Yeah.
She's like, I just want to come in.
She's our oldest donkey. She's
Aw.
19.
Does she have a name?
April.
Oh, April? Okay. Nice to meet you, April.
The wild burros were definitely the center of attention the entire time I was here, and they didn't seem too bothered by the presence of all the other tourists walking up and down the streets. They were quite friendly and extremely lovable. I think part of this was because, well, they wanted food. The wild burros have been a popular attraction here in Oatman for a long time, and I'm sure by now they've figured out a way to warm up to people and coax them into giving them a little nibble of their food. Oatman really took off as a town in 1915 after two miners struck a vein and ended up pulling out $10 million worth of gold. Cha-ching! One of the fascinating features that I absolutely love about this town is the wooden sidewalks. Kinda made me feel like I was in an old Wild West movie like Young Guns or The Quick and the Dead, which happens to be one of my favorite movies. Whoop, there goes another wild burro.
After you.
The building that you see here is the Oatman Hotel, and it was built in 1902. It was originally called the Durlin Hotel after its builder, John Durlin. In 1921, a fire broke out, destroying many smaller buildings in town, but thankfully the Oatman Hotel was spared. According to echoesofthewest.com, it is the oldest two-story adobe structure in town and all of Mojave County. Unfortunately, on this trip, we were fighting daylight, so I didn't have ample time to explore much of the historic town like I wanted to. But let me know if you guys want me to come back again and explore more of the town. The drive through the Salt River Canyon offers some of the most breathtaking views in the entire state of Arizona. But as quickly as one might be taken back by the majestic views that Mother Nature has crafted, one wrong move could turn this epic afternoon drive into a deadly one if not approached with caution. One simple mistake, such as looking at your phone, driving too fast, or making an illegal pass, just like this idiot right here, could end up sending you over the edge and plummeting down the canyon as far as 1,000 feet to your death. The Salt River Canyon Drive that we'll be traveling today is located 2 hours east of Phoenix, Arizona, about 30 minutes north of the little town of Globe. And it's US Highway 60 that winds through the Salt River Canyon. And for the sake of today's video, we're going to be starting our journey right here, which is just before the descent into the canyon. Then we're going to carefully make our way through the switchbacks, hopefully not die, then cross the Salt River, and then climb back up the canyon all the way to Beckert Butte Lookout. Along the way, I'm going to share with you some fun facts and show you some of the discoveries that I made. Oh, and by the way, this is mostly going to be through the perspective of a drone, not one of those cheesy dashboard camera views, so let's go. As we begin our drive down the Salt River Canyon, in the interest of time, I'll be speeding up the video just a little bit. Otherwise, this video would be way too long, and ain't nobody got time for that. But as you get closer to the switchbacks, you'll start to see many signs letting you know of the 6% grade and the steep descent you are about to make. This is also a great time to evaluate your driving situation, meaning if you do not do well with heights, there is a few pullout areas that you can stop at either 1, turn around, or 2, switch drivers. Many locals take this drive every single day, so it's nothing to them, but if you are a newbie to this road, please do not go up and down the entire canyon at 15 miles per hour. For the love of God, if you see traffic starting to line up behind you, please safely pull over into a pullout area and let traffic pass. Now I get it can be a complete white-knuckling, butt-cheek clenching drive, but holding up traffic is not going to make things any easier, especially once we get to this next part. Here is a never-before-seen drone clip of the switchbacks at the Salt River Canyon. It definitely puts things into a completely different perspective, and I hope this drone clip doesn't make you think twice about taking this drive, because it truly is beautiful. But without further ado, let's make our way down. Here's a few fun facts for you while we make our descend to the bottom. This is only a tiny part of US Highway 60 that runs through the Salt River Canyon. Highway 60 originates in southwestern Arizona and ends on the east coast in Virginia Beach, Virginia, stretching 2,655 miles across the United States, or 4,272 kilometers for my homies on the metric system. Now, to the person driving the average sedan down and up the canyon, you probably won't have any trouble, but if you're a semi-truck driver or you're hauling a boat, trailer, or something with a heavy payload, you might have a different perspective. Here's a comment that someone left on another video that I made out here a few years ago. It reads, "I drove fully loaded 18-wheelers through there that night. First time I was ever going to Show Low, which is a town 50 miles up the road. I had no idea about the Salt River Canyon. Remember, this is at night. Then I see on my GPS about 5 miles out, the navigation line gets all squiggly. I'm like, WTF? I pulled over at that brake check area just before the canyon and looked at the GPS. Long story short, my blank hole was super puckered during that entire first time riding through the canyon at night, hauling 80,000 pounds, LOL. Now that's just one comment. If you have a memory or experience driving this road, feel free to share with us in the comments down below. I would love to read all about them. We are now approaching the Salt River Canyon rest stop, which is the halfway point on our journey. And if you do plan on making this drive, this is a must-see. They do have bathrooms here and a few interpretive signs so you can learn all about the area. And well, I'll let the rest of the stop speak for itself.
That's a lot of stairs.
Once you make your way down the stairs, there is a little viewing area where you can get some picturesque views of the Salt River Canyon. In recent visits out here, this viewing area has been closed off, so it was nice to be able to walk down here again and get a better view of the river. Once you get done checking out this viewing point, you'll want to make your way back up that enormous flight of stairs and check out the views from the old Salt River Canyon Bridge. This single-span steel arch bridge that we are walking on was constructed in the early 1930s. According to az.gov, it all began in 1930, when Arizona Highway Department surveyors started looking around for a new all-weather route to Arizona's northeast region. Construction on the bridge began in 1933 and was completed by June of 1934. For decades to come, this was the bridge that intrepid travelers would take to access northeast Arizona. However, by the 1990s, it was out with the old and in with the new. The red bridge that you see here opened to traffic in 1996, replacing the old bridge, which of course is now only open to foot traffic. Here's a quick fun fact for you. The old Salt River Canyon Bridge was featured in the 1988 movie titled Midnight Run, starring Robert De Niro and Charles Grodin. I have yet to see this movie, but after learning this and putting the video together, it's something I'll definitely be tuning into this weekend. After checking out the rest stop and walking across the bridge, I decided it was time to start making our way up the canyon. But unfortunately, this is what happened next. Due to the rain and hail, I decided to call it a day and head back the next morning. It was coming down harder than the stock market, so flying a drone was out of the question. Rain, hail, heavy wind, and even snow, yes that's right, I said snow, which this part of the desert does see in the winter, all of these can be major factors in determining how your drive is going to go, so plan accordingly. Yeah! Awesome! The next day we picked up right where we left off, and this is where we start to make our climb on the opposite side of the Salt River Canyon. And just at the start of our ascent, there was a lost treasure of the past I wanted to stop in at and show you guys. This abandoned rest stop has always intrigued me on my many trips through here, and there's not a whole lot of well-documented information on it. The majority of the information I was able to find was compiled through forums, blogs, and comments on YouTube videos, so take this with a grain of salt. From what I could find, it seems that this rest stop dates as far back as the 1940s, and although it may look like a dump that's ready to collapse, there was a time when it saw better days. Here's a postcard of the location back in the 1960s when it went by the name Troy's Canyon Inn, and here's a side-by-side of what it looks like today. Here's another postcard photo of the rest stop that I found on eBay, and the title of the item refers to the 1940s era. And of course, here's another side-by-side look. From what I could find, it seems like this rest stop closed sometime in the early 2000s. And of course, who could forget that iconic jail cell that sits just to the left of the gas station? My original research led me to believe that this jail cell was used to hold disrespectful tourists. However, that isn't true. At least, I hope not. Other viewers of my previous video messaged me and told me that it is simply a tourist attraction where they would hold jail shows from time to time. But if anyone has any information about this place or you have any fond memories that you'd like to share, feel free to post that information in the comments below. I would love to read them. Now, let's get back on the road.
As I was flying my drone down in the canyon that you see behind me here, the prompt came up on my remote that said, low battery. So I decided to do the smart thing and... Hey, Selena! So I decided to do the smart thing and head back to my car, grab a fresh battery, and pop it in. But as I was flying my drone back, I'm pretty confident I spotted a car wreck about halfway down the canyon. So we're gonna get this drone up in the air and fly it back down there and see what awaits us.
It's pretty spine-chilling to imagine a vehicle going over the edge way out here, but it does serve as a reminder that this road is not to be taken lightly. These were all the car wrecks that I was able to find, but for how long and deep this canyon is, I'm sure there's probably dozens more down there. And this is one thing that freaks me out about this drive. Heaven forbid anyone were to drive over the edge. Even if you were somehow able to survive the 1,000 foot plus drop all the way to the bottom, if no one saw you go over the edge, no one would even know you're down there. You would be in a world of trouble because 1, there's no cell service down in the canyon, and 2, you can't exactly walk out of there due to how steep it is, so you'd have to hike along the Salt River all the way back to the bridge before you could get help. And if anybody watching knows roughly what make and model these vehicles are, feel free to let us know in the comments. As hard as it may be to imagine what could have caused these drivers to go over the edge, do not let that deter you from coming out here and taking this drive. It's one of the most beautiful drives in Arizona, and it's such a phenomenal sight to gaze at. It's even earned the nickname Arizona's Second Grand Canyon due to its similarities. Over thousands of years, water has carved out this canyon, leaving this beautiful geological display behind for us to be able to appreciate today. And another fun fact for you, the Salt River begins in eastern Arizona at the confluence of the Black and White River, and flows 200 miles just to the south of Phoenix, where it eventually pours into the Gila River. Now before we hop back on the road and get to the last leg of our journey, I did want to share with you guys another discovery I made out here, one that I almost forgot. I found this old mine not too far off of the highway, and this is actually located where we started to make our descent in the beginning of the video. From what I found, this was called the Pine Top Mine, and it produced asbestos. It was discovered in the early 1940s, but mostly operated on a small scale. According to mildtowildrafting.com, there is over 200 mines scattered throughout the area. Maybe in another video we'll have to come back out here and see if we can find some of those mines. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially completed our journey through the Salt River Canyon. Ask yourself this question: would you ever attempt to drive on this highway? A highway with almost no guardrails and very little shoulder room. And in fact, if you were to lose control and go over the edge, you could be plummeting down as far as 1,000 feet. And even if you somehow survived the initial impact, there's always the possibility of your car rolling into the icy cold river below. And if you're not out of your car before it hits the river, it could very well be your last ride. Crazy enough though, there is people that take this highway almost every day, and they could probably do it with their eyes closed, although I wouldn't recommend it. Our journey starts here, in the beautiful little mountain town of Ouray, Colorado, and in the rest of today's video, we are going to attempt to drive the most petrifying part of the $1 Million Highway, and hopefully make it back. I'm also going to tell you a little bit about the history and show you some of the amazing things I found along the way. The $1 Million Highway is a 25-mile stretch of road in southwest Colorado. It goes from the town of Ouray to the town of Silverton, and we're going to be focusing on the first 5 miles coming out of Ouray, as it's the scariest part of the entire drive, and hopefully we make it through without ending up like the O'Doyles in Billy Madison. You get the idea. We kicked off our journey right in the heart of Ouray. It was quite inspiring to drive down Main Street and see all the Victorian-style buildings with the view of the San Juan Mountains in the background. And in fact, most of these buildings date back to the late early 1900s. And as soon as we made our way into town, that's when we started to make our way out of town and up the $1 Million Highway. We started things off by making our way through a few mild switchbacks, and then past the famous Switzerland of America lookout point. And we'll come back to that later on in the video. Shortly after that, it didn't take much longer for the drive to get interesting. And if you focus your attention to the right side of the road, you can see just how little shoulder room there was. Now, I've been on some pretty daunting roads in the past, but none quite like this. The scary drives, if you will, that I've done either had guardrails or enough shoulder room that kind of gave you that boost of confidence and comfort to make it through the drive with little worry. But knowing that 2 feet past the white line was a direct descent to the bottom of the canyon, that made my skin crawl just a little bit. After a few minutes of a nerve-wracking drive that almost made me want to become a full-time cigarette smoker again, I saw a pullout area up ahead and decided to check it out. After I got done chasing waterfalls and taking in the glorious views, I hopped back into my car and continued up the road, and this is where my stomach really started to drop. I'm not kidding, I was gripping that steering wheel about as tight as I was clenching my cheeks, and every second on that road seemed like an eternity. Knowing that just a few feet from the right side of my vehicle were the exposed cliff edges and steep drop-offs to the rugged canyon down below did not help. Some parts of the highway did have quite a bit of shoulder room and the drop-offs weren't so steep, but parts like this, if you went over the edge, it would be a hard slam into the loose rock down below, and a cold plunge into the Uncompahgre River. Luckily for me, I was able to keep my composure and I was determined to carry on. After all, we already made it this far. We're not going to bitch out now. A few questions I started to ask myself as we continued on with the drive was, whose bright idea was it to put this highway on the edge of a mountain? When was it built? And how exactly did it get its name? The Million Dollar Highway, more formally known as U.S. Highway 550, dates all the way back to the late 1800s. It was built between the years of 1882 and 1883 by Otto Mears and Fred Walson. It was originally built as a wagon road connecting Ouray to the town of Silverton, and at the time it cost $10,000 per square mile to construct, which is why Mr. Mears charged a toll for those that traveled his road. However, in time, ownership of the road was eventually transferred over to the state government. It turns out the local miners and merchants were getting pretty pissed off about having to pay the ridiculous tolls. Fun fact, here's an old photo of where tolls had to be paid, and this is also the location of Bear Creek Falls, the waterfall that we saw earlier in the video. Here is another old photo of travelers taking the Million Dollar Highway by Wagon. After seeing this photo, it got me thinking, what do you think would be scarier? Taking the old narrow road by Wagon, or taking the road as it is today? If you ask me, I would say it's probably scarier traveling it today. I mean, if you think about it, back in the late early 1900s, things like sports cars, trucks, motorcycles, and just your average car didn't necessarily exist. Therefore, less risk of people being idiots and hot-dogging it on the road. But then again, there's this guy.
That was pretty amazing, although very stupid at the same time. I don't get it.
And now for the million-dollar question. How exactly did the highway get its name? Well, according to Durango.org, the true origin of its name is unknown, but there are many theories as to how the name came about. The first one is it got its name due to the million-dollar views around every corner. The second theory is locals joked around and said they would only drive this section of the road if someone paid them $1 million because of the steep grades, winding turns, often being in avalanche paths, and the lack of guardrails. And the final theory is, allegedly, each mile on the Million Dollar Highway cost $1 million to build.
I didn't realize that the creek was so close by. Don't want to get hit by a car here. So we're gonna go check out this gold water because it looks amazing.
Here's a fun fact for you. The color of the Uncompahgre River varies throughout the seasons, and the reason for the gold yellowish color is due to the amount of metal concentrations mixed with snowmelt. And the word Uncompahgre is a Ute Indian word which translates to dirty water. There definitely was a sigh of relief once I made it out of the Uncompahgre Gorge. I was able to relax a little bit and enjoy the views without worrying about falling off the edge every 5 seconds. I continued on through the mountains, and the further I went, I was able to capture more of those million-dollar views, and gain a little bit of insight into the region's mining history. The area that you see here was founded by gold and silver miners in the 1870s. This 17 square mile area produced 4 million ounces of gold, 21 million ounces of silver, and 12 million tons of lead, zinc, and copper. One of the interpretive signs here even said that there is nearly 100 miles of underground tunnels in these mountains. And this track that you see in the frame here is known as Treasury Tunnel. Miners would enter here and ride the underground trams to their workstations.
Real quick, I just want to say this is not the end of the video, but I think what we're going to do now is we're going to turn around because I do believe we've made it through the most intimidating part of the Million Dollar Highway. Now, I could be wrong. I know this highway goes on for many, many, many more miles yet, but in the interest of time, I'm only here for about another day and a half, and I do have a couple other activities planned. So if you guys want me to come back another time and check out the rest of the $1 Million Highway, let me know in the comments section down below. But for right now, we're gonna head back down the mountain and I'm gonna give you guys that perspective. And we're also gonna check out a few, I saw some abandoned mining buildings and some pretty cool waterfalls. So let's get going. Made another stop coming down the mountain here. I found 1, 2, 3 abandoned buildings. I'm assuming that they had something to do with the mining that went on up here. But we're gonna poke around, walk inside, see if we can learn a little bit more about them. We got one building here, and then we got a bigger building right here, and then it looks like there's a little shed back there. Let's see what's inside. Or not. That floor does not look too sturdy by any means. Yeah, we're not walking in there. This is super flimsy. Fragile. Yeah, no shit. Actually, that does not feel too safe, so I'm gonna hop down. No trespassing. Keep out. We won't go in. But we're sure as heck gonna zoom in here. Who knows how far that actually goes in. This reminds me of that old mine / mill that I found near Area 51. If you guys want to see that video, I'll put that one down in the description. Well, it looks like we're probably not going to be able to get down to that one. It is completely surrounded by water. I tried right there, but there's a bunch of water underneath that snow, and now my left foot is a little wet and cold. Best we can do is zoom in. My guess is this is probably just a cabin for one of the workers of the mine.
According to an interpretive sign on one of the buildings, this was the Larson Brothers Mine. It was purchased in 1933, and the property consisted of a flotation mill, bunkhouse, blacksmith shop, and a small snow shed over the entrance to the mine. And if it tickles your fancy, feel free to pause the video and read the sign in its entirety.
That view would never get old. Check out what we got here. What do you guys think this was? Judging by how old it is and these garage doors, I would say this is probably a service station that was probably regularly used by all the trucks and vehicles that used to come up here during the glory days of the mining. Looks like we got another little building over here. No trespassing. All right, well, we won't. But that doesn't mean we can't zoom in for a closer look. What do you guys think this one was? Does kind of have that little schoolhouse look, but it almost looks too small. I'm sure it was somehow tied to the service garage in one way or another. That was our last little stop here, so now we're gonna head back down the $1 Million Highway, hopefully in one piece.
Now, coming back down through the gorge wasn't nearly as intimidating as going up. Not being on the cliffside did make it a little less nerve-wracking. However, it is a drive not to be taken lightly. I had it pretty easy compared to the stories some of the locals shared with me. I struck up a conversation with a couple at Bear Creek Falls, and they had asked me about my experience driving on the $1 Million Highway. I had told them that my heart was racing like a coke addict at an after bar, but those majestic views of the San Juan Mountains was worth every second. They proceeded to tell me that as hard as it may be to believe, people take that highway every day, whether it's sunny, cloudy, windy, rainy, snowy, and even when there's ice on the road. And every once in a while they do have the unfortunate vehicle that goes over the edge. And according to thetravel.com, with over 400 deaths since 1992, it remains one of the most dangerous highways in the United States.
I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of stairs here today. There's more stairs.
So before I started my descent down the mountains, I decided to check the weather. I saw on the news earlier that morning that a storm was supposed to be rolling in right around the same time I had planned to leave. Even though it was mostly sunny and blue skies with a few patches of clouds the majority of the morning, the weather soon took a dark turn. But luckily, I got back into Ouray just before the storm made its appearance. I had just enough time to get my drone up in the air and capture a few clips of the stunning Cascade Falls. And on a side note, if you are ever in the little town of Ouray and you're looking for a great place to grab a burger and a beer with rooftop views of the mountains, I would recommend stopping in at the Ouray Brewery. Unless, of course, you have a drinking problem and you cause chaos wherever you go. But then again, I'm not your dad. Okay, goodbye. We're heading to a remote canyon located about an hour east of Phoenix, Arizona. I came out to this area a couple of weeks ago on my e-bike and I made a few interesting discoveries with my drone. Ever since that trip, I couldn't help but wonder what might be in those caves and what else is out there. Being that it's in a secluded area with barbed wire fencing put up to keep people out, I just had to go in, and I'm going to take you guys along for the ride. Unfortunately, my crazy ex got my Chevy K5 in a divorce about 7 years ago, and there is no way my car would have made it up this trail. So today we're sporting the Trek Marlin 6 Plus e-bike to speed up our traveling time. It was a gorgeous day in Arizona, and the temp was in the low 60s. Couldn't have asked for a better day.
That was a little bit of a climb. Probably gone about 3/4 of a mile so far. You can't even see where I was parked, but I'm kind of parked behind that little mound right there. This is probably the hardest section of this road. And I think we got maybe a half a mile yet until I get to the lookout point where I'm gonna send my drone down in the canyon. Keep it pushing.
If you're new to the channel, one thing I enjoy doing is sending my drone into parts of the desert that would normally take days or even weeks to explore, such as canyons, caves, cliffs, and other hard to reach places. I've always been fascinated with the potential relics of the past that I may come across, or even wildlife for that matter. And speaking of wildlife, we'll come back to that later. My bike does have a good motor and some pretty beefy tires, but certain parts of this trail was not easy to ride through, especially with a backpack full of water bottles, cameras, batteries, and other accessories. But hey, we still did it.
That steep part was not easy. I ran into another gentleman out here on a four-wheeler. He's just kind of cruising around, telling me a little bit about the area. But the lookout point that I'm looking for is just right up there. We made it. Well, everybody, we finally made it. And I am so glad that I did not throw in the towel, because this is what I would be missing out on. I've already seen probably 3 or 4 caves. There's one, where the heck is it? Right there. And God knows what else is down here. There is a couple hikers down there too. I don't want to get too close to the edge, because my rule is, however tall you are, stay that distance away from the edge. And I do not intend on breaking that rule. We are cooking.
This is a part of Arizona that I always find myself coming back to. It's a sight for sore eyes and has a lot of history when it comes to mining and settlement from the Native Americans. It's also very rich in wildlife. However, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed to see something every time you go out here, but you never know what's crawling through the cracks in these canyons. In the past, I've seen everything from lizards, jackrabbits, owls, and most recently, javelina. Thankfully, I haven't had to check off mountain lions and rattlesnakes from my bucket list, and I'm not looking forward to it either. Now, this is just the first stop on our trip today, but after not seeing too much activity in the area, other than the dirt biker and some horseback riders, I decided to pack up shop and head to the next location. As always, the feature on the DJI Mini 4 Pro that I use to follow me as I'm riding through the desert is called Active Track. It does a pretty good job staying locked onto me at the speed I'm going while simultaneously avoiding any obstacles. I've utilized this feature when it comes to biking, driving, longboarding, walking, and when running away from a crazy ex or bill collector. But what are you gonna do?
We're gonna know.
And if anyone watching is curious about any of the gear, cameras, accessories, video software that I use to make my videos, I will link all of those down in the description below.
Yep, she ain't going anywhere. So before we make our way out to our next destination, I'm actually going to change things up just a little bit. Instead of using my drone and setting it to follow mode and getting those kinds of shots, I'm actually going to use my GoPro chest mount and try out that angle. You guys let me know if you like it or not. All right, I seem to have it fairly snug there. As long as we're recording, let's see how this looks. I wanted to take a quick break. Hey, it looks like somebody else is out here too. Cool Jeep. Wanted to take a quick break before we make our way up the rest of this hill here. And what we're looking for should be on the other side of this hill. How gorgeous is this though? You got the highway way over there. You got a sexy Jeep right over there. Picket Post Mountain right there. And the canyon over yonder. This is absolutely gorgeous scenery out here.
After enjoying a nice little break, taking a few swigs of water, checking tire pressure, and of course taking in the gorgeous scenery, I continued on to the caves, and within a few short minutes, I had finally arrived. Now, I had been wanting to explore these caves for quite some time, but due to the, we'll say, sensitivity of the area, I've always stayed away and only seen them through the eye of my drone. But every once in a while, you just gotta say, fuck it.
Fuck it.
I wandered through the caves for a minute to see how far back they went and to see if there were any additional passages. And before anyone starts getting any crazy ideas about these markings, no, they are not pictographs or witchcraft symbols or anything like that. Just the work of vandals. Those jerks. And one thing I was not expecting on a Tuesday afternoon was to run into fellow adventure seekers in the caves.
Ran into Dwayne and Sherry here. They're digging for some Apache tears. All the way from Canada.
There you go. Oh, sure. Yeah, this is a nice chisel. So when you miss, you don't hit your hand as much. So there'll be quite a few in this area if we just take it easy and don't crack them all getting them out.
Light taps, slow and steady.
Yeah, this holder rock is pretty fragile, as you can see, so it works it's nice just to chip it out of there. So if you go gentle, it'll break away long before you do anything with the rock itself.
Okay. Looks like it's gonna, oh, wow.
So that was him wedged up in there.
Another good sized one.
That's a good sized one, yep.
Cool.
And has one right beside it. So hopefully this guy loosened that guy.
Nice little family of them right there.
And oh, look, there's more under there.
So that could be all the same one.
That is something.
Or it could be 2 different little ones. Oh, that could be a big one. You know, some people are into cars, some people are into...
Oh, look at that beauty.
There you go.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. Let's try this guy.
That is awesome.
They were kind enough to tell me a little bit about their techniques, what to look for, and even allowed me to get some shots of them doing their thing. I had a lot of fun watching them chisel away little by little at the walls and plucking out the Apache tears. And for those of you who aren't aware, Apache tears are obsidian, which is a type of volcanic glass that forms when lava cools rapidly. The reason why they are often referred to as Apache tears originates from the story of Apache Leap. Now, I made a video previously on this topic, which I will link in the upper right-hand corner of this video and down in the description. But the story goes, a battle broke out between U.S. soldiers and the Apache. The U.S. cavalry attacked by surprise and killed many Apache within a short amount of time. After considering the odds, the remaining Apache decided to leap to their death rather than surrender. After word got back to the tribe's women of the events, it's said that they cried buckets of tears, and according to owlcation.com, when the tears reached the bottom of the cliff, they turned to black natural glass, or obsidian. Legend says their sadness was so great that their tears were embedded into black obsidian stones, and when held to the light, they are said to reveal the translucent tear of the Apache. After poking around the caves and making some new friends, I headed to a different part of the canyon to check out a really interesting phenomenon that I discovered out here on my last trip. But not before this happened. Basically, what went wrong was my right pedal got snagged on a rock, and because of the ground I was on was at an angle, I couldn't get my footing, and gravity took care of the rest. But thankfully, I did not run into that cactus. Otherwise, it would have been a pretty shitty day. Back to the story. A couple of weeks ago, I was out here with my drone, and I flew it down into the canyon to see what was in this small cave, and this is what I captured. I didn't think anything of it at first, but a lot of people commented that it resembled the upper body of a human with their arm behind their head. And the more I re-watched this clip, I felt compelled to return to this site to either 1, see if there is anything more to it, or 2, disprove it, with a strong possibility of it just being dried mud that happened to form the way it did. After analyzing this photo, it definitely does look like it could be a figure of some sort that has their arms bent and slightly raised with their hands covering their ears. At least, that's what I see. I could also see a small mouth here, a nose, and where the eyes would be. But as much as I would like for this to be something and tell you we just unearthed a fossil of some sort, I believe it to be nothing more than a bunch of mud that dried in a very careful way that resembles the upper body of the human figure. Nonetheless, I still had to check it out. After all, Arizona was underneath a shallow sea of water 300 million years ago. You never know what could turn up. The sun was getting low, and there was one more stop I wanted to make, but on my way out of there, something darted across the trail in front of me so fast, I almost didn't see it. Pay very close attention to the red arrows on the screen. Now at this point, I had no idea what the heck I just saw. It all happened so fast, and all I really knew was I saw something. So I got off the trail for a second to see if I could find out which direction it went and tried to identify it. My first thought was maybe it was a coyote or a mountain lion, and it wasn't until I reviewed this footage later when I realized it was just a couple of deer. I didn't even know I was riding in the direction they were running off to because the brush was blocking my view of them. Thankfully, I had my drone just high enough to see them running away on the top part of the screen. If you look closely here on the mountain, you will see 2 small caves. Now, I've drove by this mountain countless times wondering what might be in them, and with the little bit of daylight that I had left, I didn't waste my time and got my drone up there as quick as I could. Even though these small caves turned out to be empty, just like the Minnesota Vikings trophy room, I still enjoyed flying my drone up there. One of the joys of having a drone is flying it in places where human eyes can't always easily reach. Birds, on the other hand, that's another story. Judging by all the bird droppings here, I think it's safe to say they like to call it home. I even spotted a good-sized nest here, but I'm no bird connoisseur, so I can't tell you what species it's from. But judging by the size of the nest, it's gotta be a pretty big bird. If this mountain could talk, I'm sure it could tell us some pretty crazy stories. Unfortunately, mountains can't talk, but if this one could, I'm sure it would love to tell you guys. Thank you for tuning into this week's video, and make sure you click the video on the screen to keep the adventures going. Right now we're heading out to a canyon in a part of Arizona where many months back I came across some ruins from the Native Americans dating as far back as 1200 years. My curiosity always gets the best of me and at times even gets me into trouble, which is why I'm out here today. Not to get into trouble, but because of my curiosity. There's dozens, if not hundreds, of little caves and alcoves throughout the area. Armed with a drone and an e-bike, I'm going to take you guys along for the ride and show you what I found. Just make sure you watch till the very end because I caught something on my drone I was not expecting to see. The dirt road out to the canyon doesn't necessarily require a high clearance 4x4 vehicle, although if you do possess one, you'll make it out there 10 times quicker. Now I didn't feel like wasting my time inching my Hyundai Accent through the rough terrain, and since it was a gorgeous day out in Arizona, I figured why not break out the e-bike and see how well she performs in the wild.
Alright, we've probably done about a mile so far, and the idea is to kind of go up on top of that hill right there and look into the canyon. I've never been out here before, so I'm kind of scoping out the area to see where I can and cannot fly my drone. But if there's one thing I know, there is still quite a few fall colors out here yet. Actually, let's check out this way, because I do believe this is the route that I'm going to have to go down into this little wash right here, / trail, and then through the trees. And there is a lot of color over there. That looks like it'll be a pretty fun ride.
I really wanted to keep on going because I was making such good time on my e-bike, but once I came across this very autumn landscape, I could not pass it up. The colors were so vibrant that I just had to stop and take it all in for a few moments.
We have successfully made it to the other side. What a trek. As much as I would love to stay here all day getting showered on by these leaves, maybe we'll just have to come back here again. But we're going to continue on with our journey and make it to the top of that hill.
The area that we're exploring today isn't too far from the coolest little town in Arizona known as Superior. It's a small town with a lot of culture, mining history, and those mesmerizing views as you're making your way into town. And we'll be visiting this location later on when I tell you the story about Apache Leap.
I'll tell you one thing. It may be the end of November in Arizona and the temp is in the low 70s, but make no mistake, it's still pretty freaking hot out here. We've definitely come quite a ways so far. There's some old wagon wheel tracks over there from the late 1800s that we're going to make it over to later on in the video. But just to give you a sense of how far we've traveled, we pretty much parked kind of at the end of that runway and just to the left of it. So we've biked quite a ways. And right down here, right down here, there is some ancient ruins that we're not going to explore today because I've already made a video on that. But if you guys do want to check that video out, just click the card in the upper right hand corner or click the link in the description. We just made it to the first overlook, and I'm hoping down in that area we'll be able to find some pretty interesting structures. What I'm looking for is any alcoves or ruins from the natives that settled here many years ago.
According to SuperiorArizona.com/Our Story, the area was a common trading route used by many. Among the earliest inhabitants of this land were the Native Americans of the Apache tribe, Pascua Yaqui tribe, and the Tohono O'odham Nation. It's long been a goal of mine to hopefully find some sort of relic from the past, or stumble upon the ruins of a settlement from the Native Americans. Now, in the event I ever did uncover anything, I would definitely be hush-hush about it. But I find it so fascinating knowing that just about anywhere out in the desert, there could be a clue to Arizona's past just lying around somewhere. For a moment here, I thought I found something quite remarkable, but as soon as that excitement came, it left when I remembered that these were called the Perlite Caves, which is part of an old mine. I was half tempted to bike over to them and check them out, but I remember reading a few different posts online saying that they are on private property with many no trespassing signs posted, but I guess people still hop the fence and go over there anyway, at their own risk. I was pretty indecisive, so I just continued on with my drone discoveries. A while back, I visited Tonto National Monument in Roosevelt Lake, Arizona, which is home to two well-preserved cliff dwellings. And it was during that visit I took a really strong interest in these cliff dwellings and the Salado people that lived in them around the early 1400s. And ever since that trip, I cannot get the idea out of my head of the possibility that there could be more of these undiscovered cliff dwellings scattered throughout the state. Whether they're big, small, short, or tall, every time I see a small cave, alcove, or crevice in the side of a mountain, I feel compelled to investigate. Now we're going to head further down the canyon and see if we can find anything over there.
I'll tell you what, e-bikes are great, they are amazing, but you still have to do the work. The entire time I was coming up that hill, I had it in the absolute lowest gear, and I was pedaling like there's no tomorrow. But we finally made it to the location that I was originally searching for. And for anybody wondering what bike I'm using today, I am using the Trek Marlin 6 Plus. It's an e-bike, and if you're not in the best shape, this works extremely well with going up hills. I've been using the motor on and off, just kind of trying to conserve it as much as possible. But supposedly you're supposed to get like 40 miles on this thing. This isn't a sponsored video at all either too. I just really believe in this bike. This is just absolutely gorgeous. Got some fall colors going on down there yet, and you have this absolutely gorgeous canyon. And then there's a little cave over there. Will be interesting to see what's in there. If it's not a ruin of the ancient natives, it could also be a home to coyotes, bear. I don't know about bears. Maybe. Or maybe El Chupacabra. Alright, we should have enough battery. Turn this guy on. Alright, come on, remote. One LED. Oh, no. Is it that dead? Yeah, buddy. Well, we're not having a whole lot of luck with finding any, ancient ruins today, but that's okay. You can't always expect to find something every single time you go out. It's just one of the many untold truths about content creating. Sometimes you go out there and it's a dud. Nonetheless, we have seen some pretty cool stuff out here. I think we're gonna do now is try one more location on the east side. If you don't find anything there, then I'll check out the wagon wheel tracks, tell you about those, and then I'll tell you about Apache Leap.
The bullet holes in the no trespassing sign didn't seem like the warmest of welcomes, so I carried on. For any newcomers on my channel curious about my drone's ability to stay locked onto me while I'm riding my bike, the feature is called Active Track, and it's come in handy quite a bit on this channel. It's pretty simple to use, and there's a few different modes that you can choose from. Once you power your drone on and get it up in the air, you select your subject, which happens to be me on my bike. Make sure you tap the record button and then tap go. I have mine set to manual mode, which means the drone stays at a fixed distance and height unless I move the joysticks manually. And then from there, it follows you wherever you go and does a phenomenal job about avoiding any obstacles due to the 360-degree obstacle avoidance. But always remember that obstacle avoidance on a drone does not mean that it's crash-proof. This feature is ideal when you are in open areas, but as you can see here, once I biked down into the grove, I landed my drone and I used my Nikon Z30 for a few shots. The drone sensors do a pretty good job picking up obvious objects like telephone poles, boulders, buildings, things that really stick out. But when it comes to smaller things like branches, leaves, power lines, and weeds, I wouldn't put my money on it. The sensors on the DJI Mini 4 Pro are great, but they aren't designed to detect that type of fine detail. The more you know.
Well, according to Google Maps, which I conveniently happen to have right here, the old wagon wheel tracks should be right up there. Oh, I do believe that's them right there. Oh, check it out. In the words of that comedian slash prankster, Ed Bassmaster, would you look at that?
Would you look at this?
Look how well preserved these are. I'm gonna get my drone up in just a couple of seconds and see how far they go. Well, they can't go too much further because the highway's right there. But look at that.
Well, would you look at that?
I don't want my shadow in the video. Look how nice and defined those are. That is too awesome.
According to onxmaps.com, the wagon wheel tracks date all the way back to the late 1870s and early 1880s, when wagons would haul silver ore from the Silver King mine located north of Superior to the Pinal Mill, which would have been just to the west of this location. The wagons etched 2 deep ruts across this large deposit of welded volcanic tuff. Tuff is a soft, porous type of rock. But could you imagine how many trips they'd have to make back and forth to leave these ruts behind? Another fascinating detail I learned while researching this topic was that these little circular indentations that you see here are actually the footprints left behind from the mules that pulled the wagons. How cool is that? Before I went back to my car, I sent the drone up in the sky one more time to scope out the opposite side of the canyon that I was on, and I did not expect to see what I saw next. I happened to spot a small herd of javelina enjoying a snack in an alcove. I have never seen javelina out in the wild before, so this was a real treat. I did my best to maintain a respectable distance and utilized the zoom feature on my drone, which allowed me to go in for a closer look without disturbing them. Now I tried to get a head count, but the little ones kept running around back and forth so much that it was hard to get an accurate head count, but I'm going to guess there was probably around a dozen in the area.
Now we're gonna head back into Superior, fuel up, and when I say fuel up, I mean beer, Gatorade, and water. And I'm gonna tell you about Apache Leap. My liquid/water supply out here is running real low, and I do not want to break my water rule when being out in the desert. So let's go. Now we'll give it the old Midwest tug. Yep, she ain't going anywhere.
This is the view that captures the attention of anyone that might be visiting Superior for the first time, or passing through. But as beautiful as it is, it does have a dark history. This area here is known as Apache Leap, and this is its backstory. Full disclosure before I tell the story, of all the research I compiled, I did find that there was slightly different variations of it, so if the story interests you, I implore you to do your very own research. The story goes, back in the 1870s, the U.S. cavalry, led by General George Stoneman, attacked a group of Apache camped up on top of Apache Leap. This quickly led to a battle, and within moments, the U.S. cavalry had killed 50 of the 75 Apache. With limited area to retreat to, the remaining Apache made a courageous decision and decided to leap to their death rather than surrender. Now, the main question I had was, why did the U.S. cavalry attack? One article I found on allocation.com stated, why the general decided to climb the terrain to find the area where the Apache sometimes congregated is unknown. Another article I found from a Facebook post titled, The Legend of the Apache Tears Stone, mentioned that when the winter months came around, times were getting tough and resources were getting scarce. It became a struggle for survival of the Apache men to feed their families and tribes, which led to the Apaches to raid nearby settlements. However, local ranchers decided to put a stop to this and joined forces with the U.S. cavalry. They eventually found a trail leading up to the Apache camp, and with the Apache not knowing their camp had been discovered, they were caught by surprise and unprepared for what happened next. According to allocation.com, when the women of the tribe learned about the gruesome events and heard that Apache skeletons had been found at the foot of Apache Leap, they cried buckets of tears. As the story goes, when the tears reached the bottom of the cliff, they turned to black natural glass, or obsidian. Further down in the article, it also reads, Legend says their sadness was so great their tears were embedded into the black obsidian stones, and when held to the light they are said to reveal the translucent tear of the Apache. When I first moved to Arizona and made the drive out to Superior, not knowing what Apache Leap was, I always looked at this colossal geological feature with so much inspiration, and while I still do and that view never gets old, it hits a little different, knowing the story behind it. Fun fact about the little town of Superior, the 2002 horror/comedy movie 8-Legged Freaks was filmed here. And if you have ever visited the town of Superior, feel free to share a memory with the rest of the audience in the comments section down below, and make sure you click the next video to continue the fun.
We are on Bush Highway, and we're going to be taking this highway to Saguaro Lake and Stewart Mountain Dam. This is a relatively shorter highway compared to the ones that I usually do videos about, but it is an absolutely gorgeous drive. I'm going to take you guys along for the ride.
Within moments of jumping on Bush Highway, I happened to glance over at the river just at the right time. I noticed something very peculiar in the water. My curiosity got the best of me, so I had to pull over, get my drone out, and go in for a closer look. Here's what I saw. This was such a spectacular sight to behold, and I've been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time. I've seen wild horses along the Salt River many times since I've lived in Arizona, but I've never had my professional camera or my drone with me at the time. Now, I did keep a respectable distance with my drone, and I later found out that there is as many as 300 wild horses roaming around this area. Next time I come out to the Salt River, I just might have to grab a kayak and see if I can get some better shots from the river. Bush Highway is one of the best scenic drives in Arizona, and you don't have to wander too far out of the city to get there. Let me show you. Bush Highway is only 15 miles long and starts right here, just outside of Mesa, Arizona, and ends at Beeline Highway, also called Highway 87. Another fascinating feature not that far off of Bush Highway is the confluence of the Salt and Verde River. It's a popular recreation area where people go swimming, tubing, kayaking, you name it. Both rivers flow nearly 200 miles and meet up at this location. Now, I could have paid for a pass and parked a lot closer, but just like Kevin McAllister's uncle, I can be a cheapskate at times, and I didn't want to pay for a parking pass.
Come on, Mr. Cheapskate.
Therefore, I pulled over on the side of the road and got my drone up in the air. Just downstream from the confluence, I found the remnants of an old dam from the early 1900s. I've seen a few pictures of it on Google in the past and decided to fly in for a closer look. According to waterhistory.org, this was an old diversion dam that was later washed away by a major flood in 1905. Now, this eventually led to the construction of what is now Granite Reef Dam further downstream. And I would have loved to get some aerial shots of Granite Reef Dam, but unfortunately it was fairly windy out that day and too many power lines in the area for my liking. Construction was completed in May of 1908, and the dam stands at 29 feet high and is 1,000 feet in length. Before I jumped back in my car and continued down the highway, I spotted something moving in the water not too far from the old dam, and wouldn't you know it, I found another herd of horses frolicking in the water. Of all the times I came out here looking to get photos of the horses and turning up empty-handed, and then on a random day I decided to make a video, I spot two small herds. I was pretty ecstatic. Seeing these majestic creatures out in the wild without a care in the world, it was pretty surreal. Construction on the highway began on March 21st, 1933, and was later opened to the public in 1934. I was able to find some old photos of Bush Highway during its construction from the website azmemory.azlibrary.gov, and I'll link that one down in the description. But I couldn't pinpoint the exact location from where these photos were taken, which doesn't surprise me. I'm sure the land has gone through drastic changes over the last 100 years. But I did find one photo that stuck out amongst the rest. Pay close attention to the hump on the rock that you see right here, and you'll notice it's the same hump that you see in this photo. The dam you're seeing is called Stewart Mountain Dam. It was built between 1928 and 1930. This nearly 100-year-old dam stands at 212 feet high and is 583 feet long. It impounds the Salt River, creating the beautiful Saguaro Lake, and can hold up to 70,000 acre-feet of water. 1 acre-foot is equivalent to 1 football field, 1 foot deep. There's a thing you know. The footage that you're seeing of the water flowing through the dam was filmed in the spring of 2023. That was a very wet year for Arizona and the entire Southwest, so they had to keep releasing water to make room for more snowmelt that was on its way. Saguaro Lake is one of my favorite places to travel to, whether it's hanging out with friends, flying a drone, or taking in those gorgeous mountain views. There's also plenty of cacti in the area, so if you're from out of town and are looking for a place to get some cactus photos, this would be it. Fun facts. According to NPS.gov, the saguaro cactus is the largest cactus in the United States. It can take up to 10 years for a saguaro cactus to reach 1 inch in height, but by 200 years of age, the cactus reaches full height, reaching upwards of 45 feet tall. They also don't start producing their first arms till around 100 years of age, when they're in the neighborhood of 15 to 16 feet tall. The largest ever recorded saguaro cactus stood at a whopping 78 feet tall. Since I was right there, I decided to see how close I could get to the dam. I always knew there was a road that went back in that direction, so this time around I followed it. But unfortunately, this was as far as we could go. After I left Bush Highway, I headed down Highway 87 and made the turnoff to Four Peaks. This dirt road is usually a washboard and at times can be very unpredictable, especially after it rains. I haven't been down this road in a minute, had some time to kill, and I was eager to see how it's looking these days. I also thought it would be really cool to get some drone shots of my car heading in the direction of Four Peaks. It was getting to be that time of day where I would typically start to wind things down, but I had a little bit of daylight left, and seeing as how water has been a recurring theme in this video, I decided to head into Phoenix to check out a waterworks display. Arizona Falls is a hydroelectric plant that supplies power to 150 homes in the area, but it's so much more than that and has a lot of historical value. Arizona Falls is located northeast of Phoenix, Arizona. It's super easy to get to, and if you live in the area and you have never been there, I would recommend checking it out. It's a neat little tourist attraction that I believe is enjoyable to all ages. Unless, of course, you have a nagging mother-in-law that wants to go back to her hotel room where she can day drink and watch Ellen. What do you do? Arizona Falls dates all the way back to the early 1900s. It started off as a canal that approached a natural 20-foot drop, creating a waterfall. It was a popular place for people to picnic, sunbathe, swim, and enjoy being outside with a nearby place to cool off. The first electrical plant was built here in 1902, and at that time it provided power to the residents of Phoenix. But fast forward a decade later when Roosevelt Dam was built, it was decided that Roosevelt Dam would now supply power to Phoenix, and the electrical plant here would only supply power to farmers in the immediate area. Between the years of its construction and 1915, the plant saw many different renovations, contractors, and a variety of different changes. For the longest time, operations at the plant seemed to be going okay, but as time went on, its operations didn't. The plant had shut down in October of 1950, mainly because it had become too expensive to maintain and it was in desperate need of multiple repairs. Although no power was being generated over the next 50 years, water still flowed through the plant, and this once popular community attraction was now a fly on the wall. It wasn't until 1998 when the Phoenix Arts Commission proposed an idea to turn it into a park, and SRP decided to rebuild the power station. This was budgeted at a cost of $4 million and the largest SRP renewable energy plant in the valley at that time. 5 years later, and a new makeover, the power plant went back online in April of 2003. Let me know if you have ever been to Arizona Falls, and make sure you click on the playlist in the upper left-hand corner to see more scenic and scary roads in Arizona. Today we are back on the Apache Trail in Arizona, one of my favorite places to go exploring with my drone. I recently mapped out multiple locations on Google Maps showing plenty areas of interest, and in the rest of today's video, we're going to see if we can find anything peculiar hiding out in these caves, cliffs, and canyons. Arizona is the 6th largest state in the United States and has a land area of nearly 114,000 square miles. And with a state population of just over 7.4 million, you'd think people have been just about everywhere in the state. However, there is still many places in Arizona that are untouched by human, places that the human eye have not yet seen. And those are the places that I'm looking for. The first lookout point that we're going to is located on the Apache Trail, just before Fish Creek Hill, and I'll share its location down in the description for any viewers that might want to come out here. There is bathrooms up here in case you got to pay the water bill or send a fax. You can also get some good views of the canyons, and in my opinion, it's best to visit at golden hour. I've been flying my drone into hard-to-reach places like this for about a year now, and I've made some pretty cool discoveries along the way, such as animal bones, ruins, car wrecks, and I've been surprised by wildlife on several occasions. And there are times where we find absolutely nothing, but it's never a lost cause, because it's always fun to come out to places like these and see how these canyons have been carved out over thousands of years. Now this is just the start to today's journey, and we have plenty more to see. And just as I was bringing my drone back in, I spotted something at the bottom of one of these canyons that looked a little out of place. I could by no means tell you what kind of car this is, but if you have an idea, feel free to let me know in the comments section down below. If I had to guess, just based off of all the other car wrecks that I found out here, I would say this one's probably been here since the 1930s or 1940s. The location that we're heading out to now is one that I've partially explored in the past, but due to the surroundings, I could never get my drone in close enough for a deeper look without losing a transmission signal. But recently, I found a hiking trail that will get us out there about halfway, and the other half, we're going to be doing some hiking. I didn't want to leave my e-bike sit right off of the trail with the possibility of somebody snatching it. Otherwise, it would be a long walk back and I'd be out about $2,000. So I walked it off the beaten path for a little while toward the direction of the canyon that I was looking for. And once I got far enough away from the trail, I stashed it safely behind some brush and began my hike.
One thing I like to do on remote hikes like this is every 3 to 5 minutes or so, just stop, do a 360, just look for anything, see if I can find anything moving or anything that's following me, and just be silent and listen. Silence is kind of a good thing, but at the same time, it's also kind of creepy. Look at that. Nothing but endless desert. And the area that we're going to is up on the other side of this little hill here, and then about maybe another quarter of a mile. I can kind of see the opening just barely of where I'm going to send my drone down into. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially made it to what I'm calling Cliff Dwelling Canyon. There's a small set of ruins down there that I found completely by accident about a year ago. And if you were flying your drone from up above or looking for this place on Google Earth, you wouldn't even find the ruins. You couldn't even tell because everything is overgrown and there's a lot of brush down there. But once we get the drone down in there and get closer, you'll see some things that they don't look naturally made. So we're going to scope out as much of this canyon as we can.
I had to be extremely careful with my drone at this point. It does have collision sensors, but they're not perfect, and they don't always recognize small branches and leaves hanging off of trees. I tried to get as close as I could without crashing, but beyond where my drone is now, I didn't want to push it any further. Thankfully, the DJI Mini 4 Pro is a very stable drone, and I couldn't help but wonder, what might be in here? I didn't see any shoe prints or any evidence of recent human activity in the area, but this was about as close as I could get with my drone. But now I'm more tempted than ever to come back out here and hike to this location. I did find a couple of other parts in this canyon that looked like they could have been used for shelter by the natives many years ago. And the reason I find this stuff so fascinating is because there's an area about 40 miles northeast of here filled with many deep canyons, just like the one we're exploring right now, and they are filled with multiple cliff dwellings built by the Salado people between the years of 1280 and 1350. And it wouldn't surprise me if what we stumbled upon today was built by the same people. Now, being that I could only explore what's on the surface with my drone, it makes me wonder what else is lying underneath all these trees that we can't see, and what else might be buried out here from all the debris and loose rock from all the heavy rains that we get from time to time.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but sending the drone down in there, that was pretty cool. What we're gonna do is take these little pieces of cacti off me, walk back to where my e-bike is. Hopefully no one stole it. I don't think anyone would have, because unless you were actively following me or watch me stash it, there's no other way anyone would have been able to see me put it there. Then we're gonna make it back to the Apache Trail. Then we're gonna go explore another canyon that's been on my to-do list for the longest time now.
The hike back was pretty smooth, and even though I had already made it to my destination, you never want to let your guard down while you're out here. A lot of what I was walking on is loose rock, and it only takes one slip to fall in the wrong direction or on a cactus. For a couple of seconds, I had a little trouble remembering where exactly I left my bike, and it's the desert, so everything looks the same. But after a few minutes of retracing my steps, and with a little help from my drone, I finally found it. Here's a fine example of how imperfect the collision sensors are on the DJI Mini 4 Pro. Once I got back on my bike, I figured I could ride through this rough terrain all the way back to the trail, as long as I don't run into any cacti. Seems easy enough, but they were everywhere. Everything was going fine and dandy until my drone came face to face with a certain plant. I'm not sure what it was called, but the collision sensors did not pick it up, and this is what happened next. Luckily for me, it wasn't that severe of a crash, and after replacing the propellers and getting all the tiny rocks out of the motors, we were back in action. A question that I often get from new viewers on this channel is, how is your drone able to follow you so smoothly? Well, first of all, I do not have somebody else flying it for me. The DJI Mini 4 Pro has a feature on it called Active Track, which allows you to scan the subject that you want it to follow, and once it recognizes the subject, it will stay locked onto it wherever it goes, whether it's your car, riding a bike, or simply walking. And I'll link that drone down in the description in case you guys want to check it out. But as you can see, the drone does a pretty good job of keeping up while keeping me centered in the shot. It's also doing its very best to scan the area ahead and keep a distance from any potential obstacles.
I'd say we'd probably gone at least a couple miles so far. We came to this gate, which this isn't private property, it just says this gate should remain closed, and I don't want to go too much farther than this, so I'm going to end up flying my drone around the area here. I mean, I'm not in danger, I'm strapped pretty good, I have a lot of food and a lot of water, but I don't want to go too far for my own good, just in case something happens. But I think we'll find some pretty cool things out in this area. If not, there is plenty of desert to explore.
Every time I head out into the desert with my drone, I'm always hoping for the chance that I'll make a pretty cool discovery, whether it be an artifact, a dead body, but hopefully not, or even ruins from old cliff dwellings. As I stated before, not too far away from here there's cliff dwellings made by the Salado people dating back 700 years ago. Perhaps one of the most famous cliff dwellings in Arizona is Tonto National Monument, which sits high up on the cliffside and is one of the most well-preserved in the entire state. And not too far away from this site is another set of cliff dwellings that I explored with my drone. Like Tonto National Monument, these ones were also high up on a cliffside and near a water source. Some of the literature that I've read about the Salado people mentions that it was a wetter climate back in those days, and as the drought got worse and the conditions became more arid, they decided to move on and look for a new place to call home. Now, before I get too ahead of myself, the word Salado comes from the Spanish name Rio Salado, or the Salt River, and the Salt River isn't too far away from us. The term Salado represents a group of people from a variety of different cultures that settled in an area just northeast from where we are today. Ever since I started learning more about this subject, it's inspired me to bring my drone with anytime I come out to these parts and get my eyes into places that people normally couldn't make it to, or what would take people days or even weeks to explore on foot. It's one of the many benefits of having a drone, and of course there's always a chance of finding the lost Dutchman's gold, but that's a story for another day. Throughout this entire video, if you happen to see any strange objects, rock formations, or anything of interest that I may have missed while scanning the desert from above, feel free to let me know in the comment section. The bike that I've been riding throughout today's video is the Trek Marlin 6 Plus, and it's the only e-bike that I've ever owned. It does retail for around $2,700, but it's worth every penny. It's a great bike for casually riding around town or taking onto the rougher terrain like you see in the video. It has a 400 watt-hour Bosch motor, and with its beefy tires and aluminum frame, it makes for a smooth ride. Unfortunately, I do not have a discount code for you guys, but if you want to learn a little bit more about it, I'll post a link down in the description for you.
Yep, she ain't going anywhere.
Aside from being one hell of a place to go exploring with a drone, the Apache Trail is one of the top scenic drives in Arizona. The section of road that you see me on here is only a small part of it. It's roughly 40 miles long, and the majority of it is unpaved. You'll find people out here doing everything from camping, hiking, horseback riding, mountain biking, and stopping in at one of the many tourist attractions. And if you want to see a more detailed review on the history of the Apache Trail and some of the car wrecks that I discovered, I'll be sure to link that video down in the description. As I was on my way to a different location, I spotted some animals running across the desert in the distance, so I pulled over as quickly as I could, hoping to get some shots of them. But by the time I parked and got out, they were gone, so I decided to land my drone to switch out batteries, and this is what happened next.
Ouch. Ouch. All right, first thing we do is assess the damage. This sucks. Plenty of propellers and a little screwdriver here to get the job done.
And that, my friends, was the first time in the 5 years that I've owned DJI drones that I've ever failed at catching my drone. It hurt like a mother, but after replacing a couple of broken propellers and making sure all the dirt was blown out of the motors and that there was no damage to the gimbal, I recalibrated my drone and I was able to get it back up in the air with no issues.